years, bringing you the finest fly lines in the world.
Doug delivered a fitting end to the day as he brought in one last rainbow before calling it quits.
Fish on.
All right. Woo! Foster's Guide Service. One more time. One more time. All right. Now I'm ready.
Whoa! I might need a new guide.
One bit in the net. That's great. Look at that fish. That's a 20-inch fish. I won't call the ruler on you, but that's a nice one. This is gorgeous.
Nice,
unreal.
Huh? Chad, I hate to do it to you, pal. I gotta run to the airport. Catch that next flight.
You're leaving?
Gotta go.
I tell you what, your priorities have certainly changed since you got married. Come on, I'll take you to the airport.
All right.
Prior to leaving town, I ventured over to Stampede Park on the West Cody Strip to take in the famous Cody Night Rodeo. After 57 years of operation, the Cody Night Rodeo has established itself as the proving grounds for future stars of the sport. Every evening during the summer months, cowboys from across the country gather here to put their skills to the test. The season is highlighted in July by the Stampede Rodeo, centerpiece of what is called the Cowboy Christmas, a group of the richest rodeos in the world. After a full night of bull riding, calf roping, bulldogging, and barrel racing, I decided to get some rest before my journey continued. For more information on fishing the Shoshone River, call North Fork Anglers at 800-308-1161.
From Cody, Wyoming, where apparently they rodeo a lot. That's Fly Fishing America with Chad Foster. This is ESPN Outdoors, coming to you today from the Rocky Mountain National Park, a place that just knocks your eyes out no matter what direction you look in. Well, coming up next, you'll remember Burt Jones had Joe Ferguson as his guest for some duck hunting down in Arkansas. They continue their Sportsman's Odyssey today with some bass fishing in Texas. That's next on Suzuki Great Outdoors.
Catching bass in hot weather? No sweat. We'll show you how. If you read fishing magazines, we'll show you how they're published. And former Buffalo Bills great quarterback Joe Ferguson will show us just how good a fisherman he is.
This is called an agitator, and I've got just enough knowledge to try it.
Listening to this river makes me realize why we plan these getaways. Once again, I catch the larger fish.
Persistence pays off, you know.
He's coming to the top. There he is. Whoa.
All right, Will, right on it, buddy.
What a great feeling when that muskie hits that line. I've never experienced anything like that.
Hello, I'm Burt Jones, and welcome to the Lone Star State of Texas. We're about an hour north of Houston, about 30 minutes west of Huntsville, and we're going to show you in this next 30 minutes that you can catch bass in the heat of the summer. Of course, you can't mind sweating, and it's important to have a guide that doesn't mind sweating either. Gibbons Creek, Texas is our exact location. You might have heard of nearby Lake Livingston. It's a popular recreation and fishing lake. Gibbons, however, is a power plant lake. Phil has chosen Gibbons for several reasons, and we'll see why shortly. Well, Phil, I tell you, it's a pretty morning out here in Texas, isn't it?
Sure is.
The sun's coming up, though. I bet it's going to get hot, huh?
Oh, man, we're here in East Texas, and it's the middle of summer. We're going to do some sweating.
Well, you think you can put my friend Joe Ferguson on a couple of fish?
Well, I don't know, Joe, but we're out here on a great lake, so I don't think it'll really be a problem.
Look, the pressure's on because Joe is a good fisherman, and he carries me along with him occasionally, just, kind of chum bait. But how are we going to do it today?
Well, I think we're going to be starting out with this deal, throwing a little topwater lures around the outside outside edge of these grass beds.
Sluggo.
Yeah, sluggos. That really good-looking frog.
Really ugly frog.
That is one ugly frog.
I'll tell you what, though, before it's over, that frog's likely to catch some good fish.
You think so?
I think so.
I'm going to give it a try.
And then I think towards the middle of the day, we're going to get out on some deep humps and do some cranking. We're going to do some serious sweating.
We're going to do some working then.
That's it.
I might have to bring my fishing hat out then, right?
I think that'd be a good idea.
Oh, okay. I feel the need for a bite.
The need always exists. I think one of the unique things about this lake that causes me to want to come fish it all the time is that it probably has a higher percentage of large fish for fish population than any other lake I've fished. Whoa, here we go. Got him. All right. Come on out of the grass. All right. All right, we're going to have to go in and get him. Oh, yeah, he's still on. Come on, baby. Come on out of there. Just a little, whoa. Key is not to put too much pressure on them because you can ball the grass up in their mouth and actually drive the hook right on out. Come on, babe. Hidden in amongst all that grass.
Nice little fish.
There's a nice little largemouth bass. Here you go. Here, you need to get that fish.
I don't touch it.
You don't touch fish?
No.
I
touch fish, but not other people's
I see.
fish.
Well, I can understand that. Is that one of those quarterback deals, you think?
No, I just think it's a fishing deal.
A fishing deal.
Yes.
Okay, well, let's turn this guy loose and let him grow up to be a 10-pounder.
And he was almost in the middle of that grass.
Yeah, he was about 10 feet back in the grass line.
It's strictly as a fishing recreational lake, is it not?
Right.
Do they allow jet skis on it?
No, no jet skis, no sailboats, no water skiing. Just fishing.
Oh, I hate that.
Me too.
Can you find Joe right here? See that fish marked right there?
Where was it?
Right here on that little pad right there.
To the right of me about 5 feet.
Never could throw, Joe.
You're right.
Just because you made your living doing it for 18 years doesn't mean anything. But it's right there. See that? Oh, I'm talking about if this doesn't catch that fish, it's just because he's not hungry.
Bert, did you notice something?
Whoa, there you go. There you go. Fish on. All right.
Come on.
Okay. Are you in the grass?
Yeah, right at the edge.
He's coming. He's coming. He's got to.
I'm taking him to it, so. Might keep your line up over the top, Bert.
There you go. He's loose now.
Oh, you got it good.
He's
all
loose.
right.
Boy, he come up there and nailed it. Probably the same fish, you think?
Same size fish.
Yeah, but any one of these hits could be the 8-pounder we're looking for.
Look how fat that fish. Look at that.
Looks almost like he's got a broken back.
He does. And he's got something wrong with him.
Yeah.
Bert, here you go. Touch this fish. Have you caught one yet?
No, Joe. I've not caught one. I am the ultimate host. I'm not worried about catching the fish. I need to get these amateur fishermen on fish. Joe, you relieve so much pressure from me.
You are a fine
knowing
host.
that you now have caught a fish.
You are one fine
I have
host.
really been worried whether or not I was going to be able to get you on a fish, but
you are a fine host.
So I guess it's okay for me to catch a fish.
Yeah,
Suzuki's Great Outdoors. This week with Bert Jones is brought to you by American Suzuki. Rely on a Suzuki ATV or outboard motor on your next hunting and fishing adventure. Suzuki, it's the ride you've been waiting for.
I keep thinking about those hunters we surprised today.
Oh, did you see the looks on their faces when they ran for their ATVs?
Yeah. That one guy had a Suzuki King Quad. Did you see it take off up that hill and into the woods? I didn't even bother going after it.
Oh, yeah, them Suzuki's got a lock in front differential, independent suspension. You can't touch them.
I bet that other guy wishes he'd had a King Quad.
Oh, yeah, that guy was delicious.
The Suzuki King Quad. More features than your friend's ATV. It's out there. The new RAV4 from Toyota, starting around just $15,400.
Hey, Vince, there's a
what?
big old juicy hunter sitting on an ATV in the mud over there. You suppose he's stuck?
I hope so. I'm starving. Wait a minute. That's a Suzuki King Quad. Selectable 204-wheel drive, 5-speed transmission, 3-speed sub-tranny. Nah, I've yet to see one get stuck.
Then what's he doing just sitting there?
Looks like he just stopped to...
Reload!
The Suzuki King Quad. More features than your friend's ATV.
From whitetails in the woods to waterfowl at dawn, enjoying the great outdoors is a special part of our heritage. Today, Budweiser's strong support of the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation and the National Shooting Sports Foundation is helping to make these great outdoors an even better place, now and for years to come. To good times and the great outdoors, this Bud's for you.
Who will receive the ovation in Milan? The Grand Prix of Italy. Tomorrow, 7:45 on ESPN2.
Well, I can't think of anything more intense than topwater fishing. Just the excitement of that strike, watching your bait and knowing that at any moment it's going to be the biggest explosion that the world has seen underneath your bait. And hopefully you're going to have a huge fish on.
I mean, how about a few superlatives? The biggest explosion man has ever seen. Is that what you said?
You got to understand he's from California.
Yeah, you have to excuse me. So I like areas like this. We get into a little more complex grass bed where we have an inside grass bed, then we have this little clear spot in between, and then another outside grass bed. Gives the bass a whole lot of opportunities to ambush prey.
I'm ready to be ambushed. Ambush me! Tired of being a gracious host. This right here is a power generating lake, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a big cooling pond for the power plant, the Texas Municipal Power Association. One thing about a power plant lake is the fish are used to hot water temperatures. Even during the cold winter months when you're balled up in a snowmobile suit, there's some fish rolling right at the edge there. You can catch fish on topwater lures because they don't know it's winter. The water temperature's up in the 80s or 90s at the discharge area.
Look at that deer right there, Joe.
Sure enough. Ain't paying us no mind, is it? That deer's over looking for that frog.
Now here's a frog over here. Come on, baby. I bet it's a willow trees over there nibbling on. They love willow. That frog is pretty ugly. You think you ought to try something else?
Yeah, I'm kind of getting tired of looking at this frog. I keep hoping a big old bass is going to want to look at it, but...
Problem is I don't have my fishing hat on.
You have a magic fishing hat, do you?
It's not magic, but it certainly serves me well. Joe laughs at me when I wear it. But that's all right.
I think it's a lovely hat. I wish I had one.
I have two, Joe.
Do you have one?
Yeah.
Well,
Joe, you're moving that bait a little too fast. I'm going to come right behind you with this little frog. Watch.
I think this grass is a little thick for this bait.
Watch this. Oh.
I wish you'd catch one.
Wait a minute.
Oh! All right.
Yes, sir.
Yes, son.
Good fish, too, buddy. He ate that ugly frog?
He ate that ugly frog.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah. Why don't you grab that net there,
You want me to net him?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Oh, nice fish.
Nice fish. Man.
What do you think that weighs, Joe? About 1.5 pounds?
Oh, maybe 1.5 pounds.
1.5 pounds.
Bert, I'm telling you right here today, that was the greatest delay set I've ever seen in my life. It was at least 4 seconds after he hit. I didn't know if you knew what you were doing or you just finally figured out you're supposed to set the hook, but it was beautiful.
Joe, you want to touch a real
fish?
fish?
Let me touch him, yeah.
Oh, pet that fish. I am so glad.
Come here. Yes.
If we were doing a TV show, this would be a 6 to 8 pound fish, but actually I think the fish weighs about 4.
Don't let him go.
4.5.
Put him on my hook.
Put him on your hook. Folks, y'all stay tuned, because when we come back, I'm going to see if Joe Ferguson can catch a big fish like this in the heat in Texas.
I'll use him for bait. Just keep it.
Use him for bait?
Yeah. All right.
like to say thank you. Here at Kearney Yamaha, we would like to take this opportunity to show our appreciation for your business in 1996. We have recently remodeled and added to our staff. Stop by and visit with our new partsman, Larry Teeter, or speak with our new salesman, Dan Muirhead. They'll be glad to show you the 97 models in our new display room. Plus, you'll find more outside in our spacious lot. Thanks again from all of us at Kearney Yamaha, 1115 2nd Avenue. Buy your own Motorola pager, the Motorola Renegade, the easiest to use pager on the market with its single one-button operation. And it's now available to you from USA Paging for only $19.96. USA Paging offers local, state, and nationwide coverages, as well as additional services. Contact USA Paging today for more information on how to improve your personal communications, as well as eliminate costly cellular bills. Call USA Paging today while supplies last at 1-800-937-9277.
24-hour network dedicated to bringing you nothing but news about sports. The best highlights, latest information, and instant updates, all right now as it's happening. What would you call this network?
The most amazing, incredible, beautiful, wonderful network ever created by mortal man.
Well, not quite. ESPN News Network, the 24-hour sports news network from ESPN. Who else?
Here's the images we've got for the cover that we've taken down at Falcon on the Ultimate Destination shoots. And we've got some choices we need to make on what to use for the cover photograph here.
Phil Whittemore, our fishing guide on Gibbons Creek, is also an avid outdoors writer. We caught up with him before our fishing, where he and his team were putting the final touches on their new fishing publication, Circular Fishing.
Circular fishing, well, it's based on the fact that all of life and all things in life are connected to each other and basically are in a circle.
The writers that are going to write in Circular Fishing magazine are going to be fishermen that are involved in the sport. It's not going to be done by professional writers who write about fishermen. We're going to have professional fishermen become writers and convey the passion for the sport and the in-depth knowledge of the sport that they have, that only they have, and we want to be able to convey that to our readers.
You know, everybody says a magazine's a magazine's a magazine, but the best way to describe circular fishing is that it's not going to be in the traditional form at all. We're going to take you to the next level. And that's really our whole job, is to recapture the old feeling of fishing and take you beyond where you're at and show you, yes, there is a lot more to fishing than what is currently being given to you.
When I was living out in California, my boss one day gave me an ultimatum that I either had to quit fishing or quit working. And so I took the opportunity to quit working and moved out here to Texas to be closer to the fishing that I loved. Nice to meet you. And it only made sense that after I learned the lakes a little bit that I'd become a guide and not only to share the experience, the enjoyment that I get out of fishing with customers, but also to be able to earn an income doing what I love, which is fishing.
Welcome back to Suzuki's Great Outdoors. My guest is Joe Ferguson and our guide is Phil Whittemore. We're down here on Gibbons Creek, which is about an hour north of Houston, Texas. Well, Phil, we've left the grass flats alongside of the bank and it's kind of up in the middle of the day. We're going to try a little different approach. I assume we're going to use this deep diving crankbait right here. Fishing some ridges out here, is that about what we're doing?
Well, Bert, we're going to be out here working some humps and ridges, and what we're doing is we've set out a couple of marker buoys so that we have a reference point to work the boat around. And we're going to sit here and throw some deep diving crankbaits. We're going to start by sitting the boat out in deep water and throwing up into the shallows and just cranking down. And if that doesn't work, then we're going to sit on top of the hump and we're going to throw out to deep water and work uphill. The fish that we're getting out here are going to be big fish, and that's what we're shooting for with these deep diving crankbaits.
I'm going to try a sassy shad, which is kind of keeps me in the soft plastic. Isn't that what we say, Joe?
Soft plastic.
And you go ahead and crank them out. And Joe, you going to try a jig?
I'm jigging them. All right. I got a little confidence in my jig here. What's your theory, Phil, on like fishing a hump like this and you catch one or two good fish and you release them back onto the same location? Do you think it spooks the fish below? Or?
Well, I think it has a lot to do with what the structure is being used by the fish for. This particular one is like a dinner table for the bass. And because of that,
get them on the other side.
Because it is a dinner table, the fish don't live up here. I think if they're in a place that they live, it definitely would make a difference.
Okay.
And it'd be good to hold the fish in the live well until you're done with the area.
Yeah.
Well, Phil, it's getting hot.
We're getting some hot fish.
And got a hot fish right here.
You need the net?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That's good fish.
Yes, sir. Bert.
All right.
On the old
Way to
sassy
go.
shad.
See, now look, crankbait. We're talking sassy shad.
So I just cut my crankbaits off and give them away or something?
Well, you know, there's nothing wrong with cutting your crankbait off. What do you think, Joe?
Nice fish.
Here's another good fish.
He's going to catch a big one on that crankbait here in a minute.
Yeah, I'm going to catch me a 10 on that crankbait before it's over.
Well, I think you ought to write about this in Circular Magazine, how one sassy shad can also, where are your pliers? Can be used as a good substitute for a crankbait.
Yeah, it sure can, and of course it mimics exactly what these fish are feeding on, which is shad up on top of this flat. So.
And I told you that I was going to try it. A little bit suspended, and that's just what I did.
We've got a little bit of boat traffic up here with us today, so it may be helping to run these slower baits rather than my faster crankbaits as well.
Well, I'm going to send him back, and we're going to try our theories. I say this fish right here is not going to scare the other fish off.
I hope you're right.
What do you think, Phil?
I think you'll be right. I think he's going to go back down there and tell all his buddies that it's safe to bite our hooks because we turn them right loose.
I tell you, Joe, I've used this conventional cap about as long as I can. It's hot. Yeah. I'm going to get my fishing hat out.
Son, get it out.
You mind if I get it out?
No, sir. Get it.
You're not going to laugh, are you?
I already laughed enough. I don't
You've
need
laughed at enough over the years, but don't laugh anymore.
I'm not. Especially you catch a fish.
Thank you, oh, here it is.
You catch fish, I'm going to bark.
Oh, this is so nice. It's going to be so cool under this. My ears are going to go, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, does this feel nice? I'm good for the day now. No problem.
The vast expanses of North America. On any given day, one can observe displays of strength and majesty from
Suzuki Quad Runner ATVs.
And every species from the small and agile
Quad Sport 80
to the mighty
King Quad
are protected. This is achieved by a
free 4-year Suzuki Extended Protection Plan when you buy any Suzuki ATV.
So they can be appreciated far into the future. But regrettably, it cannot last. We must act now because
this offer ends soon.
Not all outboards start this easy. Not all outboards respond this fast. Not all outboards run this smooth. Because not all outboards are designed like Suzuki's new 150 EFI V6 with exclusive digital electronic fuel injection system. Not at all like other outboards. It's Suzuki's new 150 EFI. Call 1-800-447-2882 for the dealer nearest you. And pull away from the pack with Suzuki.
It is where the lofty atmosphere of most luxury cars is left behind, and where an extraordinary level of comfort and roominess begins. It is the American-built flagship of Toyota, Avalon. Offering the highest refinement of Toyota quality and engineering excellence, Avalon delivers the greatest luxury of all, peace of mind. Avalon. Experience the tranquility. Yeah.
To protect your engine, remember, pure oil now, pure oil later.
Pure oil later.
Alex Rodriguez and the Mariners are in a dogfight for a wild card berth, and they'd like nothing better than another shot at Albert Bell and the Tribe. They'll duke it out at the Jake. The Mariners-Indians, the Sunday night baseball game of the week, tomorrow at 8 on ESPN.
Suzuki Great Outdoors. This Week with Burt Jones is brought to you by American Suzuki. Rely on a Suzuki ATV or outboard motor on your next hunting and fishing adventure. Suzuki, it's the ride you've been waiting for.
I remember I was playing against Washington. And, you know, you don't think much about it. I mean, I was not fast, but I could outrun most people if they were linemen, certainly.
Sure.
I thought.
You used to could.
But I'm telling you what, I rolled out one time, I was flushed out of the pocket, and the next thing I know, this man ran me down and boloed me, hammered me as hard as he could, and I thought I was going fast.
Yeah.
And this guy weighed 290 pounds.
Well, I was caught from behind an endless number of times, thinking I'm gone around the corner, and all of a sudden somebody's dragging me down from the back, and you get up and you look, and all the time it was a defensive lineman. You think, well, linebacker, defensive back, but no, the lineman can catch you now. They can run. Linebackers especially now have to cover backs out of the backfield. They can run with the running backs now.
Well, Joe, we're here fishing in the dead of the summer, and to me that means it's almost fall.
That's right. It's coming around.
So I can hardly wait till dove season comes around when you bring your children, and we'll come out and we'll have us a big dove hunt, and we'll eat some catfish and have a big time.
My son, he loves to shoot a gun, and they look forward to the time when we can get together and just blow the sky up.
When you go to a strange lake, I guess you basically just use the same tactics that you use in your home waters.
Pretty much. I like fishing structure as far as stumps, trees, weed beds, so that's where I look for anywhere I go. And I think the fish relate to that, and I guess it's kind of like I have a favorite bait. You know, I'm gonna pull that bait out everywhere I go, and I'm gonna try.
What is your favorite bait?
Well, I like plastic worm, but I can be convinced to use anything they're hitting. You know, I mean, I know you like a green frog. You know?
Oh, I'm not saying I like a green frog. I've thrown a green frog for the first time.
Look at there we go. Got him.
You got him?
Fish on. All right.
Jump fish. Jump for him.
Jump. Go. See if he can go up. Come on. Get up.
All right. So that's what's been breaking the water.
That's what. Yeah. Hard to imagine, isn't it? All the casts we've made at these ones that have been busting the surface.
I think he had the cam.
Finally picked one off.
Good fish.
I tell you what, Phil, it's hot.
It is hot. It doesn't get much hotter.
Hot Texas day, but you showed me you can catch fish in the heat out here.
Yeah, if you can tolerate the heat, the fish don't seem to mind. In fact, the middle of the day, they seem to get a little more aggressive.
I can tolerate it, but there's a point of utility in the heat. And I'm not far from it, even with my cool hat on. Look at this thing here. Oh, boy, it's hot.
Oh, Bart, you're not going to do that, are you?
Woo!
I can't even believe it.
Yeah, come on!
No, he ain't done it.
I hope this guy's a nice guy. A little bit closer.
He's leaving us. I can't believe it.
Can you believe that?
No.
Bill, Joe, it's been a good time.
What's the deal here?
From all y'all, I'm Burt Jones. See you next time on Suzuki's Great Outdoors.
Thanks, Burt.
Oh, man. Shade in Texas. I finally found some.
I can't believe that. But this is not the first time he's left me like this. I mean, he left me high and dry a couple times, but we can't talk about that.
See y'all later.
See you, man.
I'll catch up with you, Joe. Don't worry. Hey, get out and enjoy some fishing, whether it be here in Texas or your own favorite fishing hole. And make sure you're safe, you obey the laws, and by all means, have a good time. I'm Burt Jones, and we'll see you next time.
All for Suzuki Great Outdoors, and that's all our time for ESPN Outdoors for today. Thanks so much for joining us in what is no doubt one of the most beautiful places on the planet, Rocky Mountain National Park. Remember, if it's still dry where you are, be very, very careful with your campfires, your lanterns, and so forth, even your vehicle when you're in tall, dry grass. Remember that. It's very important to stop those fires. We'll be back next week with more of ESPN Outdoors, same time. We'll see you then.
As the Cornhuskers start their quest for a third straight title against the rejuvenated Michigan State, they carry the sadness and inspiration of a fallen comrade. The Syracuse scramble for success opens with headliner Donovan McNabb as the Orange meet North Carolina for an evening at the Improv.
They call him Mr. Cool, Mr. Fantastic, Mr. this, Mr. that, and we just call him Mr. Joker.
Northwestern, last year's surprise smash, fights to shake off the tag one-hit wonder. And from college football's X-Files, how desperate is San Jose State to beat Cal?
I believe in the evil eye.
You too will believe. Next on College Game Day. Good morning and welcome to College Game Day. Chris Fowler along with, it's Lee Corso and our new sidekick, Kirk Herbstreit, on week number 2. You know, on September's first Saturday, Nebraska's journey begins, perhaps a 4-month march into history. For the Huskers themselves, today just means the first chance at 8 months to smack around folks in different colored uniforms. Lynn Swan is part of ABC's team in Lincoln. He joined us from what looks like a drizzly Memorial Stadium. Swanee?
That's right, Chris. You know, this Nebraska football team is like being in the eye of a hurricane. On the field, everything is great. They got a great team that's deep in talent. It's off the field that the winds of turmoil swirl around this team, and they are deep in trouble. Their star linebacker, Terrell Farley, will miss this ball game as well as next week's because of being ticketed for driving under the influence, and Tom Osborne has not ruled out extending that suspension. Their wingback, backup Lance Brown, also out for disciplinary reasons. For the Michigan State team, their star receiver, Derek Mason, fractured the wrist last week in the win against Purdue. This week he had a screw put in it, and I watched in the locker room as they applied a soft cast to it, tapered it to see if he could play. I also watched him doing warm-up. He caught passes, he caught punts. He says he is determined to play in this ball game. As you can see, it is raining. It's 70 degrees. It seems like everywhere I go this year, Chris, we've got a little rain.
All right, stay down, Swanee. Rain sometimes obviously can be an equalizer, but I don't think it's going to deter Lincoln. 11 a.m. kickoff, that does not mean a mellow crowd there. It's a very intimidating place for any visitor, let alone a true freshman who's expected to carry his team's offensive load. Now, Spartan tailback Cedric Irvin, cousin of Michael Irvin, had 4 touchdowns in his college debut. Forgive the Huskers for not quaking.
He's young, and he had a lot of great plays against Purdue. He hasn't been hit yet. He hasn't been welcomed to college football yet, so hopefully Saturday we can welcome him to college football.
They have more plays in their offense than any college football team I've ever played against. So that's not straightforward. The ass kicking they give you is usually straightforward, but the plays aren't, and the preparation isn't.
They have a good kicking game. I think that's what he's talking about there. MSU, great when they were forced Purdue into 3rd and long, got to play nickel. The problem is, Kirk, against Nebraska, it's usually 2nd and short.
Well, they better be good this week, starting today. Average per play last year for Nebraska, over 7 yards on first down. 47% of their total offense for the year came on first down. Michigan State, to have a chance today, has got to put Nebraska in 3rd and long situations.
Well, Kirk, I talked to Frank Solich, the offensive backfield coach in Nebraska. He told me this set of I-backs in Nebraska has the potential to be the best ever. Hello, and they're led by Ahman Green. So as a freshman, he averaged 7 yards per carry. He's 225 pounds, runs a 4.440. Jay Sims, 220 pounds, 4.440. He's back from injuries. Damon Benning, co-captain. He can block, he can catch, and he can run. He's the leader. D'Angelo Evans, number 20 here in high school, is a great running back from Wichita, Kansas. He'll play as a true freshman. He'll wear number 4 today. He's 5'7", he's 210 pounds, and he can fly. He's going to be a great player. Nebraska has too much depth, but They win this game, but not as many points as the experts think.
Not as many as the experts.
No.
I like the talent Nebraska has at running back this year, but I think on the other side of the ball, the key of their success over the last couple years has been the play of their defense. Nick Saban told me earlier in the week that one of his primary concerns is the variations that Nebraska can play off their 4-3. You see here, they walk their linebackers up, showing blitz, and at the last second, as soon as the ball is snapped, they're going to drop back into coverage. This is causing confusion for a lot of quarterbacks here. Matt Miller of Kansas State last year, the interception. Another variation, they'll walk up, and this time, again, right at the last second when the ball is snapped, they're going to come. This time, it's going to come up with a big sack, this kind of pressure, and the variations that they can play off that 4-3, it's tough. You blend in the great skill that Nebraska has, it's tough to formulate a game plan. Nick Saban has said they're going to keep things conservative. Hopefully Cedric Irvin and the running game will be able to go with these weather conditions, but I think Nebraska, too much depth, too much talent. They win by more than 4 touchdowns.
You talked about the backs and the defense. Of course, by the way, it's the debut for Scott Frost, the much-awaited quarterback for the Cornhuskers. Now, tonight, the number 2 team faces its first test as Terry Donahue watches from the safety of the broadcast booth. His UCLA replacement, Bob Toledo, enters the world's biggest football stadium with an unproven cast on offense and a revamped defense. So the teams last met in the '94 opener. It was the much sooner than expected baptism for a true freshman named Peyton Manning. He was thrown in there when Jerry Colquitt's knee blew. Phil Fulmer said he saw no fear in Manning's eyes. Manning created no fear in the Bruins defense. Look at the form on the handoff, though. Corso says he knew right then Manning was special. Peyton started 8 games that year. The rest is history in the making.
It's funny to look back on that game and see how far I've come since that game. I really grew up a lot that game, I think, in that entire year. And it's kind of funny to think back past when it all started.
Manning, not a concern, but Phil Fulmer told me the biggest concern for the Bruins is the unknown. They have a new defense. On offense, UCLA missing a Jordan and an Abdul-Jabbar, so they missed some points in rebounding, Lee.
Well, Chris, to beat the full court press or this Tennessee's quick defense, you got to run directly at it with a big back. And UCLA has that guy, Skip Hicks. Skip is 225 pounds, runs the 40 and 4.5. He was UCLA's leading rusher as a freshman. He hurt his knee in track, and he's now back at 100%. He's a great running back. But UCLA's problem is not scoring. It's stopping Tennessee's pass offense. I think Tennessee wins this ball game, but I expect them to rally in the second half to win it.
Hicks can bring Rambo, the Terminator from Tinseltown. It's not going to matter. I think the key to Tennessee's entire season will be the play of their defense. They've upgraded their secondary by getting senior free safety Jason Parker back from suspension. Parker is a tremendous player with great experience going back to '94 here against Danny Warfel and the Florida Gators. Made a big play with the interception. It's very important to play as a quarterback on the secondary because he has to make the proper calls and also lead that entire defense. I think the one thing here, you return to many starters in the secondary, Raymond Austin, Terry Fair, and also Torrey Noel. It really solidifies that secondary. It's important they gain some confidence today against a UCLA team before the big showdown on the 21st.
Fulmer also knows another key is the offensive line. Peyton Manning not touched by UNLV in the opener, but that was UNLV. I'm not sure UCLA has a good enough pass rush to get to him either today. Meanwhile, Tennessee, they're tackling UCLA. The team that they will meet in that big showdown, Florida, is tuning up with Georgia Southern. Now, Lee, this follows a very lethargic opener against Southwest Louisiana. Now a 1AA team, probably a better team than UTEP, actually. UTEP dropped this game and forced them to schedule Georgia Southern. But is this what the Gators need to get ready for Tennessee?
Well, Chris, most coaches feel if you play a tough opponent, your team steps it up a notch in speed and intensity of contact. Now, if the Florida-Tennessee game was played next week, advantage Tennessee. But there's an off week. And I think that off week negates everything, Chris. And I think it's now an even game between Florida and Tennessee.
Fulmer thinks it's an edge for Tennessee, provided they beat UCLA. They got to get by that one. The story for Florida, Danny Werfel, coming under heavy criticism from Steve Spurrier, who says he's been below average the last 2 games. Going back to the Fiesta Bowl, he's imposed the gag order. Practice is closed. I know you think he'll bounce back this week.
You could beat Georgia Southern.
I don't know, my friend. Coming up, we'll talk Crimson Tide. The offense didn't throw many strikes against Bowling Green. Quarterback controversy there, but not in Syracuse. Donovan McNabb, his playmaker instincts, the big reason Syracuse is a title contender. We'll visit with him.
The sun comes standard. the Del Sol from Honda.
All right, gentlemen. Tomorrow, your butts are mine. Lights out.
Man, I'm hungry.
Russell Athletic Wear is made to handle the toughest situations on and off the field.
Hot dog, French fries, hamburger, tacos grande, pizza. Coach, going somewhere, ladies.
Hard work.
Dedication. Commitment. Get Russell Athletic. Get tough.
Get up there, Lord, bud. Go, go.
Computers in Silicon Valley have a model number on them, and that's it. At Gateway 2000, our custom-built computers are treated a little differently. That's because every system we build has a name attached.
Connie Kramer, Connie from New Jersey. This is your computer, and it's on television.
Gateway computers feature the Intel Pentium processor. And the only way to get them is to call 1-800-GATEWAY. You get a friend in the business, give us a call.
Everyone has a future. Some have more to look forward to. Curtis Moore. Before he's 22, Curtis will travel around the world. Along the way, he'll become an electronics expert and be promoted 3 times before deciding to go on to college and become an engineer. Futures like this don't just happen. Today's military has over 200 career choices with the training, experience, and opportunities you want. Make it happen in the U.S. Armed Forces.
College Game Day is brought to you by American Honda, celebrating their 25th anniversary of selling cars in America.
Quick pause for other sports news. Last night at Camden Yards, exactly 1 year after Cal Ripken's record, Eddie Murray becomes the 3rd player in Major League history to reach the 500 home run and 3,000 hit mark. He joins Hank Aaron and Willie Mays. But the O's lose in 12 innings to the Tigers 5-4. The White Sox also lost. Baltimore remains 1 game back in the American League wild card race. Here's the scene as Brett Butler comes to the plate for the first time since his comeback from cancer. His wife, the entire crowd on their feet. Bottom of the 8th, the score tied. Eric Karros flies to right. Butler on 3rd. Tags. Comes home, beats the throw. That's the go-ahead run as the Dodgers win 2-1 on an emotional night at Dodger Stadium. Osuna gets the victory. Now back to college football. It's a debut for the title contender Florida State. Bobby Bowden says a lot of funny things. For example, he says his team is primed to be upset by visiting Duke. Yeah, just like the Macarena is primed to become the national anthem. Last year's debacle, it was 54-12 at halftime. Some Noles starters like Dunn in there in the 4th quarter. Goldsmith went off on Bowden. This year, they might not get 70. 4 guys suspended, and Thad Busby has a sore arm, Lee.
Thad Busby has not looked sharp in practice. The reason he's going against Florida State's defense. Today, he goes against Duke. Enough said.
I take it you like the Noles. Oklahoma hosts TCU in his debut. John Blake has 38 players who will dress for the first time in a game uniform, that is.
Well, John Blake is going to the I-Set this year, and really a host of running backs led by senior James Allen. Love to get more carries this year. John Blake gets his first career win as Oklahoma's head coach.
After stealing souvenirs from Georgia's New Hedges Saturday, Southern Miss next tries to take down the Tide in Legion Field. Now, they won last week Bama style. 3 field goals, a safety, and tough defense. They are fearless. I'll tell you what, Lee, going back to your era, all the way back to that era, Southern Miss, then known as Mississippi Southern, they were tough. They were beating the heavyweights.
They were always good football teams. In fact, one year they beat Alabama, and we beat them. Just thought I'd mention it. Alabama's offense scored 21 points last week against Bowling Green, but they were sluggish. Quarterback Freddie Kitchen will play again and start the game, but watch for Alabama to use quarterback Warren Faust, a kid from Oklahoma. He can throw the football. The reason why they're going to play him, not only is he a good passer, but he's an excellent scrambler. He had 27 yards rushing last week against Southern Mississippi. Southern Mississippi is going to blitz Alabama just like they did Georgia. Watch Faust, a scrambler, to beat that blitz. Alabama wins by 2 touchdowns with Faust as the hero.
Alabama lost 1 scholarship to the NCAA for sanctions this week. They don't want to lose a scholarship in a football game in the same week. Still ahead, we'll have a missing person story that just may haunt San Jose State. Have you seen the Hex Lady? And have you heard of Cedric Shaw? You should have. He's good, and he's Iowa's main weapon as they brace for Arizona today.
Because sometimes it takes more than tape to fix your toys, there's Turner's Body Shop. They handle all kinds of damage and can tow from anywhere to anywhere. Get your toy fixed right with Turner's Body Shop.
If you want the facts, if you want to see the numbers, if you want to make your business more successful, then I would like you to meet Janice Lovett. Janice is a sales representative for Cable West Advertising and is ready to make all of this a reality. Call Cable West Advertising for more information.
I love it, I want some more of it.
When you enter the captain's table, you embark on a voyage of pleasure. The pleasure to know that you can dine on breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Start your day right with breakfast from the captain's delicious morning menu. Stop in and see the captain for a quick business lunch, and dinner is always a treat with the early catch, crab all you want, and shrimp all you want specials.
I love it, I want some more of it.
A relaxing nautical atmosphere at the captain's table. Fine dining has never been so enjoyable.
I like it.
Soon you'll be able to know immediately if statements like these are true. Mr. Gullible. ESPN News Network, the 24-hour sports news network from ESPN. Who else?
In Iowa, Hayden Fry coaches his 386th game in Division 1A, more than any active coach, against 1-0 Arizona. Adrian Carson, part of our crew set to call the game. He sets the stage from Kinnick Stadium. Adrian?
Well, Chris, as Hayden starts his 17th season here at Iowa today, he does so against an old nemesis, not Arizona head coach Dick Tomey, but rather the man Tomey has hired to coordinate his offense, Homer Smith. In his 38th year of coaching, Homer is still one of the great offensive minds in the game, and he's attempting to jumpstart an offense that over the last several years has taken a backseat to the more highly regarded Desert Swarm defense. Now, Hayden remembers the 1986 Rose Bowl when Homer coached the UCLA offense to a 45-28 drubbing of the Hawkeyes, and ever since then, Hayden has kept a book on Homer's tendencies, and that's a good thing because in last week's Arizona win over UTEP, Homer kept everything pretty vanilla, so this week the Hawkeyes didn't have a lot to look at on film. We don't have to look at a lot of film to know what Hayden's going to do today. With more, the gentleman who will call today's game, Brad and Gary.
All right, Adrian, that's right. The book, it might be long, but you can have just one volume over 35 years, I think, with Hayden Fry.
Yeah, you really don't have to study a lot of film to know what Hayden Fry is going to do. He likes to run a balanced offense. On every play, he's going to be in a formation that he can either run or pass the ball. He's got some great players on this team. Two deep. He says the best two deep he's had in 35 years of coaching.
All right, they've got some offensive linemen, Chris, that they have to replace and a tight end, but other than that, they look strong at the skill spots, as Gary said.
As for Arizona, guys, they dominated UTEP in the opener. So what? Does Desert Swarm still live?
It maybe still lives, but it doesn't have Brandon Sanders in the secondary and Chuck Osborne and especially Teddy Bruschi up front here.
They don't, and I think what they learned from their defensive Desert Swarm is you just can't do it with the defense. They didn't have much of an offense last year. That's why they brought in a new look there. They've got to get some yards, but this is a better secondary. Chris McAllister is an upgrade. They hope to intercept some balls. They already had 2 last week.
And Joe Salavea on that defensive front, Chris, says, hey, you know, Bruschi and those guys set the tone. We don't plan on letting them down, but maybe their defense will be good enough, but they can't have dead calm on offense, guys.
Now, 23 points against UTEP does not bode well. Guys, we look forward to it right after game day. And still ahead on our show, the story behind the hype of Donovan McNabb, the Syracuse quarterback, set to battle the heels today. Plus, Ahman Green and a stable of explosive runners for Nebraska. We'll talk about an emotional day in Lincoln. More on that coming up.
Most people who play sports have feet that are flat, like this. Some are normal, and some have high arches. Companies like Adidas understand this and make shoes that suit different types of feet. The right one will help enhance your performance. There's just one problem. Which shoe belongs on which foot? Nobody knows the athlete's foot like the athlete's foot. See the latest from Adidas at the athlete's foot now.
Carbon monoxide isn't the only thing to worry about coming from your tailpipe, because with every stroke of your engine, motor oil is being vaporized into exhaust, leaving less and less protection. That's why there's Castrol GTX 10W30. Of every leading 10W30, Castrol provides the most protection against volatility burn-off. So use Castrol, or watch more of your protection go up in smoke. Castrol GTX, the most protection against volatility burn-off.
No matter what size fax you send, no matter where in the world you send it, AT&T guarantees it'll get there. Because now, AT&T has 70% more international routes, which means more ways to get around trouble and more ways to steer clear of danger. So your international fax gets through. No matter where in the world you send it. Guaranteed network reliability at a competitive price, only from AT&T for the life of your business.
Joe McGinty was a failed backup football announcer who vowed his sons would fulfill his broadcast dreams. McGinty masterminded perhaps the grandest scheme this country's ever known. 3 of his sons would attain an all-pro knowledge of the sport. 1 would become an announcer, the last a journalist. They were then assigned different last names, so none could be accused of nepotism. In the coming months, you'll learn their incredible true story.
Dueling football, Arizona, Iowa here, Eastern Michigan and Wisconsin over on ESPN2 if you flip over after game day. Then at 6 o'clock, Carolina and Syracuse. That's the first part of the doubleheader. Coy Detmer in Colorado against 4 first-year starters for CSU in the nightcap. We set it up with a scoreboard show at 5:30 Eastern time over on ESPN2. Now, the Orangemen and Tar Heels share this in common. Both shut out Clemson in their most recent game. Carolina's defense was smothering last week. How much was bad Clemson? How much was good defense? We will find out tonight. But we don't have to wait that long for the thoughts of Ron Franklin and Mike Gottfried. Fellas?
Thanks, Chris. When you talk about linebacker university, automatically Penn State comes to mind. And in the last 10 to 12 years, you also have to add Miami to that list. And you certainly don't think of North Carolina as linebacker U. But LT is not the only linebacker of distinction from the school. When you go back and you look at their record books, try on these numbers. 24 of the last 27 years, North Carolina has had at least 1 linebacker on the all-conference team. And when you research even further and look at the current NFL rosters, there are 6 North Carolina linebackers that are playing in the National Football League. And scouts tell us those numbers are going to grow in the near future. Many have rated this year's group of James Hamilton, Kay Mays, and Brian Simmons as tops in the nation. Case in point, they led the ACC last year in total defense and finished 6th in the nation. Last week against Clemson, they held the Tigers to only 91 yards, 6 first downs, and forced 4 turnovers that led to 24 points.
I think all 3 of the starting linebackers will play in the NFL, and I think the 3 backups, if they'll continue to grow, have a chance, and there may be some others on campus.
And Chris, tonight, they'll be a focal point for us as they get tested in a very loud environment against a very dangerous quarterback and sophomore sensation, Donovan McNabb.
Okay, Ron, it was a year ago against the Tar Heels that 18-year-old redshirt freshman took his first snaps as Syracuse quarterback. Donovan McNabb's mission that day was modest. Don't lose the game with mistakes. Later, he learned how to win games with his playmaking instincts. Mike Tirico traces the story behind McNabb mania from its modest beginning beneath the pines of Kenan Stadium.
The decision to start Donovan a year ago against North Carolina was more of a gut feeling that the staff had, a feeling that he was a playmaker.
Once I got the nod against North Carolina, I just wanted to go out there and have a lot of fun.
Donovan McNabb made the Carrier Dome a fun house again.
Quarterback draw. 5-10. He's at the 5-yard line. Makes another miss. Gets a block, and he will score.
There's no way we could have anticipated it would have worked out the way it did.
McNabb set an NCAA freshman record for passing efficiency while running a complex offense that mixes the option with drop-back passing. His combination of quickness and throwing accuracy put the bite back in an offense that had become predictable. But what set him apart was an uncanny ability to improvise, turning chaos into success.
We look back and we see what he has gotten out of, and we think to ourselves, why did we let this happen? But thank God he got out of it.
He just has that playground, love of the game type of attitude that the pressure situations don't bother him.
He's every ingredient that I believe you'd want in a quarterback. He can create his own play, he can throw off the drop back, he can throw on the run, and he can beat you with the option. This could be the story of Donovan McNabb, the kid getting ready to try to fill the shoes that Tommy Frazier at Nebraska. But in the recruiting process, McNabb chose Syracuse over Nebraska, in part because the coaches let him play football, then basketball. Now, McNabb played under 10 minutes on the Final Four Orange Hoop team last year, but still, he found a way to make a difference.
For a guy that didn't come in and play, he was great in practice. He was great on the bench. He's one of those rare athletes, Mike. I mean, he's a leader on and off the court, you know, whether he's playing or not playing.
I, myself, don't want to be remembered as this guy who, you know, sit there and crack jokes, have fun, smile on the bench. If I have the opportunity to go out there and play, then I can show everyone that Donovan McNabb is not only a football player trying to make basketball, that he's a football player that can play basketball also.
McNabb's basketball time probably won't increase appreciably this year. Still, he holds hope of following along the footsteps of his idol, two-sport star Charlie Ward. Like Ward, McNabb, too, has remained low-key and soft-spoken while becoming a big man on campus and at the newsstand.
I just let my parents and family look at those, and, you know, I just stay focused on what I have to do because I feel that, you know, no matter how much publicity you receive, you know, because you're winning, you know, just as fast as you start to lose or, you know, things don't go your way, then everybody start talking bad about you.
Is he as quick as Donovan Ferguson? No. Does he throw the ball quite as well as Marvin Graves? Probably not. But the total package, he probably brings more to the table than they all did. Now, will he have the track record those guys did in their career here? That remains to be seen.
Now the focus on the North Carolina quarterback situation. They killed themselves with miscues in this game and other games last year, so being mistake-free, the number one factor for them.
Yeah, they have changed offensive styles, now going to a pro-style attack. One thing Mac Brown had to make a decision on, who's going to lead the attack? Young Oscar Davenport, who has a lot of talent, or the experience of a junior college transfer in Chris Keldorf. He opted for the latter and going for Chris Keldorf. And Keldorf last week in his debut against Clemson looked fantastic. He had a steady performance, 15 to 22, 182 yards. The thing that I think he needs to do, Mac Brown tells me he has great composure. Going into a hostile environment tonight in the Carrier Dome, he needs that. I think Carolina pulls off the upset with pressure defense and Keldorf's composure.
Not so fast, my friend. North Carolina does have an advantage. They played a game. This is Syracuse's opener. But Syracuse wins this one for two reasons. Number one, the home dome advantage. It's hot inside. It's muggy in there. It'll hurt North Carolina in the fourth quarter. Crowd noise messes up the Carolina automatic system, and the artificial turf. North Carolina likes to play on grass. Now, the second reason, Donovan McNabb, Syracuse by a touchdown.
And Mike Tirico tells me when it's cool and rainy like today, it's not quite as humid in the dome, so I don't know about the dome factor.
That's all hype.
Yeah.
It's in your
you guys
head. It's in your
disagree?
head.
I agree with both of you. Mark this down, Lee. Mental factors, whether it's the dome or mistakes. These teams are evenly matched physically. We'll see who wins the battle. Thank you for marking that down. Sure. Coming up, we'll check in with the champs of the Big Ten. They were the hunters last year. Now they're the hunted. Can they respond? Plus, a look at the legacy of the late Brooke Berringer. The mark he left in the program still a part of the quest for another national title.
Inside every person who needs a minivan is someone who swore they'd never buy one. For that someone, Honda created Odyssey, with 4 doors and a fold-away third seat. It's the minivan for people who deep down inside aren't minivan people. Odyssey, the Honda of minivans.
When you paint, you need more than a stroke of luck. You need Ace. Ace makes their own paint, so you get all the quality for a lot less than the other leading brands. So don't paint yourself into a corner.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Tonight, ESPN2 kicks off with doubleheader action when North Carolina faces an early season test as they try to contain sophomore sensation Donovan McNabb. Then Coy Detmer begins Colorado's quest for the national title when they invade Fort Collins to battle intrastate rival Colorado State. North Carolina, Syracuse at 6. Colorado State at 9. Tonight, only on ESPN2.
During Nebraska's era of dominance, the focus has so often shifted away from Cornhuskers actually on the field to those who have been forced off of it. Pushing aside those distractions has been the goal. Instead, today in Lincoln, the Huskers will remember one of their family who is not there. Brooke Behringer should have joined so many other ex-Huskers in the NFL this fall, but a plane he was piloting crashed this spring. He was killed. All across Nebraska and with the current Cornhuskers, Behringer leaves behind a powerful legacy. Here's Steve Cyphers.
9 days before their season opener, the two-time defending national champions go about their work. And more than 300 miles away.
Hi, I'm Gary Brandt, manager of the Midas Muffin and Brake Shop here in Kearney. At Midas, we offer fast, free inspections and give you an upfront estimate of repair costs. Plus, you get the famous Midas Guarantee honored at over 1,800 shops nationwide. Let our ASE certified technicians provide you excellent service for all your exhaust, brakes, suspension, and lube oil filter needs. We pledge to give you quality products and service at a fair price. That's the Midas way. Come in and give us a try. You'll be glad you did.
Serving Oxford and your hometown, this is NTV.
ABC Sports presents Burger King College Football Today, brought to you by Burger King, where you get great taste and great value every day. Get your burger's worth. Now from New York, John Saunders and Todd Blackledge.
Today on ABC's College Football from Lincoln, Nebraska, it's the two-time defending national champion Cornhuskers and the Spartans of Michigan State. Welcome to our New York studios. We begin the day here on the Ledge. And Todd, one of the reasons Nebraska's after a third consecutive national title is an offense that's more complicated than a lot of people give it credit for.
It really is, John. And as long as I can remember, the Nebraska offense has been built on three things. Number one, power running, where they give the ball to the eye back behind a big offensive line. Number two, play action pass, fake the run, throw the ball downfield, and finally the option. Now, what's made them more difficult to defend in the last couple of years is their expanded use of formations and personnel groups, particularly with the option. This is the standard Nebraska formation. I formation, one tight end, two wide receivers, two running backs. You'll also see them bring another tight end in the game and go with a more power formation. Now you'll see Nebraska take a tight end out of the game, put another wide receiver in, an eye-open formation similar to what Tennessee uses. They've even gone to more one-back sets, some of the exotic passing formations. Take a look at this. 4 wide receivers in the game, the quarterback in the shotgun. You think Nebraska has to throw from this, right? Not this team. They'll still run the option. Defending the option is all about assignments. Who has the quarterback? Who has the pitch man? And because Nebraska shows the option from all formations, as a defense, you have to be prepared to stop it from every formation. That's a lot of headaches for coaches, John. And Nebraska will only run the option maybe 6 or 7 times in a game, but the threat is always there.
All right, a guy who's seen the option plenty of times over the years, our man who called the game, Keith Jackson.
All right, John, let's continue on the note of the quarterback. Now, they had the perfect man here for that system in Tommy Frazier, but he is gone. The new man, Scott Frost, takes over, and Husker coach Tom Osborne says it looks like a perfect fit.
You know, you draw a guy on the blackboard, he's pretty close to what you draw for this offense. He's about 6'2.5", 6'3", 215. Probably can run under 4.6 consistently, and he has a good arm and a good mind, and he's a contact player. So we have high hopes for him.
And that means that all the opposition is going to continue another season of trying to outrun the Big Red Train. John?
All right, Keith, thanks a lot. Last year it was 50-10. Do the Spartans have a chance?
They do, but they've got to do 2 things. Number one, they've got to protect the football. They can't turn it over in Lincoln. And secondly, they must not allow any easy touchdowns. Make the Huskers earn it.
All right, we'll have scores and highlights at halftime, plus be joined by Colorado head coach Rick Neuheisel after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
I'll stop the world and melt with you. You've seen the difference and it's getting better all the time. I'll stop the world and melt with you.
difference between children and parents is that children are the ones without a care in the world. Keeping them carefree and protected is the reason you get life insurance for yourself. With State Farm, you'll get a life insurance company that has always received the highest possible ratings for financial strength. And that can help you be sure that your kids will get to be kids for just as long as they please. State Farm understands life.
What does it feel like in the new Club World tilting cradle seat? What does it feel like in the Club World London Arrivals Lounge with private showers?
Back to school? Ha! These guys are always graded on a curve. The Indy Racing League roars into Las Vegas next Sunday on ABC Sports.
For a day of family fun, slide on over to Champions in Hastings. Sports and Recreation, located at 1220 West 18th Street in Hastings.
Nobody brings you closer to Central Nebraska than NTV's Eric Day and Pam Weiss. They're veteran journalists who know Central Nebraskans' day-to-day lives. Whether it's the economy, the legislature, schools, or agriculture, Eric Day and Pam Weiss are there reporting on the issues that affect your family. NTV News at 6 and 10 with Eric Day and Pam Weiss, bringing Central Nebraska's news to your hometown.
College football is here on NTV, and we want to give away 2 trips to college football's biggest events of the year. The Big 12 Championship and the National Championship game, the Sugar Bowl. All you have to do is watch NTV. When you see a commercial with this Go Big Red button on it, write down the business name, day, and time you saw the commercial, plus your name, age, address, and phone number, and send it to NTV Championship Giveaway. P.O. Box 220, Kearney, Nebraska 68848. You must be 21 years or older to enter. Serving Cambridge in your hometown, this is NTV.
ABC Sports College Football presents the Spartans of Michigan State and the Nebraska Cornhuskers. The Cornhuskers. Memorial Stadium, Lincoln, Nebraska. 72,000 plus people still make it the 3rd largest city in the state. And it's the Cornhuskers that unite this state. They bring a joy that whirls across the heartland like a frivolous dust devil. The opposition today comes from East Lansing, Michigan, a proud tradition themselves as they come in to the land of the Big Red. Hello again, everybody. Keith Jackson along with Bob Gracie. Bob, since we're talking about Nebraska, let's consider the strength of this team as they kick off for the first time defense.
Well, this defense was one of the top 5 defenses in the country last year. 8 fifth-year seniors returned. My partner picked this footage out. It's a quarterback laying on his... The 2 defensive ends are the top players on this team, the best group of defensive ends that have ever been in Nebraska. If it takes championship defense, Keith, to win a 3rd national championship, they've got it.
Well, now, Michigan State was thrashed roundly by Nebraska at East Lansing last year, causing first-year coach Nick Saban to accuse them of quitting. They stabilized. They went to a winning season. They look like a better football team.
Well, they are, and Nick has said that this team has improved greatly from that first game last year in East Lansing. The first winning season, the first bowl game in 5 years. They're excited about the prospect. They're missing 5 players because of academics today. He's got a lot of young players going up against a lot of veterans. He needs a lot of turnovers and some special teams to help.
Tom Osborne trying to lead his Cornhuskers to a 3rd successive national championship. No team in college has ever done it before.
There's a place in New York owned by the biggest sports stars around.
You know, I like them with long hair.
And you never know when they'll show up.
Long. Short.
It's the official All-Star Cafe.
Ken Griffey Jr., 301 lifetime average.
Where the owners are always willing to help out.
Excuse me, it's 302.
So if you go, bring the right stats and the right card. Visa, because the All-Star doesn't take American Express.
301 lifetime average.
Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Wise.
These days, you're working harder than ever. You need a truck that does too.
Don't move.
Introducing the all-new 1997 Ford F-150. With even more horsepower and torque, and all the legendary strength of an F-Series.
Better get to the Grand Canyon before we do.
The all-new Ford F-150.
For the very best in home entertainment, the place to go is Circuit City, where right now this RCA digital satellite system is just $199.97 after $200 cash back from DirecTV. Just sign up for 1 year of DirecTV's Total Choice programming, and the RCA DSS system is yours for only $199.97. Get more movies, more sports, more news, more channels than cable. Plus, get coupons worth over $200 from USSB when you buy any DSS system. Hurry into Circuit City today.
The Nebraska Cornhuskers will receive the kickoff from Chris Gardner of Michigan State. Gardner, a junior out of Plantation, Florida. Deep to receive for the Huskers are number 21, Damon Benning, and number 30, Ahman Green. They are the 1 and 2 tailbacks for Nebraska. So you've got savvy and speed back to receive the opening kickoff. The sun popped out just as we read it for the kickoff. It's been raining off and on for the last hour. The kick is into the corner of the end zone. It will not be returned. It was a bad angle for the receiver, Green, to take it, and he let it go, and they'll bring it out to the 20. So here's the man of the hour, the story of this afternoon, Scott Frost, Jr. He went from Wood River, Nebraska to Stanford, played there, came back, sat out a year, makes his first start today. So he is a native son, come home at 6'3", 215 pounds. He is a junior. The first snap of 1996 for the defending national champions with Schuster at fullback and Green at tailback. Green with the ball, a sweep to the right. Lineman pulls out, he gets around the corner. He's at the 28-yard line for an 8-yard pickup, and it looks the same as it did 10, 12, 15, 20 years ago. Chili's, backs and receivers, the starting lineup for Nebraska. Ahman Green is bigger this year at 220 pounds. He has taken off about 12 pounds during the course of the preseason training, but he's bigger and stronger as a sophomore. This is Green again, first down at the 34-yard line. The offensive front is what makes this wagon roll, led by Aaron Taylor. They were worried they were going to take a great guard and move him and make an average center out of him, but his coach says he's coming along just fine. Zadiska, the younger brother of Rob, who was here and won the graduate scholarship a year ago. Chris Dishman is a 300-pounder. Taylor's 300, and Eric Anderson is 305. That's why they pull the wagon. This time the hit is right at the line of scrimmage on Green, and it is number 22, Reggie Garnett, a senior of Akron, Ohio, leader of the Michigan State defense that made the hit. Garnett is not all that big, but he's very active. He's 6'1", 230, and when you look at him, you don't think he weighs 230 pounds, but he hits like it. Marvin Wright is the leader of the defensive secondary. He's a senior, number 18, and will cover a lot of territory back there. So it is 2nd down and 9 now for Nebraska. And the play is into the middle, and they will stay there until Michigan State makes them quit. This is Brian Schuster, the fullback, with his first carry.
Keith, for Nebraska, the game stories, they have the best running game in the country last year. Michigan State had the worst run defense, and for Nebraska, avoid the first game overconfidence. This is their first game. Michigan State has a game under their belt.
John Vedro comes way wide to the bottom of the picture. Now you see a different formation and you see movement. And we could see Scott Frost's first pass of 1996 as he rolls it out and keeps it and runs into a bunch of white shirts. He was a little bit hesitant about which way to cut it, and he cut it right back into traffic. Ike Reese and Ray Hill got him in a hurry.
Well, you didn't see his first pass, but you did see his first option. And this is a big accomplishment for Michigan State defense. The real test was that offensive line against Michigan State's defensive line.
One of the worst things about an opening game like this, in front of a crowd like this, you come out of that tunnel, you feel like a warrior, then you're ready for the first play, your mind turns to oatmeal and you can't get a breath. And that's probably where they are right now, the whole bunch of them. Nigel Carter is the deep man, and Jesse Cush is back to punt. Got a little bit of pressure on him, but he gets it away, and it's not all that long, but it's a tail dragger, and it takes a favorable bounce for Nebraska. Rolls inside the Michigan State 15 and all the way down to the 12. So there, Michigan State will take over first down for their first possession of the ball game on a 46-yard punt.
For our inefficiency, because we make each of the Big Mouth burgers by hand, grilled one at a time by a person. And when you taste for yourself how good they are, you'll appreciate all the time we've wasted. Chili's fresh grilled Big Mouth burgers, monuments of inefficiency.
This is Ford Escort. Did you know that it's new? If you knew that it's new, did you know the wagon's new too? The engine is new, the suspension improved. A safety cell protects but stays out of view. It's quieter inside to shush out the out. But for those who simply must twist and shout, there's premium speakers on a new stereo, so you can get every note and get it to go. This Escort is great. This Escort is nice. This Escort has a very sensible price. So why not check out the newest Escort this season? We've given you every rhyme and rhymed every reason.
Inside your car's fuel system, there's a constant battle between good and evil. So if you have a dirty fuel system, none of these dark forces can match the power of STP Complete Fuel System Cleaner. STP's most technologically advanced fuel system cleaner ever. Dirt has met its match. STP Complete Fuel System Cleaner.
USC invades Illinois. Big Ten power Penn State hosts Louisville. More games featuring Florida State or Oklahoma. Part of an ABC college football doubleheader next.
Todd Schultz had a very good start at quarterback for the Michigan State Spartans last week in the win over Purdue. He's 6'4", 217, junior out of Morris, Illinois. No turnovers in the ball game last week for him. He ran a very controlled offense, one that was very successful and looked quite good. Today he will face obviously more pressure than he did last week. But he looked like he was ready to play last Saturday. And from the 12 on first down, they hand the ball inside to the sixth-year senior Dwayne Goldborn, and he picks up a yard or so. Chili's starting lineup for Michigan State. The backs and receivers include Goldborn. He is 5'9", 200. You see Derek Mason, number 80. He's highlighted for a reason. He's out there for a couple of plays at least with a broken wrist. His right wrist was broken last week, very early in the ball game, and he's trying to play as a kick returner and as a wideout.
He's a big-time player, Keith.
This is Goldborn again, and he will get it up across, well, just about to the 15-yard line.
So look at Wistrom, number 98. He is unblocked. The play goes away from him, but look at the hustle. Defensive end from the opposite side catches that play. Offensive coaches don't draw that up. He is not supposed to get that play.
It is 3rd down and 7, and Cedric Irvin has checked into the ball game for Michigan State. He's the freshman out of Miami who had the big week, scored 4 times last week. The pass is tipped at the line of scrimmage. The quarterback was knocked down by Wistrom, and as he got his pass away, it was tipped at the line of scrimmage. The offensive front, Dave Mudge and Flozell Adams, the 2 tackles, are going to have very hard days here in Lincoln, Nebraska. But they're good, and they may very well be up to the challenge. Now, however, they must block for the punt. And in to do the punting is Paul Ettinger. He's a freshman for Michigan State out of Lakeland, Florida. In high school, he had 46 of 51 kickoffs that were touchbacks, so he's got a big leg. The punt carries to the 41-yard line, where it's accepted by Mike Fullman. And Mike Fullman, who has been struggling with a pulled groin muscle throughout the preseason training, will bring it back to the 49-yard line. That was a 44-yard punt. Tonight on ABC, James Marston, one of the stars of Second Noah at 8 Central Time. Then the concluding night of the story of the world's greatest rock band ever, the Beatles Anthology. Tonight, after Second Noah, here on ABC. Nebraska comes up again with same lineup, Green and Schuster behind Frost. This time the starting point is a little better. This is what the defense does for them. Field position. Frost's first pass as a Husker quarterback is off the hands of the intended receiver, Sheldon Jackson, a sophomore from Diamond Bar, California. Jackson was open. Frost missed him.
Well, he wasn't that wide open, Keith. There was a couple of receivers downfield that were covered. Jackson was the outlet, and it would have had to been a pretty good throw to hit him. But Tom Osborne calls all the plays, a steady diet of running plays in the first series. The Huskers take over on their second drive in great field position right at midfield.
2nd down and 10. Handed off to Green. Pulled away from the first man that got a grip on him, Chris Smith, and he drags him up to about the 46-yard line. Here's Lynn Swan.
Well, Keith, Todd Schultz came off to the sideline. He took a good shot on the knee, that left knee, and what I've been told here is that he injured that left knee in the summertime in the weightlifting room. Hasn't really come around for him. In that last play, he threw the football, got rolled up on, limped off to the sideline. So the doctors have checked him out. They haven't indicated whether or not he'll be in the ball game when they get the ball back. Keith?
I don't see anybody warming up.
He doesn't act too much like he's hurt either, does he?
No. 3rd down and 6. Frost again. Throws this time to Vedral. And Vedral, a senior wingback, makes the reception, but he is short of the first down. Ray Hill made a good defensive play for the Spartans. And so once again, the Michigan State defense hunkers down, and Nebraska's got a punt.
Very impressive. Michigan State defensively last year, not very good. This year, Dean Pease, the defensive coordinator, has got them going. A lot of young players. Keith, if you've got a trick in your kicking game for Nebraska, this might be an area you may want to try it.
Jesse Cush is in to kick it. He had a 46-yarder a moment ago. Najee Carter, number 81, is the deep man for Michigan State. He is a wide receiver with good moves and good speed. Snaps on the money. High kick this time, and fair catch signal, but there's no way that Carter could get to it. So it starts to roll, and it rolls down.
These punters have got to love this artificial surface.
Oh, yeah.
They hit, and it just takes off running.
33 yards on the punt, but very effective.
Here's a look at the last possession for Michigan State, and look at Schultz. He's going to get hit from the top of your screen. I think it's the defensive end.
It's Wistrom.
Wistrom coming around, and he just gets hit. Yeah, he's kind of short-legging it, but he's back.
And it's Irvin. Cedric Irvin is now at tailback for Michigan State. The ball is just at the 10. And it's fumbled. And it is rolling around under a pile of players, and I think Michigan State may have recovered it. Looked like Mazzolo may be the man who got on the ball. But Nebraska had a shot at it, and the man couldn't pull it in. And Irvin winds up with about 2 yards.
Well, that's the tailback fumble in the freshman. Here's a look at that defensive for Nebraska. Tomich and Wistrom, the two outstanding defensive ends. The linebackers are good, and Ralph Brown is a true freshman starting in his first game at Nebraska. That hasn't been done since after the war years.
Goldberg is in motion, pass thrown to him, makes the catch, but he's thrown out of bounds at about the 14-yard line by Eric Stokes, senior from right here in Lincoln. Good player. Free safety.
Michigan State, their stories, they need a big day from their kicking teams. They need some returns. They need to get some fumbles and turnovers and turnovers and turnovers. They need to play mistake-free on offense and turn the ball over on defense to have a chance in this ball game.
It's third down and about 7 from the 14-yard line. Schultz back, pressure coming, gets it away to the sidelines, intercepted, threw it. Ball got away and threw it right to Mike Minner, the strong safety. And Minner hauls it in. So again, the defense has handed it over to the offense down at the 22-yard line.
Schultz comes limping off. There's man coverage, tight man coverage, and a lot of pressure. That's the Nebraska recipe. That's Jason Peter, 55, that got a piece of him. That's just a poor throw. He had some heat on him. Minner had 2 interceptions last year. Great field position for offense for Tom Osborne.
Green, the eye back. Schuster's in front of him. Scott Frost looks like he might be changing the play. Sits in behind the center, gives it to Green. Down the daylight, down to the 10. First down. Mike Austin made the tackle. He went to the right. He got behind Anderson and Zadiska and found the daylight.
After a pickup of 10.
Take a look at Schultz getting repaired. Watch these 2 offensive linemen. They're not only big for Nebraska, but they are agile and they can move. Quick feet. 75 is Dishman. True is 77, who gets a great block on the linebacker. That's where we talk about the offensive line at Nebraska. Not only big, but quick.
Just short of the 10, first down. Scott Frost, the quarterback. Touchdown, Cornhuskers.
The defense takes the ball away, sets up the offense, and in 2 plays, Nebraska scores.
Chris Brown for the extra point. Federal holds. The kick is good. Adam True, the tackle, does the snapping.
From behind the defense, fake to the fullback, an option. True, 77, gets up through the hole. Touchdown, Nebraska.
This is Ford Escort. It's new and it's nifty. It's made for the smart, the intelligent thrifty. It's new out and in, has airbags for 2. Even anti-lock brakes are available. Ooh, the trunk, it is huge to hold tremendous treasure. And if your treasure is of stupendous measure, the rear seat folds down to let bigger things in, still leaving room for your next of kin's kin. It has all the whatsits and gidgets, to put it concisely, and Escort's right price should suit you quite nicely.
Boston Market, the place that made hot hand-carved Boston Carver sandwiches famous, proudly announces the new $4 chicken carver combo. A chicken carver, side, and regular soft drink for $4. Hurry in for a chicken carver piled high with real cheese on a bakery roll, plus a freshly prepared individual side and a regular soft drink for just $4. The $4 chicken carver combo, only at Boston Market. Carving out a better sandwich.
A lot of people my age set off on cruises around the world. Now I set off on a second career. Hi, guys. Of course, my Dean Witter broker's impeccable investment advice prepared me for any sort of retirement I chose. And I chose to start over with a business of my own.
Wait a minute, are you sure you're old enough to be here?
That's my idea of a fascinating adventure.
At Dean Witter, we measure success one investor at a time.
College football on ABC Sports brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar, home of the Big Mouth Burgers. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be. By Circuit City, the choice for price, selection, and service. And Ford Escort, it's new and nifty, made for the smart, the intelligent, thrifty. Chris Brown will kick off for Nebraska. Derek Mason will go back to receive it for Michigan State. Remember now, he has a broken right wrist. So he'll have to handle the ball between his arms and his body and hold it in his left hand. But I don't think he's going to want to return. Well, it hung up in the wind. He's on the goal line. He'll take a shot at it. Looking for a little help. And he's out of bounds at about the 13, 14-yard line.
Take a look at Schultz on the sideline. He was injured on this play. It's Wistrom, number 98, that's going to come around. Being blocked to the outside there. Right here he gets hit as he's throwing the football. And he limped off again for the second time. Ornstein now in the ball game. He must have had that knee hurt, Keith, coming into the ball game, as Lynn said earlier.
Well, Gus Ornstein is a transfer from Notre Dame. He's the number 2 man in the quarterback alignment at the moment, but he may have just stepped into the hot box for the afternoon here in Lincoln, Nebraska. So he wanted to play football. He's got his chance. It is Nigeria Carter, the man to the bottom of the picture. It's Goulbourne and Garrett Gould lined up behind Gus Ornstein. And from the 11-yard line, or just outside the 10, is where they put him down. He is dropped behind the line of scrimmage by Jason Peter. So the Michigan State running back that time did not get to the line of scrimmage.
And you can't run slow developing plays and run sideways because that quick defense will get you. Keith, sometimes, and I'm talking about Ornstein now, sometimes when you're not the guy, the pressure's not on you all week. If you're not the number 1 quarterback, sometimes you go in and you're more relaxed if you're replacing your starter.
Handoff is inside. This time a little daylight for Goulbourne, and Dwayne gets it out to the 15-yard line. Here's Lynn Swan.
Well, Keith, Bob was correct. As I said, he did injure that knee before coming into training camp, and the doctors and trainers have said he has sprained not the same ligament, but another ligament in the same knee. That's why they're icing it down. They're not going to put him back in the second half. They will evaluate him at halftime. Keith?
Cedric Urban checks in at tailback now, with Gould remaining at fullback and moving out into a slot position. So they spread the field with this offensive alignment. On third down, Ornstein's pass is drilled to the numbers, and the catch is made, and that is a very good pass and a very good catch by Derek Mason, who's playing, as we told you, with a broken right wrist. But he caught the ball against his body, and it may have been a good thing because the coverage was good.
Well, and the coverage was provided by the true freshman, the first true freshman that started in years, the first game here. And you don't normally see a defensive back, especially a corner, the true freshman, but that's who they threw at, and expect that some more.
And they got their first down with Urban back in the backfield. Ornstein back to throw again. He's a little taller. He's got a man, Mason, and Mason used that sore right wrist to haul that ball in. It takes courage to do that, but he got it, and he got a first down at the 41-yard line.
And the matchup, Keith, the matchup is Mason against the true freshman. Charlie McBride, the defensive coordinator, plays a lot of man coverage. Just going to set the kid out there and let him play and hope that his pressure gets to the quarterback. That time it wasn't good enough.
Octavius Long has come in now at that wideout position, and Mason has left the field. But he made the play. First down, 41-yard line. Ornstein gives it to Urban. This time the freshman tucks it away a little firmer and holds on to the ball as he is taken down by Jamel Williams. He gained 3 yards up to about the 44, close to the 45. Make it a 2nd down and 6 and call it the 45. Yes, it is a sold-out stadium. 209 consecutive home sellouts for Nebraska. Back to that spread formation again with Urban and Reese. Split backs behind Ornstein. Schultz hurt a knee. He's out. Ornstein with the ball. Play action over the middle. It's good. And down goes Octavius Long, number 20, at about the Nebraska 42-yard line for another 1st down for Michigan State.
Ornstein looks very calm and very poised, Keith, in the pocket. As I mentioned, occasionally when the starter gets hurt and the backup comes in, he's not expecting to play. He's relaxed all week. He says, my attitude is, hey, the first guy's hurt, I'm just going to do the best I can, and he's playing very well right now.
But
offside on the defense. The penalty's refused. 1st down.
Never saw the flag. But they turn it away anyway and take the play for the 1st down. 42-yard line. The officials today, mixed crew. Randy Crystal is the referee. Spartans now taking some heart off this offensive surge. Hand the ball away to the up man, Travis Reese. And he'll move it inside the 40 to the 39. The interior people for Michigan State, Shaw, Beard, and Mosallam. But it's the 2 tackles, Mudge and Adams, that are so critical because they're the ones that need to buy the time for that quarterback. Ornstein back again, and again he has Peter after him, and he's got him. Throws him down, and he is down. That is not a fumble. The referee Crystal right on it, but the loss is back to the 47-yard line. So Jason Peter got loose in the middle and took him down.
Jason Peter is wearing his brother's number. They were both in the defensive line. Here you go right here. Watch as Jason Peter, his brother Christian, and he played the defensive tackles last year. His brother graduated. He switched his number. Just runs by the guard and just it's his 1st sack of the year.
Goldborn comes in at the tailback position now as they go to a shotgun with Ornstein. Looking at 3rd down and 16. And Michigan State calls timeout. It is Derek Mason who called the timeout. There was something wrong with the people on the field or the alignment.
You've been thinking about getting a digital satellite dish. And thinking some more. Well, think about this. The people at Radio Shack can answer your questions. Plus, now they've got great deals. Own an RCA brand DSS dish with programming for about $1 a day plus installation. Up to 200 channels of select movies and sports available on USSB and DirecTV. Think about it. Better yet, stop thinking about it. Radio Shack, you've got questions, we've got answers.
The job needs 4 guys now, and the guys need all their equipment. You're working harder than ever. You need a truck that does too. Meet the all-new 1997 Ford F-150, the only full-size pickup with a standard Super Cab 3rd door, 60/40 split rear bench, and standard dual airbags, plus a taller cab for more hat and boot room than ever. After all, the guys aren't getting any smaller. The new Ford F-150. Strength after strength after strength.
Some of the most admired cars you'll see are owned by the guys who know cars best. They're ASC certified master mechanics, and the #1 brand of motor oil these guys use in their own cars and trucks is Valvoline, makers of Durablend, the leading semi-synthetic for a cleaner engine due to better control of harmful deposits. So use the oil the mechanics who take care of your car use to take care of theirs. Valvoline. People who know use Valvoline.
Monday night, an ABC News special, John Stossel revealed some startling information about us. We the people. Are we scaring ourselves to death? And it's a classic NFC matchup as Brett Favre and the Green Bay Packers battle the Philadelphia Eagles on ABC's NFL Monday Night Football. All Monday here on ABC.
Is Lynn going to be at that game? might rain.
It'll probably rain. Yeah, only for training. Ball is at the 47-yard line. 3rd down and 16 now for Michigan State. Ornstein flushed out of the pocket and thrown down for a loss back to the 49 by Jamel Williams. Jamel Williams is a defensive back playing linebacker. That's what they've done at Nebraska. That's where this enormous speed has come from their core of linebackers.
Well, that's very true, and Ornstein could not outrun him, and he couldn't throw it because there was nobody open.
And Paul Ettinger is on the field. At least the offense moved the ball some. With their starting quarterback injured, Ornstein came in and did a good job. It is Mike Fullman and Damon Benning deep. Ettinger's kick, good high hanging kick. They're going to let it go, and it takes a Nebraska into the end zone. And we've got 3:16 left to play in the first quarter with the Cornhuskers leading 7-0. They take over at the 20. With the rain early on today, you truly had your sea of red, if you will, here at Memorial Stadium, red and white. Rain has stopped, the sun is out, and it's quite warm. Damon Benning is the tailback as they come up for this possession. And Scott Frost steps in behind Aaron Taylor. Chris Smith bouncing around in the middle defensively for Michigan State. Give the ball to Benning. He's been hitting out of there with authority to the 27. Banging into Ray Hill. Down he goes, but 7 yards. It's worth the punishment.
Let's take a look at the offensive line again. The same 2 guys on the left side. Watch as they pull. In 75, that's Dishman. Watch the cut block he gets on the linebacker right here. So good, the lineman out at getting out and chopping block and getting the linebackers down.
Joel Makovica has checked in at fullback now for the Huskers. Heading again. Searching along the line of scrimmage. Gets over the 30. He's got a first down for the Cornhuskers, and we check in with Lynn Swan.
Well, Keith, before the game began, the Nebraska football team dedicated its season to their backup quarterback who passed away in a private airplane crash, Brooke Barringer. And his number will not be worn by any player this year, number 18. But under every jersey, the players from Nebraska will be taking a little bit of memory of Brooke Barringer, the guy they dedicate the season to, with them. And there will be an award at the end of the season named after him for the most courageous backup. Keith?
Did a fine job when he exemplified the team spirit.
He was well liked. Yeah, he was a good kid.
He was the pilot of the light plane that went down. This is Scott Frost turning it back inside from the 31 out to the 38. That's 7 yards. When you're getting 7 yards on running plays on first down, you're in pretty good shape.
Well, he's not going to be a Tommy Frazier, and he won't do it the same way. But if you were with us at the beginning and heard Tom Osborne, he said if you could draw up what you need for this offense, you'd be pretty much drawing up Scott Frost. He likes his height, he likes his throwing ability, he likes his toughness and his speed. This kid, I think this kid is going to fit into this offense pretty nicely, Keith.
Tailback, Damon Benning. And this time the Spartans handle him short of the first down. They've got to get just past the 41 to get it. Scott Frost's mom, Carol Mosica, was a member of the United States Women's Olympic team, 1968, Mexico City.
He's got some pretty good bloodlines. His dad was a halfback here at Nebraska, and his mama threw the discus,
Yeah, Mom threw the discus in the Olympics and won a gold medal in the Pan Am Games in '67, and she coached him. In fact, she coached the Nebraska women's track and field team for a time. You're right. This is Benning for the first down. He's another one of those strong-legged, twisting halfbacks from Omaha. They're everywhere. The top 3 tailbacks here at Nebraska are Green, Benning, Sims, and they're all from Omaha.
Here's a look at Eric Anderson, the right tackle, Keith. He placed second in the shot put his senior year at the state track meet. There's a guy in that huddle that won the state track meet. Who do you think it is? Right there, Scott Frost, the quarterback. won the state shot put championship.
This is the fullback, Makovica, sophomore out of Brainerd. And he runs in traffic just like his mother did, like a hammer. And he moves it on down to the 43-yard line. And you got a timeout called. One of the Michigan State Spartans is shaken up on the play. That'll be Reggie Garnett. They've already lost their starting quarterback.
They don't
need to lose him. My goodness.
He is their top defender right here.
So time is out for Reggie Garnett.
.22 in the middle there, Garnett. This is his 35th start at Michigan State. Looks like somebody falls on the back of his legs. He led this team in tackles last year, and he is their leader defensively.
The Cornhuskers are leading by a score of 7-0 with 20 seconds remaining in the first quarter, and Reggie's got to come out of the ball game for the time being. Todd Schultz re-injured a knee from a weight room injury. He's out. And into the ball game, replacing Garnett, is Tyrone Garland, a junior from Cliffwood, New Jersey. Weighs 230 pounds.
His defense is already a little bit thin, Keith. They have lost 4 starters this year to academics.
They've actually got linebackers playing defensive end.
Yes, they do. And a freshman linebacker, a freshman starting at linebacker.
Second down and 3. And this is Benning. He's got the first down. Put it at the 36-yard line as he simply runs over the right side. And they can't get him.
It's 37, Garland. He just came in for Garnett. Plays off the block of Dishman and gets over and gets a piece of the tackle.
After one in Lincoln, it's 7-0 Nebraska.
Someone figured out together we have 115 years working on Fords. My great-grandfather built the Model T. My grandfather built the Model A. My dad crafted the sheet metal for the Lincoln. Today I'm an engineer on the Mercury Sable and the Ford Taurus. Growing up, I was taught whatever I put my hand to must be done with the highest quality. After all, it has to live up to the family name.
Long ago, an inventor came up with the assembly line, allowing a few people to make a lot of something. It was the model for efficiency. At Chili's, we pride ourselves for our inefficiency, because we make each of the Big Mouth burgers by hand, grilled one at a time, by a person. And when you taste for yourself how good they are, you'll appreciate all the time we've wasted. Chili's fresh grilled Big Mouth burgers, monuments of inefficiency.
Specialist or sergeant. Beneath the ribbons on your chest will be the souls of those who came before. You will be an individual, but triumph as a team. You will know strength, courage, and compassion. You will win what must be won, achieve what must be done.
Be all that you can be.
You will be a soldier.
What did you eat this weekend?
A couple of burgers Friday night.
A couple of donuts.
2 tacos.
Barbecue ribs. Chocolate cheesecake Saturday night.
Some pancakes for brunch. Gee, that's funny. I should have exploded about an hour ago.
If you kind of ate your way through the weekend, start turning things around tomorrow with Kellogg's Special K cereal. Just 110 calories, not a speck of fat. Get those delicious, lightly toasted Special K flakes. Let your taste buds continue to enjoy. Start taking off what you took on this weekend. Make Monday Special K Day.
As we start the second quarter of play, Nebraska leading Michigan State 7-0. The Cornhuskers have the football. First down at the Michigan State 37-yard line. They started this possession from the 20. Scott Frost has behind him Damon Benning, the I-back, and Joel Makovica at fullback. The blitz. The option outside of it. And Benning takes the football down inside the 35 to the 34-yard line before Ike Reese can bring him down.
Keith, you don't blitz Nebraska very often, and I'll tell you why, because an option team, you don't blitz it. It forces you to really go vanilla. Todd Blackledge said in the pregame show about all the different formations and all the options that they run really forces a defensive team just to be vanilla, play zones, and not do much, because if you get one-on-one out there with an option guy, he may break it. You need more guys around the ball carrier.
It'll be second down and about 7. Play is in the middle to the 30. Now let's join Lynn Swan.
Well, Keith, college football tradition set it apart from every other form of football. And here at Nebraska since 1925, they've had 3 stadiums. But the one thing that's gone from each stadium is this horseshoe for good luck. And every team player comes through the hallway here, touches a horseshoe for good luck, then takes a field. I think over the last couple of years, it's worked out very well for them, Keith.
Well,
they only lost 1 game in 3 years around here.
The mules in the front have had a lot to say about what the thoroughbreds in the back have been doing. This is Scott Frost running it up the middle and picking up the first down. Took the snap and just banged up the middle like a fullback. I think he wants to prove something too. He'd like to absolutely prove to his teammates that I'm a tough guy too. I can get in there and take it.
Well, the snap's going to go directly, but watch from the left side as the 2 same linemen are pulling. That's Dishman and True. It's like a quarterback draw trap from shotgun formation. More things you can do with a running quarterback.
It's another first down just inside the 23-yard line. Cross back, goes underneath on a screen to the fullback Macapika, and that's a good defensive play by well, I'll get his number for you. Here are your first quarter statistics.
So look at the numbers. The time of possession at the bottom really doesn't show you the dominance of Nebraska. 95 total yards to 46. The 1 turnover that Michigan State had, Nebraska turned into their only score of the ball game.
Back up in the middle. First down. 3 yards, then second down. Not much that time, maybe another yard. So they're kind of pulling them all inside, and now look up. This drive, it's been 11 runs and 1 pass.
Here's a look at Nebraska's offense last year. In the Big 8, they led in everything. In the nation, they were first in scoring and rushing, averaging 400 yards per game on the ground.
On 3rd and 6. Frost is under center. Goes outside to get time. Got his man. And the ball's a little late getting there. And Vedral, Holbein can't pull it in. Brendan Holbein. He ran away from the pressure and had Holbein for a moment. Couldn't get it to him.
Holbein could have caught that, Keith. It wasn't that poorly thrown. I kind of chuckle when I think of Scott Frost being out at Stanford under Bill Walsh his first 2 years in that passing scheme, and then being here at Nebraska and Tom Osborne. The nuances that are different. It's more than a little.
This may fit him better.
A lot of rolling out. Yeah.
35-yard field goal try from Chris Brown, a sophomore from South Lake, Texas, is good. And so 11:59 to go in the first half, and Nebraska extends the lead
to 10-0. We have a wonderful 75 La Couille Cabernet, or an exquisite 58 Le Boussemillon, or a 62 Je Vous Pinot if you're in the mood for...
No. Enough of that old stuff. The lady and I would prefer something fresh. How about something in a lager? What do you got in a Budweiser from, say, early this month?
Budweiser. Brewery fresh taste. Strictly enforced.
Like a rock, I was strong as I could be. Like a rock, nothing ever got to me.
At the end of the day, there's only one full-size pickup that's best in initial quality.
Like a rock.
Chevy CK. It's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it.
We on the Community Standards Board find the new Burger King Bacon Double Deluxe indulgent. An excessive 3rd pound of flame broiled beef, sizzling hickory smoked bacon, and hot melted cheese. McDonald's and Wendy's just can't match all that. Is that fair? Unfortunately, this big, scandalous sandwich is only for a limited time.
Only the Burger King Bacon Double Deluxe has more of the big, beefy taste you love.
Townies this fall. An A degrading.
I swear, this is what ABC wants.
Let me see the memo.
Yeah, I have that in my car. Or the house.
The premiere of Townies, 1 week from Wednesday after Ellen.
Today at 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 Central, the Fighting Illini will be hosting Southern California. Louisville meets Penn State. TCU will battle Oklahoma. And Duke will take on the number 3 team in the country, Florida State. So check your local listings for the game on your ABC station. And the game's available from your cable operator today on ABC Sports. Chris Brown kicking off. 10-0 Huskers lead. Ball sails beyond the field of play.
That's the best way to keep it away from Derek Mason. Well, he got it in his hands, but he can't run it back. He is one of the all-time greats in the Big Ten right there, Mason. Running back kicks.
Yeah. Keith, number 22, Reggie Garrett, the middle linebacker who came out of the ball game, has a sprained medial collateral ligament in his right knee. The team doctor, Dr. Herb Ross, said they'll take him in at halftime, evaluate it, but they do not know whether he will come back and play in the second half. Keith?
Well, it doesn't look like it, Lenny. Reggie Garnett. It's a big loss for Michigan State.
This is Michigan State's best starting point for a possession. And the first down play with Goldborn carrying didn't net much, half a yard maybe. John Hesse brought him down, or John Hess. He's a fifth-year senior from Lincoln.
Local boy, John Hess, middle linebacker. Keith is a fifth-year senior. He's in graduate school. In fact, he's graduated in 11 semesters. He's majoring in psychology.
Cedric Irvin, the freshman, is at tailback. Has the ball. Reverse it. Najee Carter. Nothing doing. You will not run the ball east and west against Nebraska very successfully.
They're just so quick. I mean, you think, well, maybe if you start off in one direction, all the Nebraska players will be over there, and then you can come back the other way. But they are taught so well. You can't.
The man who made that tackle is Ryan Terwilliger. He's replacing Terrell Farley, who is suspended.
But the defensive ends slowed it up. Wistrom and Tomic.
Third down and 13. Dump it off for a screen. Goes to Irvin. He runs in that heavy traffic for a little while and just gets tumbled out of bounds as he picked up the better part of 5 or 6 yards. And so the Nebraska defense one more time.
This defense, Keith, is going to be strong all year. And we mentioned there are 8 fifth-year senior starters. So they are an experienced group, and they are quick.
Paul Ettinger is in to punt. It'll be his third of the day. He's had 44 and 49. Mike Fullman is the deep man. Pretty close, but he got it out of there, and now Fullman will give it a go. Not bad for a guy with a full groin, huh? Touchdown, Cornhuskers.
Practiced a lot in the last couple of weeks because, as you mentioned, the pulled groin. He said he was a little bit out of shape because of that. I'd like to have seen what he would have done if he'd been in shape.
The 40-yard punt, 62-yard return. Chris Brown out of Edwards hole. Crew snaps it. Kick is good. At 10:42 to go in the first half. It is now Nebraska 17. And Michigan State nothing.
Well, as what normally happens on these are missed tackles. You look at the opportunities. There's 1, 2. Then there's 3 more. 1, 2, that's 5 opportunities. Gould is 45. That's 3 more. He runs away. From long, gets back in it again. That's his second try that he's missed. I think he's run past or out of the hands of 9 different tacklers. He did this last year. Fullman returned punts for touchdown.
You're born, you go to school, and then one day, things begin to get interesting. Where there was once only a wall, there appears a door. You take a deep breath and walk through to the other side. Things are very different here. Now, instead of preparing, you're doing. Instead of waiting, you're moving. The stakes are a lot higher than they were in high school, because out here, the tests you're given are of your honor, your courage, and your commitment. This is your journey. It's time you got underway. Call 1-800-USA-NAVY. Let the journey begin.
When we developed our advanced handling and driver control system, we looked to Lexus and BMW. But we didn't stop there. Chevy Blazer with the exclusive driver control system. Even if you never take it this far, it's nice to know it's there.
So it is Mike Fullman with the big noise so far in the ball game as the Huskers build their lead to 17-0. Derek Mason is the deep man for Michigan State, and he still hasn't had a chance to return it. As the ball shoots through the end zone, it'll be first down Michigan State at the 20. Chris Brown, big leg.
And it's a key, Keith, if you can keep the ball away from him on kick returns. Chris Brown, as a freshman last year, came in and did a very nice job. And he's doing that again today, keeping the ball away from Mason. Well, the defense has set up the first touchdown with an interception for Nebraska. The offense then got a field goal on its own. And the special teams now has scored a touchdown. So all 3 factions have got into the scoring.
Gould and Goulburn in the backfield. Ornstein gives it to Goulburn, and he gets around the corner and close to a first down. That's really the first big ground gain they've had. They had 11 carries and 5 yards coming into that play, and they almost got that much on that one run.
Some good blocking downfield. Mosalem, the guard, Adams, the tackle.
Flozell Adams is worth talking about, Bob. He's 6'7", 325 pounds.
He's the best guy on that line.
Second down, about a foot. Goulburn will have the first down. They just surge forward and get it out at the 32.
That's who you're talking about, Keith. Flozell Adams.
Go with the flow.
6'7", 325. He's the best offensive lineman. He's a right tackle. Normally, you want your best tackle at the left side, but he has a hearing problem in his right ear, so he plays on the left side so he can hear out of his left ear.
Travis Reese at fullback, Cedric Irvin at tailback. Freshman scored 4 times last week. Creeping around now with the pass receiver. Ornstein goes the other way, and it is incomplete. And it was a pass thrown to Derek Mason, and the ball was up high. He had to use his hands. And he has only one good hand, remember? Yeah. And he could not make the
I think if you're going to throw it that hard to Derek Mason, you got to throw it right in his numbers and let him wrap his arms around it and use his chest to stop the ball.
Ornstein's first miss. He's now 4 out of 5 for 44 yards.
But they're trying to do the right thing, and that is get the ball out to Mason and Carter. They're 2 wide receivers who have some ability to run with it.
You got Kelsey and Rucker now in at the defensive end positions for the moment. And that's fresh legs. Ornstein is hit just as the ball is thrown, and again it's thrown too high. formation, he has to go up with his hands again, and he can't make hand catches.
Well, Keith, you're absolutely right. He can't. As a matter of fact, I was in the locker room talking with him and his receiver coach, and he was trying to tell his receiver coach that it's okay to catch a ball with your body and your arms, and his coach is nodding. But like Bob said, if he's going to do that, it's got to be low so he can protect the football, actually trap it with his bad hand, and then use that good hand to clamp down on it. He cannot go up and catch a bullet straight through because I think the pain is too much for him, and the padding on his calf.
3rd down and 10. Ornstein out of the shotgun. Throws low inside, well short of the first down. So Michigan State will punt it. That was Josh Kerr, the tight end, coming across, but he was down on the ground after about 6-7 yards. Well, is Mike Fullman pumped up? Is he going to back there again? Yes, he is. Fullman, a senior out of Roselle, New Jersey. He just returned the last kick for 62 yards and a touchdown.
I think I'd be kicking it away from him.
I think I would too. I do believe I would. Right at him. Lost his footing. When he made the catch, the ball was down around his knees, and he never regained his balance. A 36-yard punt and a 6-yard return. Tomorrow night is Emmy night on ABC. Paul Reiser hosts the 1996 Emmy Awards with Oprah Winfrey and Michael J. Fox and the biggest stars on television. Find out who wins the Emmys tomorrow night after America's Funniest Home Videos on ABC. Ike Reese in this ball game for Michigan State has made 8 tackles. So the outside linebacker has been very busy. This is Ahman Green back in there now after Damon Benning had his turn at tailback. And Green starting, trying to get down to the sidelines and get some help around the corner. Couldn't find much help, and Michigan State handles it.
Nebraska is used to scoring a lot of points. 35 points in every game last year. In fact, the closest win, and they did win them all last year, was by 14 points. That was their closest win, and that was right here against Washington State.
Tom Osborne's teams have now scored over 10,000 points for the opposition's 3,900. This is Brian Schuster. Up to about the 35.
It's one of those fullbacks. You know, all of the fullbacks, Tom was telling us, all 5 of them are walk-ons. Makovica, all five of the fullbacks on the roster for Nebraska are walk-ons. Makovica, who graduated last year, and Joel's brother, was a walk-on too. So I guess they give them all the scholarships to the tailbacks and the fullbacks and just do the dirty work. Hey, we can get those guys anywhere.
Here's Green looking for the first down, and he's short of it. At 7:15 to go in the first half, and the Huskers are leading 17-0 over the Spartans. And here comes the kicking team. 4th down and 2. Najee Carter goes deep for Michigan State. Jesse Cush, 2 punts, 46 and 33, but the 33 was killed inside the 15. You got 10 Spartans up there.
Looks like it could be a block, huh?
They might try. Nope, they peel off. Not a very good kick. Well, they got him thinking a little bit. He spun it off the side of his foot. It's out of bounds at about the 29-yard line. 32-yard punt. Timeout. 6:28 to go first half.
It's the only one out there. And here it comes. Introducing the only compact pickup to offer a third door. Okay, folks, show's over. Chevy S-Series, like a rock.
Hey, what's up, John?
Hey, what's up, man?
Watch the curve. Yeah, well, he's driving like my grandmother.
Yeah, and you drink like mine.
Give me a break, man.
Watch it. The idea is to keep the car on the road.
How about give me another drink?
Yeah, right. I think you've had enough.
Give me the wheel. Yeah, hold on, man.
I got it, man.
Go, man. Just slow down, man.
Yeah, man.
Let me tell you about giving the bell.
Did you know? Well, Coach Tom Osborne's been leading the University of Nebraska football team to multiple national championships. Husker professor Walter Mienka also coached the U.S. math team to first place with a perfect score in the International Math Olympiad. It's true. No matter how you add it up, there's no place like Nebraska.
First down at the 30-yard line for the Michigan State Spartans as they again try to get some offense going. And boy, that's a funny-looking shirt. But so far they have been able to move the ball.
They have, Keith, and they've done it, as I said, on all three phases of the game. The special teams have chipped in with a touchdown. The offense really has moved it, but sputtered. The only time they scored was when the defense set them up inside the 20-yard line, and they moved it like 20 yards for the touchdown. But I'm not surprised. Offenses usually sputter early in the season.
Ornstein buying time, drills his man. You give him time, he'll hurt you. Ball is knocked loose, but it's recovered by Michigan State. Nigeria Carter lost the ball. This catch Derek Mason could make, and he did. Ball bounced right up to him. And now Mason is down hurt after saving the play for the Spartans. The sky's beginning to fall on them.
Well, if they lose Mason, they've already lost Garnett with a knee injury.
And Schultz, the quarterback.
And Schultz. Right here, Carter's going to drop it. Mason is in the area, but he gets slammed to the turf pretty good.
Mason went down hard on that left shoulder.
Yeah, he got hit to the ground pretty hard. Here's a look at it.
He's a tough guy. Hurt that wrist is what it did, that broken wrist.
Wow.
Derek Mason is a tough guy. Also a very talented guy. Yep, that's what it is.
Good to see he's all right, yeah.
It's second down and about 2. That's close, but apparently not quite. They've got to go right to the 40, and they're just short of it. Here comes Urban, 33, and Gould back on the field.
Now, Gary Tranquil was talking about the linebackers right here. See how they get up? Well, not this one so much, but these other two, they're right up in the line of scrimmage. Now, the offensive line doesn't know whether they're going to come or whether they're going to back out, so they have to account for those guys in their blocking scheme.
The try for the first down by Urban. His mark will get him there. He got just over the 40, and then he got belted back. So the young man, the freshman from Miami, is getting a taste.
He had a lot of schools after him, Keith. He visited, I think, 6 different schools, including the University of Miami, and he committed to all of them. He said the tough thing was calling these guys back and telling them, you know, I really changed my mind, but it got down to Tennessee and Michigan State, and he couldn't decide, so he flipped the coin. And Michigan State came up tails twice. He's here and doing a nice job for the Spartans after only 1.5 games.
They've got their first down as Ornstein sets them up with a single back. That's Urban. Throw the ball behind the line of scrimmage. Urban's going to throw it. He's got a man, Carter, wide open. And the old trick play works. All the way down to the Nebraska 28-yard line, and a flag at the end of the play. Nigeria Carter got completely free. Good play by everybody on that one. Randy Crystal. Face mask against Nebraska, so tack on some more.
Well, what you got, Keith, is the true freshman. The true freshman on that side. take a look at the line play. Tomic is 93. There's the face mask right up there. But the true freshman, number 22, Ralph Brown, was in, saw the play, and came up. There's Brown right there. Now he gets back and makes the play, but they're taking advantage of the true freshman corner, and well, they should.
First down, Spartans with a threat here as they give it to Irvin, and Irvin is tripped up in the backfield by number 28, Jamel Williams. He got just a nip of him, but it was enough to destroy his balance. And he had a little bit of room, too.
Yes, he did. Here's a look at Ralph Brown as he goes off the field. Keith, he's from L.A., and as you know, he's an outstanding athlete. And they've had some problems at corner. Leslie Dennis has been hurt. Fullman was hurt a little bit. They think this kid can play, but it's a learning process. And, of course, the offenses are going to try and take advantage of a new kid out there.
Ornstein back, pressure coming, and he just simply, I don't know, maybe Wistrom got a piece of him. He wasn't hit very much, but as he turned away, he fell down all the way back at the 27-yard line.
They got two guys out here looking at him. The tight end, first of all, and the back. No, that's the tackle. It's Mudge and the back, and neither one of them. Quarterback has to step up, Keith. You set deep, and then the ends come around. Wistrom comes around. Then there was a lot of room for him to step up. That one was on Ornstein.
Third down and 15 now with Derek Mason back in the lineup. And they go out of the shotgun. Intercepted by Mike Minter, his second of the game, and you put this one on the scoreboard. It is touchdown, Nebraska. Federal hold. 24-0, 3:06 to play, first half.
Well, Ornstein is trying to hit the wide receiver right here on a little bit of a curl. Here's Minter. Watch him now as he looks into the backfield and has perfect vision all the way. Ornstein looks that way, waits. The ball should be in the air. It's a little bit too slow. The timing is not right. Minter is gone with his second interception of the day. Nebraska scored 6 touchdowns on defense last year. They got their first one here today. They've already set up another touchdown.
Premiering ABC Saturday in 3 weeks. John Alvarez graduated Harvard Law first in his class, but he's not your everyday Ivy Leaguer.
I need a Latino lawyer to work on that Borrego thing. Know anyone?
Well, let's see. My parents raised a Latino lawyer.
And yes, you're Hispanic, but you're not, really Hispanic.
Okay, check that out. Just so you're a really good lawyer, man. I could put a rider on your contract.
It's Greg Giraldo.
Hell, I could put a low rider on your contract.
In Common Law, premiering ABC Saturday in 3 weeks.
Minter has always been a Nebraska man.
Remember a couple of years ago, Keith, when he injured his knee and had to sit out last season, or the year before. He's an outstanding player.
Got a baby son. An intrastate rivalry on the field tonight. National champion contender Colorado. The Buffaloes are up at Colorado State in Fort Collins. That's at 9 Eastern on the Deuce tonight, ESPN2. And Rick Neuheisel's going to be on at halftime with John Saunders and Todd Blackledge. Because we're going to go over to Boulder next week when Michigan comes rolling into town. But I'll tell you what, I'll bet you Mr. Neuheisel and his boys are going to have sort of a busy night up at Fort Collins.
Well, Sonny Lubick's got a surprise for him, you think?
Well, he scored 62 points last week.
Yeah.
That would be a huge, huge win for them if they could pull it off. But the Buffaloes are the Buffaloes. From the 20-yard line, it'll be Goulburn. And at 3 minutes to go in the first half, He's going to pick up about 4 yards on the carry. Nebraska's points have totaled 24. The offense has scored 10. The defense 14. Fullman and Minter returning one. In Minter's case, intercepted pass, 84 yards, and Fullman went 62 yards for the punt return. 2nd down and 6 for the Spartans. Stay with the ground game. The team that is going to give Nebraska some trouble probably is a team that is big enough and strong enough just to hunker down with them and control the ball. Keep the ball.
Here's a look at their first 6 possessions. They've had 4 punts and 2 interceptions. The 2 interceptions, one was run back for a touchdown and the other set up a touchdown. Special teams have scored. Everything's going pretty good for Osborne, except his offense really has not uncorked a long run, which you might expect.
That pass tipped and sails incomplete. So on 3rd and 2, they throw it outside, and it doesn't work, and they'll have to punt again. So the Michigan State offense now is in a full sputter. Edinger in. It'll be his 5th punt of the first half. No pressure. Not a very good kick there. Goes out of bounds somewhere over there around the 46-yard line, where the Huskers, good field position, will have possession. Here's John Saunders.
Coming up on Valvoline Halftime 96, I'll be joined by Todd Blackledge as we break down the day's scores and highlights. We'll also be joined by Rick Neuheisel, the head coach of the Colorado Buffaloes, as he prepares for tonight's game against Colorado State. All coming up on Valvoline Halftime 96.
Vedral comes wide to the bottom of the picture with Green and Schuster in the backfield behind Frost. Tight ends had 1 ball thrown to him so far today. And Frost is changing the play. Here's your option. With Green, 2 blockers. Runs through one would-be arm tackle and cruises on down to, there's a penalty flag thrown on the sideline. Might be a late hit. He was out of bounds at about the 36-yard line.
That's one of the things that Tommy Frazier, last year's quarterback, Keith, did so well, is audible eyes at the line of scrimmage and always got the Huskers in the best offensive play they could possibly be in versus the defense. But Frost has been around. Frost has been at this program for a year and a half. He's been in 2 spring camps, so he knows the system very well and is very bright.
Late hit. So you add on 15, and the Cornhuskers are down at the Michigan State 20 with a first down. I don't think Nebraska needs any help.
No, they certainly don't. I think they can take care of their own.
On the first down, they go to the shotgun, and there's a whistle and a flag. Somebody's moving up front. So that'll back them up 5. 1:28 to go in the first half.
Ball start on the offense. It's still first down.
The 209th consecutive home sellout for Nebraska.
There's True 77. He outweighs his opposition there by about 50 pounds.
He's just eager to get at him, that's all.
That's why he was moving.
From the 25 down to the 20.
There's a look at it. True, number 77 weighs 305, and number 99 is Underwood. He weighs 250. He's one of those linebackers that had to be moved down to defensive end. Still made the play, but it was just downfield a little bit.
So much has been made of the three-peat situation for Nebraska. These are the teams in college football history at this level who have won successive national championships.
The two that are highlighted were undefeated and untied, but Nebraska has done this before in 70 and 71. They weren't unbeaten or untied, but they have done it. They've tried to do a three-peat and didn't make it.
The team that beat them in the first game of the very next season, 1973, was UCLA, 20-17. Nebraska in 2 weeks will go to Tempe to play Arizona State. Arizona State's playing Washington today. A lot of people think they're pretty good.
This is a great graphic. Look at this. Only 4 active Division I coaches have ever defeated Osborne. That would have been a good quiz. We should have given that as a quiz. Danny Ford, Hayden Fry, our old friend Hayden Fry.
And Bobby Bowden's got him, what, 6 times now. Second down now and 10.
Probably mostly in bowl games.
Yep. Pressure, pursuit, but Frost just pulls it down and takes off.
Looked to me like he may have gone the wrong way. He didn't fake. He just said, I'm coming this way. Looks good over here.
Got a first down.
No, I think that was designed.
It's first and goal from the 9.
I think it's designed because the 2 wide receivers on this side, you saw Frost looking over this way the whole way. So the 2 wide receivers just took off and were blocking the entire way.
Marvin Wright knocked him out of bounds.
How much rushing yardage does Frost have? 5 carries for 41 yards.
He's a big guy, 6'3", 215. So
he's not typical. He can dish it out.
Calling the play at the line of scrimmage. Turns it back in, keeps it. He's into traffic and seemingly liking it and picking up on the play maybe 2 yards. From the 9 to about the 7. 1 minute and 4 seconds to play in the first half. In talking about the three-peat business and controlling things before you get into your season, I asked him yesterday, Coach Tom, if the troops had been caught up in all of this preseason hype.
They've been around here long enough to kind of know the reality of life, and that with the national championship and the high ranking, which is kind of nice in some ways, you're also an awful big target, and you're going to get everybody's best shot. And so it takes a special kind of team to carry that and carry it through the season.
You become a season maker, your life gets a little harder. Oklahoma out of the Big 8 Conference went through that under Barry Switzer and earlier Bud Wilkinson. And Notre Dame, of course, has been in that posture for a long time.
The thing that's impressive about Osborne, and there's a lot of stats about all the wins and all that other stuff, but in 23 seasons at Nebraska, he has never won, in a season, he has never won fewer than 9 games or lost more than 3. He's won the national rushing title 10 times and 4 of the last 5 years.
All right, it is second down and goal from the 7-yard line for Nebraska. Ahman Green, he moves up into a slot position, and there are no backs behind Frost. Wants to throw it. Number 44, Ike Reese jumped him.
Reese has been all over the place.
So that's an incomplete forward pass.
And this is a smart play by Michigan State on defense. And Dean Pease, whenever you empty the backfield and there's nobody in there, send a linebacker and blitz it. A lot of defensive coordinators, when you empty your backfield, they're going to blitz it. Nice call. Nice play.
Reese has 11 tackles now in this first half.
Let's look at the brain trust of the Spartans.
Frost has a long time to look and then throws, trying to get the ball to Vedral, and it was knocked away by Ray Hill. John Vedral was open just for a flash, and Frost couldn't get the ball to him. So here comes Chris Brown, who says, "Thank you very much. I'll do it for you." Brown's already got his name in the Nebraska record book. Before he's through, he's going to put his name all over it as far as place kicking is concerned.
24 yards on the attempt.
A 24-yard try out of the hold of John Bedwell. The big tackle true is the snapper. And it's right down the highway. So the score builds to 27-0 with 51 seconds to play in the first half. You look ahead to the Nebraska schedule and you say, well, where in the world is the challenge going to come from? Well, they're at Tempe, we told you, on September 21 against Arizona State. That's one. Colorado State will come here. Baylor is here. But you can see, you work on down through there and you see they go October 19 to Lubbock. That can be a sinkhole.
Texas Tech.
Yep. But other than that, based on what we know right now, the rest of the tough guys are here.
Those sinkholes aren't any fun either.
Nope. You hear that story about that poor guy who was riding, it's down in Florida, riding along in his golf cart the other day, and his earth just opened up and swallowed him. He had to crawl out, lost his golf cart and everything. My goodness.
That was a big divot, wasn't it?
Oh, my stars.
You talk about big and controlling the ball. Kansas and Texas Tech, Keith, are probably the only teams like that on the schedule for Nebraska.
Ball goes on through the end zone, so Brown continues to refuse Michigan State the opportunity to return a kickoff. I'd like to take a minute to congratulate a couple of guys who did something special last night. Eddie Murray, hitting his 500th home run, and Brett Butler, back from a cancer, and scored the winning run for the Dodgers.
Yes, yes.
That's special. And we were told our old friend Fred Stabley had a little bit of a heart problem, had an angioplasty, and he's home resting well, and we hope feeling much better. One of the great men in and around this game, Fred Stabley of Michigan State. He was the man who manned the ranks in the press box up there for a long, long time. Matter now, I think, of running off the clock in the first half because the score has grown one-sided here, 27-0, and it's happened off turnovers.
Well, you're exactly right, and we said early that that's what Nick Saban's crew needed, and they needed the turnovers and not turn it over themselves. But last year, this game turned sour for Michigan State, and they quit in the second half.
This is Cedric Urban, and he cannot get to the outside. He is run down by Brian Shaw, a redshirt freshman, number 46.
Nick Saban said last year he felt like they quit in the second half. I'm sure the part of the speech at halftime, let's go out and build something for the rest of the season.
The halftime score, Nebraska 27, Michigan State nothing.
College football on ABC Sports. Brought to you by Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. And U.S. Navy. Navy, let the journey begin. Stay tuned for Valvoline Halftime 96.
Like a rock, I was strong as I could be. Like a rock, nothing ever got to me.
The most satisfied full-size pickup owners are Chevy CK owners. How do you know?
Like a rock.
You can see it in their eyes.
Here's some real news for health-conscious Americans. Our most advanced Sealy Posturepedic ever for the back support you need. Only Sealy has a patented sensory arm that senses and cushions your movement, then responds to your weight with increasing support, correct support. In the foundation, only Sealy has these patented steel beams, not wood. Good news for your back. Posturepedic support, only from Sealy.
To compete overseas, you can't go it alone. You need to be part of a team. A world-class competitor that's fast and well-trained. A team that knows the territory around the world. Global delivery services from the U.S. Postal Service. If you're going places overseas, ride with us. No one delivers like the U.S. Postal Service.
Valvoline Halftime 96. Brought to you by Valvoline, the #1 choice of America's top mechanics. People who know use Valvoline. From our New York studios, John Saunders and Todd Blackledge.
27-0, Nebraska has the lead. They beat Michigan State last year 50-10, picking up where they left off. And Scott Frost, looking pretty good running the football, has 1 touchdown.
Yeah, it looks pretty good, and Nebraska trying to do a little bit of everything offensively. But one way to take some pressure off a new quarterback, let your defense make some big plays, and your special teams. Both of those units have scored a touchdown for Nebraska. That helps a new quarterback.
You talked about it in the pregame, all the looks that Nebraska gives you and what Michigan State would have to do to have a chance, and nothing's come true for the Spartans.
Well, they turned the ball over. You can't do that. They gave up a touchdown off a turnover, and you can't give up the easy touchdowns. You got to consider the interception and a punt return easy touchdowns because the offense didn't have to do anything for them.
All right, let's get to the scores and highlights in the second half is still to come. We'll begin with another Big Ten team. This one, the Ohio State Buckeyes facing Rice. Stanley Jackson to John Lumpkin, 2 yards. Ohio State with a 7-0 lead. Then Pepe Pearson, 8 yards on this touchdown run. 14-0 is the lead. Ohio State lost a lot of talent during this past season, but looks like they're pretty good again as well.
Well, they lost most of their talent on offense. They returned 10 starters on defense, and really that's the part of the team that's going to have to carry Ohio State early until Stanley Jackson and the rest of that offense gets its feet on the ground.
Backup quarterback Joe Germain also has a touchdown pass in that game. Southern Miss against Alabama. And Roll Tide as they're ready to go once again. One of the 2 quarterbacks that Gene Stallings will use, Freddie Kitchens to Patrick Haight, as Kitchens runs out of trouble and tosses it to the end zone. Alabama takes a 10-0 lead in this one. Southern Miss beat Gene Stallings in his debut at Alabama, but it doesn't look that way this time around.
And Alabama needed a touchdown pass with 17 seconds left in the game last year to beat Southern Miss. A tough team for Alabama.
And Freddie Kitchens has just thrown another touchdown pass. Alabama has added another one. It'll be 17-0 after the extra point. Arizona against Iowa. Dick Tomey, he's won more games than anyone at Arizona, and Hayden Fry's just about won more games than anyone. He's been around that long. Cedric Shaw fumbles. Arizona recovers the football at the Iowa 8-yard line. And then Keith Smith, 1 yard to Mike Lucky. 7-0 Arizona would take the lead. And once again, with Arizona involved, you know it's going to be a defensive struggle.
They're going to play defense. They've got a new offensive coordinator this year in Homer Smith. They were on 4th and goal twice in that first half. One time they were stopped. The second time they got the touchdown.
7-0 Arizona has the lead. Oklahoma State against Texas Tech. Spike Dykes roaming the sidelines once again. Byron Hanspard, 72 yards as he just runs through tackles. About 5 guys have their hands on him, and Hanspard says no, takes it to the end zone for the touchdown as Texas Tech would take the lead 10-0. This is one of the more exciting players in college football.
It really is, and Zebby Lethbridge is a very good quarterback, and Texas Tech really did everything except win the game against Kansas State last week. They outplayed them, they outgained them. This is a good football team in the Big 12.
And Texas Tech has upped their lead now to 13-0. Eastern Michigan facing Wisconsin as the Badgers get ready for the wars in the Big Ten. Barry Alvarez has had some terrific teams there. And Carl McCullough this time will run to the right. 4 yards on this touchdown run. Watch him follow the blocking, then just power his way in. Wisconsin has a lead now of 7-0. McCullough's the only scoring in the game. Furman against Clemson. Clemson blown out in their bowl game, blown out in their debut against North Carolina last week. And they're touching the rock. They need a little bit of luck, I would think.
Yeah, they really do. They've had so many problems off the field. Tommy West, the head coach, had to address a group of angry students this week on campus. This is the perfect opponent for Clemson at this time in the season.
Michael Young scooping that one up and going 9 yards for the touchdown. But Clemson's lead at halftime just 9-3 over Furman. Georgia Tech against NC State. The hurricane, Fran came in and the flooding continued in the Raleigh area. Tremaine Stevens, 40 yards as he takes it to the left, then cuts it back down the sidelines, and then back towards the middle as well to the end zone for the touchdown. NC State with a 7-0 lead, and then C.J. Williams, you love this guy.
Yeah, a lot of good running backs in the ACC. Two of them in this game, Tremaine Stevens and C.J. Williams, young guys, both over 1,000 yards last year.
This game has gone to halftime now, and 14-13 is the score. C.J. Williams has a touchdown reception as well. Western Michigan, the Broncos of Al Moldy are trailing West Virginia. 10-7 is the score. Tim Lester with a 13-yard touchdown pass to Tony Knox for the Broncos, and Amos Zaraway a 3-yard touchdown run as West Virginia has the lead there. Stick around. When we come back, we'll be joined by the head coach of the Colorado Buffaloes as he prepares for Colorado State tonight. Rick Neuheisel will join us in a moment. But first, let's update one score. Arizona and Iowa now tied at 7 apiece. Furman Rollins recovers a fumble in the end zone and ties the game at 7.
What do you get when you cross a high-quality conventional motor oil with an advanced formula synthetic? A revolutionary oil that protects better than regular oils, yet costs less than full synthetics. DuraBlend from Valvoline. Valvoline's the #1 choice of top mechanics.
It's the 25th anniversary of Walt Disney World, and the most magical celebration ever begins at McDonald's, where you can sign up to be a part of it all. You could even win a Walt Disney World vacation.
Athlete's foot. Why suffer the burning, the itching? Hit it hard with prescription strength Desonex. It has the same medicine that doctors prescribe. Nothing cures better. Nothing. Prescription strength Desonex, because prescription strength is strong medicine.
Presenting the Valvoline Xerox Big Play Rebate. Get $4 back on a case of Valvoline or $6 on a 3-pack of Xerox Antifreeze. It's up. It's good. Whoa, Nelly. People who know use Valvoline.
Our country is filled with monuments to students. Juniors who just finished finals. Athletes who won the big game. Seniors who went to the prom. Graduates who just landed jobs. Unfortunately, these monuments are for the way they celebrated and died.
At the top of the picture. Stewart with time. Lets it go. He's got 3 people down there. The ball's up in the air. Caught. Touchdown!
Michael Westbrook hauling in the pass from Cordell Stewart 2 years ago. One of the most exciting plays of recent memory. Welcome back to Valvoline Halftime 96. 1 week from today at 3:30 Eastern Time, many of you will see a rematch of that game, this time Michigan at Colorado.
Yeah, and really our first marquee matchup game of the season. And in order to break this game down, you got to look at certain components. Let's start with the running game. Both teams like to run the football. They both have big, agile offensive lines. Colorado's style is to kind of spread you out with formations and create seams and creases in the offense for Herschel Troutman. Michigan, on the other hand, is more of a line-up and come-at-you power football team. Clarence Williams is a young back, but has a lot of talent. Passing game, clearly the edge goes to Colorado. Coy Detmer is a very experienced guy, very accurate, and Colorado has more depth and speed at receiver than anybody in the country. Defense, I give the nod to Michigan. Jarrett Irons leads a real solid group, 7 starters returning, although they will miss all Big Ten strong safety Clarence Thompson out for academics. Special teams, I give the edge to Colorado, more overall team speed. Turnovers, just by the nature of the way they play, Michigan protects the ball a little bit better. Experience, I give the nod to Colorado, 16 returning starters, and the momentum edge goes to Colorado simply because of the fact they're playing this ball game in Boulder, a tough place to play.
Joining us now is Rick Neuheisel. And Rick, we know you have a big game tonight against Colorado State, but still we want to talk about that Michigan game. And sometimes great rivalries are made because of great plays. You were an assistant when this game was played, but we'll allow you to take the credit if you'd like.
Well, I'm not going to do that. It was one of those great moments in sport, the one that I'll always cherish, and certainly has become a part of Colorado folklore. And obviously rekindling the rivalry with Michigan coming to town next week, we'll get a lot more coverage of that play again.
Rick, I want to talk to you about your quarterback now, Coy Detmer. I've heard you say that you wouldn't trade him for any quarterback in the country. From your perspective, what makes him so special?
Well, he's just got all the intangibles, Todd. He's as you and I know, having watched quarterbacks for a long time, he's the kind of guy that just can feel things. He's got great anticipation skills. He is the kind of guy who'll stop a play and look back at me and says, what if we did this? And it'll be a perfect answer to the problem that's posed by the defense. And he's just got a great feel for the game. I would reiterate that statement. I wouldn't trade him for anybody. Not Peyton Manning, not Danny Werfel. Despite how good those players are, I want Coy Detmer.
Your defense trying to play a little more aggressively this year, more of an attacking defense. Is part of that because you know that your offense can score a lot of points?
Well, I think the left hand has to know what the right hand's doing, and I think when you put together a scheme, whether it be offensively or defensively, you have to take the other side of the ball into account. And if we're going to play a quick strike, big play type of offense, then we also ought to be aggressive on defense. And I think also from the standpoint of recruiting, I think young players around the country want to be in a position where they get to cover man-to-man, they get to try to sack the quarterback, they get to run after the ball and make a lot of big plays. So that's the kind of style we're trying to play. Hopefully it'll work out just that way. I know it started off well against Washington State last weekend.
All right, let's talk about Colorado State tonight. You blew them away last year, 42-14, but anytime you're playing a team that's an in-state rival, things can be tougher than they appear on paper.
Well, you play in Colorado State, they sometimes feel as though they're a second-class citizen in this state, so they've got a lot to play for. This is going to be the first time since 1988 we're playing them in Fort Collins. They're going to be excited. They've got a good team. Coach Lubick is probably one of the best coaches around. They've won the WAC 2 years in a row, so it's a formidable opponent. And when you factor in they wanting to get to the front page news rather than being on page 2 and 3, I think it becomes even a bigger game. So our kids have to remain focused and certainly can't look ahead to the Michigan game a week from now.
All right, Rick, thanks a lot. Good luck tonight against Colorado State and throughout
Always
the rest
a pleasure.
of this season. All right, that's part of a doubleheader tonight on ESPN2. It starts at 6 o'clock Eastern Time, North Carolina facing Syracuse. Then it's followed up by that game, Rick Neuheisel and the Colorado Buffaloes against Colorado State. That's at 9 o'clock Eastern Time on ESPN2. Stick around. We'll have more here at halftime right after this.
Some of the most admired cars you'll see are owned by the guys who know cars best. They're ASC certified master mechanics, and the #1 brand of motor oil these guys use in their own cars.
Two-day package. Cost about $12. FedEx uses over 500.
UPS uses over 500 airplanes to handle your 2-day package. Cost about $6.
The U.S. Postal Service uses over 15,000
about
$6 to
$6
handle your priority mail 2 to 3 day package. Cost $3.
So, 12, 6, 3, what's your priority? Priority mail from the U.S. Postal Service.
There are more than 77 million parents in America today, all doing the same thing, worrying about their kids. That's why Chevy Lumina offers an integrated child safety package. Few cars can offer your kids this protection, and no car in its class offers it for the price of a Lumina. For 77 million of you, that's one less thing to worry about. The cars more Americans trust.
Valvoline Halftime 96. Brought to you by Valvoline, the #1 choice of America's top mechanics. People who know use Valvoline.
And your second half is coming up in just a moment, but first a reminder what we have coming your way at 3:30 Eastern Time. Some of you will see USC against Illinois, both schools looking for their first wins of the year.
Yeah, and the old axiom is that teams make their most improvement between games 1 and 2. Both these teams desperately trying to avoid an 0-2 start.
The reason that USC is 0-1, they opened the season with a loss to your old school, Penn State. Today they face Louisville.
And this is a game that scares Joe Paterno because Louisville is not quite good enough to be considered in the same class, but they're definitely good enough to beat Penn State if the Lions don't show up ready to play.
Florida State against Duke in the ACC. Last year they accused Bobby Bowden of running up the score. It was a big one.
Well, he has lost to Duke twice, but that was when he was at West Virginia. He's 4-0 since he's been at Florida State, and in 4 years they've outscored the Blue Devils 222-74.
In a game some of you will see TCU against Oklahoma.
TCU makes its debut as a WAC school. Pat Sullivan looking for a quarterback. John Blake, the youngest coach in Division I, debuts as the head coach of the Sooners.
All right, all of those games coming up at 3:30 Eastern Time. Check your local listing for the game available in your area. The second half is coming your way right after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
ABC Saturday. The Beatles' incredible story comes to an end as John, Paul, George, and Ringo say goodbye. The Beatles Anthology, ABC Saturday.
Monday, every time you turn around, there's something else to be afraid of. But how real is it? John Stossel asks, are we scaring ourselves to death? Them.
Are you ready for some football?
NFC powers meet when the Philadelphia Eagles soar into Green Bay to take on league MVP Brett Favre and the Packers on ABC's NFL Monday Night Football.
It was a sign. Them zeros. What do they mean? 4 zeros. Then it all made sense. I was to buy me a new Mitsubishi Big Screen, Big 2 or VCR at Video Kingdom. 0 down, 0 payments, 0 interest, 0 till 1998. I'm obliged to my friends from above. I just wish they'd get their own Mitsubishi at all Video Kingdom locations.
Huh? You're a half bubble off plum if you think I'm going to let you sell old Bessie.
Ma, this cow is going to bring us the down payment for our boy's new truck.
Don't sell the cow. Come to Anderson Ford Lincoln Mercury. They have a great selection of new and used trucks. Drive one home for little or no money down.
Aren't you glad we didn't sell old Bessie?
Sure am. Our boy's got a new truck, and you still got a lawnmower.
Anderson Ford Lincoln Mercury, Central Nebraska's volume dealer.
And she fertilizes at the same time.
Husker Harvest Days are coming September 10th through the 12th. John Deere invites you to stop by and see their new 4-wheel drive tractors, 8,000 series tractors with Trax option, 7,010 series tractors, and the new 4700 sprayer. You'll also see their new family of round balers, the big square baler and self-propelled windrower. Stick around for the Combine Performance School each afternoon at 3 o'clock. It's all at the John Deere display at Husker Harvest Days, September 10th through the 12th. See you there.
Central Nebraska's news leader, NTV.
We're back here at Memorial Stadium in Lincoln, Nebraska, where our halftime score is 27-0. The Cornhuskers rolling in their first outing of 1996, the defending national champions, and they have indeed been impressive.
They have, Keith. They've been impressive in the special teams, in running a punt back. Their defense has been very aggressive in taking the ball away and in scoring. The thing that Osborne talked, I think, probably at halftime is their offense has not been up to speed. When you get inside the 20-yard line, get it into the end zone.
Well, they did get one touchdown out of the offense. That came from Scott Frost as he ran it in from 11 yards. Scott, of course, is the new man at the helm with Tommy Frazier having gone, and I thought he played pretty well in the first half.
I thought he ran well. I thought maybe some of his throws were a little off.
Late.
But it's the first game of the year.
Mike Fullman, who's been laboring with a pulled groin on this punt return, certainly looked healthy enough. He went 62 yards with it. That made the score 17-0.
The defense is so good. Their offense, will be good, averaging 400 yards rushing a game. You don't give enough credit to their special teams. They've always had good special teams.
But Michigan State has, on the other hand, helped the Huskers, too, with plays like this, as Ornstein tried to force it, and Mike Minner picks it off. Second interception of the ball game, and this time Mike went 84 yards to make it 24-0. And Chris Brown added another field goal, and we are at 27-0 at the halftime. The halftime statistics shape up like this.
Total yards 158 for Nebraska, but the real telling stat is the turnovers. 2 turnovers by Michigan State led to 14 points by Nebraska. And the return yardage is not on there also. The punt return, tremendous yardage on returns.
Probably the outstanding player on the field in that first half was wearing number 98, Grant Wistrom. I mean, he was a destroyer. So have a look at some of the things he did in the first half. That play took Todd Schultz out of the game.
He had 15 tackles behind the line of scrimmage last year to lead the Huskers, and he's well on his way again this year to leading them in that category again.
Nebraska will kick it off to Michigan State. Derek Mason courageously playing out there with a broken wrist. He got it hit one time and had to leave the game. No, it hurts. He wants to play in this game. He's in the end zone. He's 6-7 yards deep, and he will not try to bring it out. And so Michigan State will come out to the 20, first down.
Here's a look at the numbers. Ornstein, 6 of 9 with an interception that was returned for a touch. Goulbarn and Irvin, the freshman, with a few yards running, and Carter and Mason, the 2 wide receivers, led the receiving.
If there's to be a contest of any sort, Michigan State needs to do something here to reset the tone for their team in the beginning of the second half. Najee Carter is the man in motion. It is Goulbarn at tailback. Dwayne Goulbarn, 5'9", 200 pounds. He's alternated at that position with Cedric Irvin. Irvin, who had 4 touchdowns last week for Michigan State, has been shut down today.
Here's a look at their possessions. They've had 6 punts and 2 interceptions, and both interceptions led to points, and not a lot of plays in any of the possessions.
Second down and 6. They try to crease it over the left side. They looked for a moment it might work, but then suddenly the door closed, and number 44, John Hess, took him down.
First half, Nebraska, the leaders, Jamal Williams, the 9 tackles. Wistrom with 4 has been in the backfield all day. Jason Peter with a sack, and of course Minner with the 2 interceptions.
Garrett Gould is the single back, 3 wide outs, 3rd down and 6. Ornstein stands up, throws quickly. Najee Carter never looked back, and the pass is incomplete. And Michigan State with a less than pretty start in their first possession of the second half.
It's not a pretty start. You're right, Keith. You got to remember they're probably going against one of the top. They are going against one of the top defenses, maybe the best defense in the country in Nebraska.
Well, there are those who want to suggest quietly aside that this could be the best ever at Nebraska. If in fact it is, hope that's true. Good, it's blocked. Still rolling around. Picked up finally by Nebraska. Eric Warfield blocked it. A free safety.
Here's Warfield right here. He's going to come right up the middle. No, he's not. He comes from the side. I missed that one by about 6 players.
He just looped and came.
Yeah, he did.
And the Cornhuskers will go to work at the 16-yard line with Green and Schuster behind Scott Frost. This may get out of hand real quick. Schuster pops into the line over the left side and gets a couple of yards on the play. Nebraska suited up 120 players today. They had something like 151 out on the field yesterday, just going through some walk-on drills and basics. But they've got people. But again, to point out, the Nebraska offense so far in today's ball game has only 1 touchdown. Second down and 8. Ball at the Michigan State just inside the 15. Some of those young people in the Michigan State defense didn't know what to do. They were being redirected. Scott Frost broke loose and takes it down to the 2. They might give him the 1. All right, a moment with Lynn Swann.
Well, Keith, Nick Saban said at halftime, before his football team or the Nebraska team even gets a chance to show their talent, he respects their talent, his own football team is just not executing. And he talked about mistakes and turnover. That last block punt, exactly what he was talking about. His team walked off the field. They looked like a team that was playing in awe, Keith, of Nebraska, not a team coming out to beat Nebraska.
That'll get big numbers on the board. Frost at the 1, gives to Green. He's in the end zone. Touchdown.
From the opposite side, number 37, Garland, the linebacker, is going to hit him behind the goal line right there. Green just does a nice job of carrying him just enough to get into the end zone.
Chris Brown, he's running up the points in the opening game. He kicks it into row 44. 34-0, Nebraska.
These days, it seems we have more and more on our minds, which means we have more and more to forget about. Hey, we could all use a car like Chevy Cavalier. If you're low on oil, it reminds you. If you leave your dome light on, it remembers to turn it off. Heck, even if you forget to lock your doors, you're still protected by Cavalier's theft deterrent system. We've all got enough on our minds. We need a car we can afford and forget about.
Genuine Chevrolet.
The cars more Americans trust.
Long ago, an inventor came up with the assembly line, allowing a few people to make a lot of something. It was the model for efficiency. At Chili's, we pride ourselves for our inefficiency, because we make each of the Big Mouth burgers by hand, grilled one at a time by a person. And when you taste for yourself how good they are, you'll appreciate all the time we've wasted. Chili's fresh grilled Big Mouth burgers, monuments of inefficiency.
Hold it. This isn't you, it's an older guy.
Oh, that was before I got rid of my gray hair with Just for Men hair color.
Come on, that's too natural to be hair coloring.
Just for Men. Apply and in 5 minutes rinse. Gray is blended away for a totally natural look.
Think it'll work for me?
In 5 minutes.
Just for Men looks too natural to be hair coloring. And now try Just for Men Color Gel for the hard-to-color hair of mustaches and beards. Brush in, rinse out. Just 5 minutes.
Powerful rivals collide when Michigan heads west to Colorado to battle the Buffalo. Or other games featuring BYU, Northwestern, and Iowa. Next Saturday on ABC's College Football.
Well, he came within a whisker of having his second touchdown of the day. But Green sticks it in the end zone, and the Huskers are cruising right now under the first game leadership of Scott Frost.
You know, Keith, Nebraska scored 34 points, and if you're not at this game or watching, you'd say, boy, their offense must really be rolling. Well, their offense really is not rolling. In fact, if you talk to Osborne, I'm sure one of the things he's going to say is we need to work on our offense. 4 touchdowns, 2 of them have been set up by interceptions on defense, 2 by the special teams.
High kick. This time it might be a return from the 2. Mason trying to get the chance. And I don't know that Derek will relish it after all of that. Husker down. So one of the Huskers is shaken up on that pile up down at the 12-yard line.
McFarland.
But they truly buried Derek Mason. It's Octavius McFarland, that's right. At the conclusion of today's game, we will select the genuine Chevrolet most valuable player of the game from each team. To date, Chevrolet awarding nearly $6 million to the scholarship funds of America's colleges and universities. We were talking about some old friends a little while ago. Carmen Koza has announced, as we have a timeout for McFarland, shaken up on the play. Carmen Koza retiring from Yale after this season. What a loss that is. What a nice man, Carmen Koza. I've known him for so long, and my goodness, he's had a great career, most of it at Yale.
Nice man, Keith.
Didn't want to go anywhere else, just loved it there.
I think he won 10 Ivy League titles while he was at Yale.
Yep. And the Fat Fox. Don Bryant is going to retire from the University of Nebraska after this season. And, of course, all through the ranks of at least a half a dozen Olympics. People know Don Bryant, and, of course, for his 40 years of service here in the state of Nebraska. So he's going to go fishing. He and Petey will be off to get up in the morning and then decide what to do with the day. First down from the 14-yard line. Cedric Irvin is in the backfield now, trying to get the Michigan offense cranked up. And Ornstein turns. Gus gives it to Irvin. And he runs right into Williams. Jamel Williams, that 210-pound linebacker, was just waiting for it. Came right to him.
Watch 28, the left of your screen. Watch as he avoids the block. This is the linebacker. Watch this block here now by the fullback. He's going to avoid the block right there. It gives him an arm, slips the block, and is right there to make the tackle. One of the things he does so well, that's his 10th tackle of the day.
Loss is back to the 10-yard line. He is 2nd down and 13. Gus Ornstein throwing is complete up at the 16. But Cedric Urban out of the backfield gets planted by John Hess. And Cedric, whose family endured and survived the massive hurricane that destroyed Homestead down below Miami, probably thought it was after him again on that hit.
Nick Saban was saying this young man, Irvin, came in. He's only went 25 practices. He was working at both halfback and fullback. He's such a mature kid. He has really been impressed with this young man.
Travis Reese is the single back now as Gus Ornstein, playing in relief of injured Todd Schultz, searches around and finally finds a little help and completes the pass to Urban. And this time the Michigan State receivers kept working. Urban kept moving and moving and moving, and finally Ornstein found him. KSU came late in the ball game. Early on, Todd Schultz injured a knee that had been hurt earlier this summer in a weight room incident and had to leave the game. Garnett, the linebacker, is off the field, and Derek Mason is playing with a broken wrist. Wayne Goldberg is in there at the tailback spot now on the 1st down play as Ornstein lets it go down the middle. He's got a man down there, Long, Octavius Long, and he made the catch between 2 Cornhuskers. Octavius Long, a junior from Lansing. He was right between Ralph Brown, a true freshman, and Eric Stokes, a 5th-year senior that played good for 48 yards.
Well, that's what they're doing, right? Ralph Brown, they're finding where Brown, the true freshman, is in his first start. And they're throwing the ball at him, and I think this is smart. He had him beat. Long had him beat by 5 yards, had to wait for the ball. And that's where they're doing their business.
Ornstein gives to Goldburn, big hole on the right side, and Dwayne Goldburn in his 6th year at Michigan State. That because of injuries and just plain old-fashioned guts by Goldburn to hang in and complete his career. And he runs it down inside the 10-yard line. Here's Swanee.
Keith, Octavius McFarland strained his lower back. The trainer said they'll have him just try and stretch it out in the sideline, see how he responds. That will dictate whether or not he'll come back into the ballgame.
1st and goal at the 8-yard line for Michigan State. Their biggest threat of the day. Goldburn in motion. Give it to the fullback, Reese. And Reese will get to about the 6. You can't get involved with too much play action against Nebraska's defense down in this goal line circumstance. They'll just come and eat you up.
They're just too quick, Keith. You can't do anything slow developing in the backfield because their defense is across the line of scrimmage. It's got to be right at them or just drop back in the pocket and throw one-on-one like they've been doing against the rookie, the freshman cornerback.
Urban is in the backfield again. Back to throw it, has some time into the corner, it's caught. The man is jerked out of bounds at the 1-yard line, Najee Carter. But Najee couldn't do anything with it. First off, the coverage was pretty good. Secondly, he was airborne when he caught it, and the only way he could get down inside was to come down at the 1.
Yeah, well, they're throwing on 22. That's the rookie or the freshman Brown. This throw should be thrown right there now. Should be there now. The ball is thrown too late. Way too late. But you got a good catch out of it.
On 3rd down, Urban. Nothing doing. Stopped at the 1. Jay Foreman, number 56, has played a lot in the ball game today, and he was at the bottom of that stuff. On 4th and goal, it's Goldburn and Reese.
This is a good call by Nick Saban. I like this.
3 points doesn't help anybody.
And it's attitude for the season.
Yep. Ornstein throws, touchdown. The pass caught by the tight end, Josh Kerr. Ornstein threw the ball and completed the pass despite the fact that Foreman decked him.
Yeah, I like that call, Keith. You're getting beat on the road in your second game. This is attitude for the rest of the Big Ten season. You're going to lose this game, but let's build some stuff that we can take out of here at least in the second half of this ball game.
Chris Gardner out of Bill Burke's hole. On that drive, Gus Ornstein was 5 of 5 for 75 yards. One play, however, covered 48 of it.
It's going to be a play action right in here, and he's going to hit the tight end coming across. Just play action. Good coverage by Nebraska. Looks to his left, receiver's covered. There's 2 men out. That's all you have to have. Just be in front of him and drill him for the touchdown.
The Spartans are on the board.
My mama told me you better shop around. Oh yeah, you better shop around. Oh yeah, you better shop around. You better shop around. Oh yeah, you better shop around. Shop around.
Some would say going 100,000 copies without an unscheduled service call is impressive. Sharp would say it's a beginning. Sharp. Call for your free interactive kit of copier solutions.
Here comes one. Oh, an 87 Buick station wagon. Got it. 74 Volkswagen Beetle. A 285 horsepower V8 6-speed 1996 Chevy Camaro Z28. Yeah, but what color?
At Sharp, we have a full line of copiers that suit the needs of your business, no matter how big your business becomes. Sharp. Call for your free interactive kit of copier solutions.
Back to Nebraska in a moment, but updating this game out of the ACC, Georgia Tech and NC State. Jose Liriano is hit by Jermaine Miles. Derek Shepard scoops it up and then rumbles and stumbles his way 27 yards for the touchdown on the fumble recovery. Georgia Tech right now leading NC State 21-16. Keith.
So the Jackets have finally gotten themselves into the lead of that ball game.
I guess there was some question about that game even being played with a hurricane.
Yep. I don't know what impact it's had on Louisville Penn State since he was going up that far. This is a return by Ahman Green. Tom Osborne using his tailbacks as the kick returners today, and that was a good return by Green. Gets it out across the 30-yard line. College football on ABC Sports, brought to you by Genuine Chevrolet, the cars more Americans trust. And First Brands Corporation, makers of STP Complete Fuel System Cleaner. 31-yard line for the Cornhuskers now, a 34-7 ball game, with Michigan State getting themselves a touchdown. Regaining a degree of dignity here and resolve. Let's see how the game turns. This is Green looking around for some daylight. Doesn't find much. There's pretty good pursuit by Ike Reese, who has been very busy today. Summary of the game reflected here is you see Nebraska's defense and special teams have been the big story. Mike Minner with a pair of interceptions.
Those 3 key Michigan State players are a key for him. Michigan State's defense, Keith, has done a pretty good job.
Second down and 8.
Their offense has given up the touchdowns.
There's the flip. Outside to Green. And Green gets to the 40. That's a yard short of the first down. They snapped the ball back to Frost. He took off just like an old-fashioned tailback. And then he flips it out to Green. Number 89 is Jeff Lake, who is a wideout. He's hobbling off the field for the Huskers, dragging a foot.
He's a third-string wide receiver getting an opportunity to play, and I'm sure he's upset that when he finally does get on the field, he has an injury and can't stay out there.
Green so far today, 12 carries, 65 yards, and a touchdown. 5 seconds on the clock. Cut it off. Change the play. Green. Michigan State's defensive people are popping. They're slapping folks when they come in there. It looks like they're almost outnumbered, doesn't it?
Yes, sir. Right here, watch the linebackers as everything's going to flow this way. This is Austin, number 25. He, too, is a true freshman, playing because of injuries and academic problems for Michigan State.
Huskers get their first down at the 44-yard line. Federal goes in motion. Frost gets a little play action, freezes everybody, lets it go for Federal. It's gone too late and should have been intercepted. But Federal was able to get enough collision with Ant Campbell to keep Campbell from catching the ball. The ball was vastly underthrown.
It was, Keith, and as you're right, he was behind him, and so there was, if Frost could have gotten it out there, he didn't show me a very strong arm on that case, because he needed to throw that ball maybe 60, 65 yards, and probably threw it only about 50.
Holbein now will be the wide man to the bottom of the picture on second down and 10 from the 44-yard line. 34-7, Nebraska leading. A quick handoff, the up man, fullback Schuster. And sitting there waiting for him and making the play, Courtney Ledger. Turner Gill, great quarterback here. Now the quarterback coach after having some time in Canadian Football League. Third and 8. Frost. Pressure coming from the outside. They got him. So 99 and 96. 96 is Smith and 99 is Demetrius Underwood.
It's the first sack, Keith, against Nebraska in over a year. They went all year last year without a quarterback sack.
Well, Underwood took off anticipating, and he saw him in that shotgun, and he left. He was on the dead run when the ball was snapped. Now, Gia Carter is waiting to receive the punt of Jesse Cush. It'll be his 4th of the day. His longest has been 46. That's a pretty good one. It runs Carter all the way back inside the 5. Then he finds a little room and comes back to the 15. 67-yard punt by Jesse Cush. 5:20 to go, third quarter, and it's 34-7 Huskers.
There was a time when we didn't have a worry in the world. Today, well, we seem to be making up for it. That's why you need Chevy Lumina, a car so well engineered and affordable, you could have it paid off long before it needs its first tune-up. Chevy Lumina, because nobody's got enough money, and everybody's got enough worries. The cars more Americans trust.
Genuine Chevrolet.
In the spring, they say a young man's fancy turns to thoughts of love. Right around August, whatever the heck a fancy is starts thinking about football. Because on this hunk of real estate, character and guts still count. And success is measured by 4 zebras and 10 yards of change. Sure, there's more to life than football. But not much. Ow!
Some of the most admired cars you'll see are owned by the guys who know cars best. They're ASC certified master mechanics, and the #1 brand of motor oil these guys use in their own cars and trucks is Valvoline, makers of Durablend, the leading semi-synthetic for a cleaner engine due to better control of harmful deposits. So use the oil the mechanics who take care of your car use to take care of theirs. Valvoline. People who know use Valvoline.
Former Cornhusker linebacking star Trev Alberts now plays for the Indianapolis Colts, but he wants to give something back to his state school and children. He's doing it historically. He's the first association of one sport marketing through another with a NASCAR team. All the funds will go to the University of Nebraska and the Trev Alberts Foundation, which will help kids. And I would say this young man bleeds red through and through. Keith? And it's Lake Speed. Who's driving it?
Oh, Lake, huh? Well, if it'll run, he'll run it. I'll tell you that. Put the ball at the 16-yard line for Michigan State now. First down with Reese and Goldburn in the backfield. And Gus Ornstein hands it over to Goldburn, trying to get to the outside. And he runs into Mr. Eric Stokes. Just short of the 20-yard line. Total yards, Michigan State has 214 total yards. Nebraska has only 178.
It's Charlie McBride, the defensive coordinator, who has done an outstanding job here at Nebraska. They got a new award this year, Keith. It's called the Frank Broyles Award, and it's for assistant coaches. I think it's a great idea.
Ornstein's pass is off the hands of Kerr, the tight end. Coming up next, Fighting Illini hosts 19th ranked USC. Louisville plays number 7 Penn State. TCU in Oklahoma. And Duke will be against number 3 Florida State. So check your local listings for the game on your ABC station, or the games available from your cable operator.
But that new award, the Frank Broyles Award, goes to a top assistant coach around the country, and I think it's a great idea. Charlie McBride, certainly one of the top assistants around, and there are several others, mostly offensive and defensive coordinators around the country.
Ornstein back throw, look out. Clean shot by Jamel Williams. All the people over on that side are preoccupied with Jared Tomich. And Jamel Williams is having a field day.
This is not fair. I know he blocked this guy right here. This is Williams. Quarterback sees this happen. You better go talk to your friends and see who's mad at you. Usually that's the quarterback's fault, Keith. He should know that nobody can block him.
Paul Ettinger out of the end zone, hits it from the 2, and he got a cannon shot. Wow, he killed it. All the way back to the 35 goes Fullman. Look out! That one man got just enough of him to turn him, and they bring him down at midfield. 54-yard punt. Well, he delivered the punt, and it was the coverage that allowed the 15-yard return. But sometimes you outkick your coverage.
Yeah, that's true. That was the good news.
Yeah. So put it on the 49 now for Nebraska's possession. Mike Reese has 14 tackles to lead Michigan State. Linebacker. David Benning is in at tailback. He has the ball. He's in there behind big old number 77, Adam Crew. And they can only get back to the line of scrimmage as Michigan State's people had pretty good penetration.
They did, Keith. And again, you got to give credit to Dean Pease and his defensive staff and the defensive team for Michigan State. 4 touchdowns have been scored by Nebraska. 2 of them have been returned for touchdowns. 1 on special teams, 1 on interception. And the other 2 have been set up. The defense has played well most of the ball game.
Second down and 10 now. Play action. That's good to Vettel. And John steps out of bounds just short of the 33-yard line. First down, Cornhuskers.
Well, that graphic showed something, Keith, that Nebraska this late in the game was being outgained, but the offense has really not moved the ball a lot. I mean, they've gotten 2 touchdowns from a special teams return and then from a punt return, from a defensive interception. Then they've been set up inside the 15, 20-yard line and got touchdowns. So no long runs or no long possessions for the offense.
Ross pass is batted down. He had number 6 angling in, Kenny Cheatham, and Courtney Ledyard, defensive end, slapped to the side.
It's like Nick Saban told Lynn Swann coming out second half. He says, we made mistakes on the special teams and on in interceptions and turnovers. If we would have eliminated that, this game would be a heck of a lot closer, obviously, because his defense is playing well.
They spend a lot of time with special teams here. Winning programs usually do.
Well, early in the season, too, Keith. Special teams.
Scott Cross breaks away and will get thrown out of bounds. And the Spartans get a chance to rough up the Husker quarterback a bit. They take him out on the 28-yard line with a couple of good clean hits.
A little talking going on down there too.
Yeah. I guess the coach, though, of all coaches that I know in special teams, probably Bobby Bowden. People work at it as hard as anybody.
They do. You talk about these other assistants. You got Bill Oliver. I guess he moved now from Alabama over to Auburn, the top assistant. Fran Ganner and Jerry Sandusky, both top assistants in Penn State.
Third down. 3 out of 10 on third down conversions. Frost turns up field. He'll have his first down as they stand him up. Uh-oh. They blew it dead. That's the old quick whistle gig.
His forward momentum was stopped, and that's normally a sign, especially if a quarterback is carrying the football. Now, if that would have been a running back, they may not have stopped it, but forward momentum stops, they blow the whistle.
I think it's a quick whistle. But so did Scott. The official said, oh, the ball is fumbled and picked up. And whoa, one of the best hits of the day delivered to Kenny Cheatham as they were trying to run a reverse. He came back to get it, and he got busted pretty good by Amp Campbell.
Campbell playing his first year for Michigan State, sat out last year. It looked like Cheatham just kind of relaxed at the last minute.
Yep, it did, didn't it? You don't want to do that. You get yourself hurt.
I think he relaxes right here. Whoa, I didn't see him coming.
Ball is now back at the 35-yard line where it is second down and about 26. It's touchdown. Holbein. Brown for the point. With 1:32 to play in the third quarter, Nebraska 41, Michigan State 7.
Long ago, an inventor came up with the assembly line, allowing a few people to make a lot of something. It was the model for efficiency. At Chili's, we pride ourselves for our inefficiency, because we make each of the Big Mouth burgers by hand, grilled one at a time by a person. And when you taste for yourself how good they are, you'll appreciate all the time we've wasted. Chili's fresh grilled Big Mouth burgers, monuments of inefficiency.
Here's Nebraska with a spread formation, 4 wide receivers, but it's Holbein down here on the right side that's going to be straight down the field on a takeoff. This time, Frost is going to get the ball to him. He's covered, but just throw it up. Allow your player an opportunity to make a play, and Holbein did. He was open once before by about 5 or 6 yards and was underthrown and didn't get the ball, wasn't complete.
He's one of those wide receivers that'll knock your hat off.
Well, he's a tough kid. He's 195 pounds, 5'9". So all of the wide receivers in Nebraska can block first.
Monday night, Brett Favre and the Green Bay Packers host the Philadelphia Eagles. The NFC matchup on ABC's NFL Monday Night Football. Both teams coming off wins in the first week of NFL action. So join us from Lambeau Field for the first time in 10 years. Beginning at 9 Eastern, Monday night here on ABC Sports. Did you ever play at Lambeau?
I was just going to say, in my 14 years in the NFL, we played there one time, and it was really a thrill. to be in Lambeau Field. They fixed it up a little bit since then. But
did you win?
Yes, we did. That made it even better.
Go in there and get your
That's
hat,
right.
You get your hat bent though by that punch. It's not a whole lot of fun. Whistle stop the play here. Somebody moving, I think. Yep, against Michigan State. Here's John Saunders.
Keith, time now for the Burger King update from Rice and Ohio State. Pepe Pearson having a great day. Here he goes 25 yards for his second touchdown run as the Buckeyes are rolling over Rice. 49-7 now in the third quarter. Actually, that's his third touchdown run. Keith.
All right, John, thanks. Pepe.
Well, you know, Pepe Pearson and the other running back that they had last year behind Eddie George, didn't get to play much. They've got some good players, I think, Keith, that nobody's heard of, and Ohio State's going to be right there when they decide the outcome in the Big Ten this year.
It's going to be 2nd down and 15. After that, they were penalized 5 yards, obviously, for illegal procedure and moved it back, and there was no gain. Garrett Tomich has no tackles in today's ball game. Wistrom has been a holy terror, but Tomich, who was a first-team All-American a year ago, has no registered tackles as we know.
But that doesn't mean he's having a bad game. That just means he's doing what he's supposed to. Get upfield, pressure the quarterback.
Whoa. Touchdown for Wistrom. Scott Saltzman, number 74, broke through. Gus Ornstein saw him coming, threw it up for grabs, and Wistrom accepted the gift.
Saltzman is in here, and he's going to put the pressure. But Wistrom right here really does not get a good pass rush this time. Pressure comes from the inside. It's a screen. Wistrom reads it, he's 6'5", gets his big hand up there. And that's his first touchdown of the year.
Well, the defense is in a scoring contest here for the season, it looks like, with the offense.
Well, they had 6, you mentioned, they had 6 scores last year. They've got 2.
Oh, that guy was partially blocked, but it knuckled over. So Chris Brown is lucky that one wobbled over. Here's Swanee.
Well, Keith, you talk about streaks, you talk about winning streaks. I'd love to be Grant Wistrom. You know why? He's got a winning streak now of 50 games with no losses. The last time he lost a game was his junior year, the 3rd game of his junior year in high school. Now consider this. If they go on and are undefeated this year and the next year, he can come away with Nebraska with a record of 76 consecutive wins. He doesn't even remember, Keith. I talked to him at practice the other day. I said, do you remember what it felt like to lose? He says, well, kind of, sort of. It was so long ago. You know, I know I felt bad, and that's about it. Keith?
I tell you what, Swanee, if they go ahead and he wins out, that's going to be news, all right, but there's going to be bigger news in the old three-peat thing that everybody's been talking about. Cedric Irvin is waiting for the kick. It is 48-7 now. And there's been only one kickoff returned all day by Michigan State.
Let's go back and look at that last play where Wistrom, the other end. Here's Tomich, the man with no tackles. He's going up against a pretty good tackle in Flozell Adams. Well, a little hold right there. A little takedown. But he's been going up against Flozell Adams, a big 6'7", 325, all Big Ten right tackle all day. So his job's been a little bit more difficult than Wistrom. Now, I'm sure that throughout the season, they're going to draw different assignments, going to be tougher and easier. But today, Wistrom is having the better part of it.
First down from the 20 for Michigan State. Ornstein checked again. Ball comes out. Well, he's calling that a fumble, apparently. I didn't hear a whistle, so the big hit was from Chad Kelsey.
Kelsey, 57 now, is in there for Tomich.
Oh, Gus may go over there and say, hey, Todd, go see the doctor tonight, will you?
Yeah.
Get well. This is Cedric Urban, skittering out to about the 23-24. Nebraska special teams. I'll tell you about it later because we've come to the end of the third quarter. We'll be back with more after this message and a word from our ABC station.
Inside your car's fuel system, there's a constant battle between good and evil. So if you have a dirty fuel system, none of these dark forces can match the power of STP Complete Fuel System Cleaner. STP's most technologically advanced fuel system cleaner ever. Dirt has met its match. STP Complete Fuel System Cleaner.
Someday, my office will have a window. Someday, my boss will be me. Someday, I will meet the man of my dreams. Guess not today.
The Chevy Camaro's 200 horsepower 3800 V6. Therapeutic, isn't it?
Michael J. Fox puts a new spin on the Big Apple.
The city of New York generates more garbage than any other city in the world.
We're #1. Spin City, ABC 1 week from Tuesday.
What would happen if you took all this Big Red Spirit and put it into a cellular phone? You'd get the Husker phone, only at Alliance Cellular. This new Husker wide receiver is available in a quality Motorola flip or bag phone, with a portion of each sale going to the UNL Scholarship Fund. The Husker phone from Alliance Cellular. There's a lot of Big Red Spirit in this little phone.
If you think KFC just serves the Colonel's original recipe chicken, think again. There's plump, juicy, tender roast, our new roasted chicken served in pieces, and the Colonel's crispy strips freshly prepared all day. At KFC, our menu is getting so big you might need a bigger table.
Everybody needs a little KFC.
Now fill your plate with 2 pieces of new tender roast or 3 Colonel's crispy strips, plus mashed potatoes, gravy, coleslaw, and a biscuit at a special September price, just $2.99.
Central Nebraska's news leader, NTV.
And so we go to the final quarter. This game between Michigan State and Nebraska, with the Huskers sitting on a 48-7 lead. A game that has been dominated by their defense and their special teams people. It is 3rd and 6 for Michigan State. Ornstein has been hammered in the 3rd quarter. He gets decked again as we start the 4th quarter. It's Mike Rucker, sophomore from St. Joe, Missouri, making the tackle.
Here's a look at the numbers after 3 quarters. Look at the return yardage. Drop down to the return yardage. Total yardage is about the same, but return yardage 220. That's punt returns, that's interception returns, 3 turnovers leading to 21 points for Nebraska.
Michigan State will punt again. Ettinger gets it out. His last one was a 54-yarder. This is a pretty good one. As Fullman ducks away, gets a little help on the corner. He's run one back already for a touchdown and almost had another as he takes it back to the 30-yard line of Michigan State.
Keith, as I draw a quick synopsis for you here for Michigan State, I would say that their defense has really played pretty doggone good. Their offense has turned it over and their special teams has failed.
Well, the Nebraska defense and special teams have had a punt return touchdown, blocked the punt, 5 sacks, 3 interceptions, and 2 of those returned for touchdowns.
Right. And offensively for Nebraska, they only have 227 yards total offense.
Scott Frost throws to an uncovered Brian Schuster out of the backfield, and Schuster steps out of bounds at the 14-yard line. Very good play action. The play action, the fake handoff to Green literally froze the interior people. And all of a sudden, Schuster was wide open. Move the chains for another first down.
And the first unit offense for Nebraska is in. And I think the reason Osborne keeps them in there is because he wants them to get some playing time. They're not playing well. Just keep them in there.
Ross looking around, holds it down, now throws. Incomplete. Kenny Cheatham.
Nebraska offensively last year averaged 555 yards of total offense, rushing and passing. They have about 250 total offense right now.
Matt Turman suddenly pops into the lineup at quarterback. Second down and 10. He gives it to Green. And Green, penalty flag, probably face mask on the tackle. Green didn't get much out of the play. Turman stepped up and had to play in an emergency. Frazier was hurt, Behringer got hurt, and then Turman stepped in. It is an incidental face mask at the end of the tackle. So they'll tack on that penalty and move the ball inside the 10-yard line.
I think Nick Saban's got to be pleased with the improvement of his defense over last year.
First and goal, just inside the 7.
Timeout called by the Spartans.
Michigan State takes the timeout. Time remaining in the game, 13:52.
Introducing Plymouth Breeze. And while it has 16 valves worth of acceleration and sleek aerodynamics, it also has a specially modified double wishbone suspension system for superior handling, which really makes the new Plymouth Breeze a lot of fun to drive.
We hear you're kicking off the Walt Disney World 25th anniversary. Well, I'm ready to party.
Now at McDonald's, you can get one of 4 Walt Disney World 25th anniversary glasses, just 99 cents each when you buy any large sandwich.
You are looking at one happy little man.
It's country driving. It's fancy coat and tie. Ooh, it's the football team, your beauty queen. It's why we're right nearby. And best of all, it's thrifty, renting cars in your neighborhood. Ooh, best of all, it's thrifty, coming through like we knew we would.
Go for the gold. The new Rebel G. Get the ultimate rush.
Quarterback Brett Favre thinks he can take Green Bay all the way. He leads the Packers against the Philadelphia Eagles on ABC's Monday Night Football.
Well, we started out with a rainy day, we got a sunny day, and we got a rout for the home club, 48-7. But you were saying a moment ago that you thought Michigan State's discipline was holding up despite the score.
I think defensively they're going to take a lot out of this ball game into the Big Ten schedule. I think offensively they need to get healthy. They need to get some guys back, the quarterback and Mason back. Special teams has just been a wonderful.
First and goal, the ball is handed to Green, and that's a pretty good lick right there.
Ball was out.
Fumbled the football, and Michigan State has it. So the Spartans knock it loose from Ahman Green. They belted him, and he coughed it up.
I think this is two things, Keith. I think, number one, this is sending a message to the rest of the Big 12 that maybe Nebraska is not strong offensively for whatever reason. Their line is back. The only difference is the quarterback, and he doesn't. This is not his problem. But the ball does come out. I just think this sends also a message to the Big Ten that, hey, Michigan State defensively is back.
You got Bill Birkin at quarterback, a redshirt freshman from Warren, Ohio. He's the third quarterback we have seen today for Michigan State. Ornstein got pretty well beat up in that third quarter. Hands the ball off to Goulburn, and there's nothing there for him, and here's Lynn Swan.
Well, Keith, the Scott Frost of Nebraska has a lot in common with the Scott Frost of 1955. In 1955, Scott Frost was a standard-bred trotter who won the Hambletonian and went on to win the Trotter's Triple Crown. Now, just like that Scott Frost of 55, this Scott Frost has good bloodlines, as you mentioned, and Nebraska is hoping to ride him, Keith, to a back-to-back-to-back championship.
Ride it? The other guy pulled a Soki. Second down. Goulburn almost caught behind the line of scrimmage, but Dwayne wiggled away and came across the 10 and out to about the 11. Ken Hoffman was saying that Goulburn has expressed an interest to get into his business of sports information at Michigan State. He's a guy. I like him. It takes some guts to do what he's done.
We said early on that Michigan State needed big days from their kicking teams. They have not. And they needed turnovers for them, and they've given them away.
Third down and 3, the Spartans. Burke left hands it upfield, and it is incomplete. It was on the hands of the intended receiver, number 86, Gary Scott, but the freshman couldn't get it down and gripped in time before the defense knocked it away. So Burke, the left-handed quarterback, comes in, and he can't move him. Ed Ediger, who will he'll have to go sit in the sauna with his leg because he's used it today. This is punt number 9.
I think he's tired.
That's Devin Wiggins. He probably didn't expect to play today, but suddenly here he was, almost popping loose for a long return.
When you're choosing a name for your baby, you want one you'll feel good about for a long, long time. It's the same when you're choosing life insurance for yourself. You want something that will endure. When you go with State Farm, you get a life insurance company that has always received the highest possible ratings for financial strength. Which means State Farm is one name that'll sound just as good when your kids are grown up as it does today. State Farm understands life.
Here's another clever idea from Plymouth. To make the new Plymouth Grand Voyager even more versatile, they simply went back to the drawing board. And voila! A driver's side sliding door was born. Now it's twice as easy to get into, twice as easy to get out of, twice as easy to load, twice as easy to unload. Grand Voyager. It simply slides, folds, protects, unfolds, rolls, and drives better.
There's no place I'd rather be.
When Nebraska fans come to Lincoln to watch football, they usually see more than just football. As a matter of fact, more than 80% of all the high school students in Nebraska will eventually come to the Nebraska State Museum here at Morrill Hall to see one of the finest exhibits of elephant fossils in the world. You see, Husker fans are also Tusker fans.
Yuck, yuck, yuck. 20. 4 of 5 Nebraska second half possessions have started in MSU territory today. And here they go again. Thurman handing it off inside to Makovica. And I think the message is clear to the offensive line. Boys, we're going to give the fullback the ball. And if you don't open a hole, you're going to go to supper with spike marks up your back.
because he's coming through. Well, the fullback has always been an important part of the option game. You've got to stop the fullback first.
A lot of the reserves. Kermit's got a man wide open. Touchdown. Cheatham. Well, Tom Osborne says this little guy, Dave Burnson, insists he's called the Terminator from Wahoo. But he insists that he knows the system as well as any player on the field.
And I think he runs this better right now because he's thrown this ball 4 or 5 years. He was a walk-on initially at Nebraska. And he gets in and runs it very nicely.
Ted Retzlaff for the extra point try. Left puts it up. Good. And so now the points are rolling up as the Spartan defenders get tired. 55-7.
Big C, baby, what's up?
Once again, Jeep Grand Cherokee has emerged as four-wheel and off-road magazine's 4x4 of the year.
You've been thinking about getting a digital satellite dish. And thinking some more. Well, think about this. The people at Radio Shack can answer your questions. Plus, now they've got great deals. Like a Prime Star satellite system for only about $1 a day plus installation. 95 channels of Prime sports and movies with terrific picture and sound quality. Think about it. Better yet, stop thinking about it. Radio Shack. You've got questions, we've got answers.
Australia's Great Barrier Reef. You don't need fins to swim under it. You don't need wings to fly over it. You don't need 4 legs to run through it. But you just might need to bring this. Because Reef Watch Air Tours, Wild Track Jeep Safaris, and Pro Sail Schooners will take you on the ride of your life. But they won't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Keith, there's a recorded conversation of cavemen saying, "Whoa, Neliosaurus. I think I see a herd of Tibel cow rexes, and if we're not careful, those big uglies are going to step on us little uglies down here in the trenches."
That's what he does. He just runs around doing that stuff, Lynn.
I've got all the elephant facts you want. You had to be pretty nifty in those days to dodge those big guys.
We got a kickoff going out of bounds. It was Dan Haydenfeld, a freshman from Des Moines, who surely didn't expect to play today, and all of a sudden he gets a chance and he boots it out of bounds, so he'll hang his head and go do it again. College football on ABC Sports is brought to you by Jeep, makers of the new Grand Cherokee, and Wrangler. By Burger King, where you can get your burger's worth. The United States Postal Service. And Radio Shack. You got questions, we got answers.
Keith, this is the 100th year of football at Michigan State, and I've got to congratulate my good friend Earl Morrow for making the all-time team at quarterback. Earl and I were. Dean Look was a consideration for the quarterback position.
Well, Burke gets the taste of the sack as Mike Rucker fights his way through the traffic and gets to him.
That's Rucker's second sack. He is the defensive end behind Wistrom and Tomich. So he's getting a little piece of it.
Iowa 21-17 as Arizona's Wildcats have come back. They had them at 21-7 a little while ago. Michigan State's next conference game will be at Iowa City. Burke hands the ball away inside to Cedric Urban, and Urban wiggles around for about 3 yards.
I like this young kid, Keith. This young running back, I like him a lot. He's going to be good. Well, here's Nebraska. We talked about them in the opening, what they've done today. 7 sacks, 2 interceptions, 3 interceptions, 2 of which were returned for touchdowns. They are an aggressive bunch.
Burt gets the pass away, and it's too high, intended for Dwayne Payne. And he could not pull it back. So here's Ettinger. This would be number 10. The 10th punt of the day.
A couple other Michigan State Spartans on that all-time team. You may recall Bubba Smith and George Webster.
Well, they didn't bruise me like they did you.
I didn't enjoy my years at Purdue playing against those guys.
Low line drive, might be a little room to run here. Yeah, just a little bit of room for Seven Wiggins. That's his second try at a return. 48-yard punt and a 13-yard return. Coming up next, the Fighting Illini will host USC. Louisville plays the number 7 team in the country, Penn State. TCU beats Oklahoma. And Duke will be against Florida State, which is ranked number 3. Check your local listings on your ABC station and the games available from your cable operator next here on ABC. Matt Turman has 4 career touchdown passes. He's had 1 each year. Jay Sims, a junior from Omaha, is in at tailback, and he has the ball and just punches ahead for a short game. So Nebraska is working on some things here and trying not to embarrass Michigan State. And we go off to John Saunders.
Iowa, and Keith Smith, the quarterback, is going to scramble here and do a nice job. Watch him down to the 1-yard line, then has to dive this one across to get in as he has his knees cut out from under him. He's also thrown for 1. Right now, Arizona within 4. It's 21-17. Keith.
Okay, John.
Homer Smith's the offensive coordinator out there now, isn't he, at Arizona?
Yes, he is. D'Angelo Evans is in at tailback. And Matt Turman wound up holding on to it because it almost came loose at Delrico Simons. But I think this is the name you might want to tuck away. D'Angelo Evans, 5'9", 220. They'll peel some of that off of him, probably. It's baby fat. He's a freshman out of Wichita. They really think he's got some tools.
Yeah, but he didn't make the play then. Our man Simons made the play.
Yes, he did.
Simons has been around for 5 years and waited very patiently for 4 years, and finally has gotten an opportunity to play this year.
Herman. Quick. Gets it away. After it's caught. By number 3, J.R. Edwards, a freshman from Lincoln. And he's 2 yards short of the first down. D'Angelo Evans had the 4th most rushing yards ever in high school. He had 8,473 yards.
So you're talking about Evans and Edwards, who just caught that ball. There's Evans. Edwards is a true freshman also. So we're seeing some true freshmen give up their first year of eligibility in this ball game. D'Angelo back in the ball game, and Edwards, number 3. It's an outstanding play. You don't see many freshmen keep in the 2 deep of Nebraska. In fact, I added them up. In the 2 deep for Nebraska, there were only 2 freshmen for Nebraska. 19 fifth-year seniors for Nebraska, but only 2 freshmen.
7:55 to play, and it's 55-7 Nebraska.
Of all the improvements made to the new Jeep Wrangler, like dual front airbags and an easier-to-use soft top, It's the changes we've made beneath the surface that will really get your attention.
I'll stop the world and melt with you. You've seen the difference and it's getting better all the time. I'll stop the world and melt with you.
All right, Nebraska will punt the football on 4th down, and Bill LaFleur is in to punt. Najee Carter is waiting for it. Well, everybody's getting a chance here today. Hey, that's pretty good stuff. Holy smokes. Carter all the way back to his 8-yard line. Oh, Najee pops out of there, and a fine return out to 35-36. So that was a pretty good punt by the youngster LaFleur. Got it to turnover and everything, and 63 yards. Move that spot all the way out to the 37, where it'll be first down for Michigan State. Burke is still in there at quarterback, 6'5", 198-pound red shirt freshman from Warren, Ohio. He's been sacked twice. Ball goes to Tyrone Crenshaw, who's a sophomore from Pacoima, California. And he gets a taste of the Big Red pursuit.
Here's a look at the top 25 and how they're doing. Most of the games are later. Notre Dame won on Thursday, barely. Ohio State is winning. Alabama is winning.
Alabama's playing Southern Miss, aren't they?
BYU has started off with a bang, haven't they?
Oh yeah. Look out for them.
Yep.
They'll be up in Seattle against the Huskies. Huskies are down at Arizona State too. This is Burke. Down he goes. Back at the 35-yard line. Give you an idea of the quality, and I know you get tired of hearing about it, I suppose, but the reason that this program has been so successful is reflected in subtle little ways. Well, this one is not so subtle. Nebraska has averaged five NFL picks a year since 1954. So it's been going on a while.
Well, the other thing, too, is they keep their coaching staff, Keith. Tom Osborne and his staff, Charlie McBride, the defensive coordinator, and a lot of their coaches have been with them for a long time, as has the same thing at Penn State. Their staff has been around for a long time.
Number 85 was blowing in there. We got double numbers here all over the place, so we have to go searching around here to figure out who number 85 is. Steve Warren was in on that one, and so was Rucker was right there too. That's 9 sacks of the Michigan State quarterback. That's 9.
Yeah.
Barely got it away. Pretty good kick. Fumbled, and the Spartans cover it. Down at the 30-yard line. And Nebraska makes a mistake now as Kenny Cheatham didn't look it all the way into the basket, and it got away from him. So Michigan State gets a break. They lost Todd Schultz early in the ball game. Gus Ornstein came in. They pounded him pretty good. Now Burke is out there, Bill Burke. He's getting rattled around.
Reggie Garnett was also hurt, in case you're just joining us. He is the outstanding middle linebacker that's led the team in tackles last year.
Cedric Irvin is the deep back for Michigan State. Has the ball. Comes off the corner. Pretty good run down to the 15-yard line. Picked up 15 yards. It'll be first down, Spartan.
And this kid can use all of the playing time that they can give him, whether you're ahead or behind by 48 points or whatever, Cedric Irvin needs to get out there and get some experience.
Don Neyland's Mountaineers are off to a 2-0 start this year.
We see more and more freshmen popping up either in the backup role, Keith, or in starting roles because of the 85 scholarship limit.
This is Irvin again. Well, see, he's starting to relax a little bit now, and he's running better because he's running against reserves too, mind you.
Well, it's still Nebraska, though. I mean, the third teamers at Nebraska may be starters somewhere else, the way this defense plays.
That's right.
Ortiz there, number 37, Charlie McBride was really high on him. They've got guys that are quick at linebackers backing up guys that are quick that are playing. So he's pretty excited about his defense.
Irvin maybe to the 5. And he's about a yard short, looking at third down. 4 minutes and 20 seconds to play in the ball game. 55-7 Nebraska.
You know, Keith, you talk about Nebraska going back to back to back. You know, the Dolphins were in a similar situation to that in the early 70s where we won back-to-back championships, and then doing it 3 times in a row is very difficult because everybody's looking for you. It's hard to do it 3 times in a row. But if anybody can do it, I think Nebraska has. I think their offense needs to improve a little bit. Frost didn't have a bad day. A lot of the offenses starting out the first game of the year are not going to be real sharp, and I think Nebraska offensively will sharpen up. But certainly their defense and their special teams are in mid-season form.
It looked like Irvin was going to get into the end zone on that play. But Eric Walter, number 32, just came over, took him by the hips and stuck him in the ground. So it's 4th down and a yard. Burke keeps it and gets the first down. So the quarterback slid off the tackle and got himself a first down. It'll be 1st and goal, Michigan State. If time permits, stay tuned for the Thrifty Car Rental post-game report. John Saunders and Todd Blackledge with scores, and they're starting to come in now from across the country. Some highlights.
You know, Keith, what's different about this, you look around and not many people have left. It's a blowout from the halftime, and I'd say 80% of people are still here.
Inside, down to about the 2 with Cedric Irvin carrying the ball. Well, you know, if you didn't plan to go home, if you come to stay the night, you might as well stay here.
Well, that's true.
This is where the party is.
You're saying all these people aren't from Lincoln?
I think every inch of the state is represented somewhere in some way in this stadium. Look at that. Arizona has moved within 1 of Iowa in the 4th quarter. 2nd down and goal from the 2. Irvin. He's in there. Touchdown, Michigan State. Well, the youngster got himself a taste of big-time football today. He had the joy and the whoop-de-doo of all the big success last Saturday, but today he got the other end of it. The kick by Gardner. Good. So at 2:11 to play in the ball game, it's now 55-14, just about like what happened last year.
All the bridges and tunnels are jammed out there.
Here we go now, into the tunnel of love.
In the middle of rush hour.
Right into the tunnel.
100 feet below the Hudson River.
We got a smoker!
The toughest commute in the world is about to become the deadliest.
That tunnel is sealed from both ends. Now, what's the way in?
Here. How many people are left alive down there?
Maybe a dozen.
On December 6th, Universal Pictures dares you to take on the tunnel.
I just need some time to figure it out.
Are we gonna get out of here?
Daylight. This film is not yet rated.
Long ago, an inventor came up with the assembly line, allowing a few people to make a lot of something. It was the model for efficiency. At Chili's, we pride ourselves for our inefficiency, because we make each of the Big Mouth burgers by hand, grilled one at a time by a person. And when you taste for yourself how good they are, you'll appreciate all the time we've wasted. Chili's fresh grilled Big Mouth burgers, monuments of inefficiency.
It's been a long, hard day for Messrs. Mosallam, Beard, and Adams. They gave it their best, and it didn't bounce their way. Now Michigan State, with its second touchdown of the day, will kick off. Paul Ettinger will do the kicking. And if we can figure out who's back there for Nebraska, we'll tell you. It's Cheatham. And he's going to put it down in the end zone. And Tom Osborne will probably bring some more new ones off the bench. Next Saturday at 3:30 Eastern, the big showdown between the Wolverines and the Buffalo will headline our regional college football on ABC Sports. Michigan going to Boulder to face Colorado. Colorado's in against Colorado State tonight at Fort Collins. Number 13 Northwestern will meet Duke. There'll be other regional action. Check your local listing for the game on your ABC station or the games available from your cable operator next Saturday. Jeff Perino is now at quarterback. He's from where? Durango, isn't he? Durango, Colorado? That's right. Time called. So we've got 2:11 left to play.
Some of the most admired cars you'll see are owned by the guys who know cars best. They're ASC certified master mechanics, and the #1 brand of motor oil these guys use in their own cars and trucks is Valvoline, makers of Durablend, the leading semi-synthetic for a cleaner engine due to better control of harmful deposits. So use the oil the mechanics who take care of your car use to take care of theirs. Valvoline. People who know use Valvoline.
Trust. We are not born with an instinct to trust. Trust must be earned. Trust must be proven. We earn it with integrity. We prove it.
As we come back to Memorial Stadium, D'Angelo Evans has the carry for the Cornhuskers from the 20-yard line and picks up a couple of yards. We're just running out the clock now with 2 minutes to play in the ball game.
You may be running out the clock, but for these freshmen, Keith, that are in here, these are big plays in their career. Getting off the practice field and getting some real hitting.
Evans again. No, it's Jay Sims this time. Jay Sims from Omaha. Hey, Evans is an upset here. He's from Wichita. I don't know. It's kind of funny to find somebody at tailback, Nebraska, who's not from Omaha. Neil Sayers is also from Omaha. 75,590. That's your total attendance for today's 209th straight sellout.
This is the 37th straight game that Nebraska has won during the regular season. They have a 37-game winning streak regular season and 26th straight winning game overall.
Marino keeps it and has it batted down right back into his face by number 92, Pete Governors. Pete is a freshman from Concordville, Pennsylvania.
That will bring up fourth down.
The Buckeyes are having a big day, huh? Well, there's got to be a reason everybody likes them in the Big Ten. Wisconsin. Clemson program is in shambles right now.
Clemson scored.
Yeah. Najee Carter waiting for the punt from LaFleur, who had a 63-yarder a while ago. By George, he's got another good one. And Carter gets a block, gets some help, and down he goes at the 40. That was a 43-yard punt.
Stopped on the play by number 44 with 8 and number 2, Wayne Hill.
Well, Keith, we came to Nebraska. We saw the #1 team in the country, and I think that rating is justly deserved.
Yes, I do too. I don't see any reason to change it. We haven't seen a lot of them, but
I think
their boys are pretty good.
Their offense will improve. Most offenses early in the year are a little sluggish.
Burke's pass is completed to Crenshaw, and Crenshaw out of appointment in the San Fernando Valley, taken down with a pretty good lick. And time remaining now as we go inside a minute at 35 seconds. That was the 12th tackle in the ball game by the Nebraska defense for a loss. That is a lot. That pass is incomplete. That stops the clock at 11 seconds.
Number 4, Amy Durham. Broken up on the play by number 29, Greg List.
Nick Saban will do a good job at Michigan State, just like Paterno at Penn State, and Cooper has done at Iowa, and Bowden has done. At Ohio State for John Cooper. I like this guy. I think he's going to do a great job.
Burke lets it go, and it's over the head of everybody, including Payne, the intended receiver. And you've got 5 seconds remaining on the clock. So your final score is, unless something heroic happens here, is going to be Nebraska 55 and Michigan State 14. As the Nebraska Cornhuskers come out of the blocks as defending national champions in successive seasons and swept up in a height that's going to get bigger and bigger. All this talk about 3 in a row. No college team has ever done it. But if a college team has a good chance at it, this is probably the one. 55-14 is your final tally.
Thank you very much, Keith. Coach, a terrific ball game. I can't recall the Nebraska defense playing this aggressive with coming up with the turnovers they did this afternoon.
Yeah, we scored so much on defense that we didn't have the ball much offensively, and I didn't think we were real smooth offensively. We'll get better as time goes on. Thought Scott Frost did a decent job, but our defense played very well, and we certainly came up with big turnovers and big plays. And the kicking game was a huge factor in the ball game. Mike Fullman made some good returns, and so a lot of good things. I think Michigan State's a decent football team, and I'm a little surprised at the way it went today.
Now, you talk about the defensive personnel. A lot of this you looked at in game film. How much of this was individual effort by people in your defense, like Grant Wistrom?
Well, we've got some great rush ends. We've really got 3 that are great players, and the 2 guys in the middle are good. And so we've got some difference makers on defense. I thought that Minter made some great plays, at safety, and Booker's our best player at corner, and he was sick today, and he still hung in there and played. So I'm glad the way it worked out.
Well, you sent a very strong message to opponents who will be coming here to play you. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Keith?
Thanks.
Yeah, I would add to the message, the big red trains are coming around the bend. 55-14, the final score.
We are not born with an instinct to trust. Trust must be earned. Trust must be proven. We earn it with integrity. We prove it with sound advice. Trust is the ultimate measure of our success. And at Dean Witter, we measure success one investor at a time.
FedEx uses over 500 airplanes to handle your 2-day package. Cost? About $12.
UPS uses over 500 airplanes to handle your 2-day package. Cost? About $6.
The U.S. Postal Service uses over 15,000 airplanes to handle your priority mail 2 to 3 day package. Cost? $3.
So, 12, 6, 3, what's your priority? Priority mail from the U.S. Postal Service.
I know that if I'd been sober, I never would have gotten in the car with that guy. I hardly know him. The good news is we didn't crash or anything. The bad news is now I've got to find out what else I did last night.
Our genuine Chevrolet most valuable players of the game are Ike Reese for Michigan State and Grant Wistrom of Nebraska. Reese 17 tackles. Wistrom just tore up the joint, dominated it. Chevrolet will donate $1,000 to each school's general scholarship fund, reward outstanding students for academic achievements, assist those in financial need. It's been a Chevrolet tradition for more than a quarter century. 75,590 watched Nebraska beat Michigan State 55-14. Now stay tuned for the Thrifty Car Rental postgame report with John Saunders and Todd Blackledge, featuring scores and highlights from across the country.
Closer, keep your calendar clear. You've got to watch Paul Reiser host the Emmys this year with some help from Oprah and Michael J. Fox. It's always a dilemma. Can you guess who won the Emmy?
The 1996 Emmy Awards, Sunday on ABC.
Don't fall behind. It's that time of year again, and there's work to be done. And Pumpkin Pantry and Gatorade are getting the job done. Pick up a 16-ounce Gatorade bottle at Pumpkin Pantry to help plow through your thirst. Choose from a variety of thirst-quenching flavors. Head to Pumpkin Pantry this fall when you want the job done. Gatorade and Pumpkin Pantry.
Kearney's Auto America is your fleet and lease outlet in Kearney. With nearly a $500,000 inventory, Kearney's Auto America has the vehicle to fit your needs. Check out this 1994 Ford Taurus 4-door. There's 3 to choose from, only $170.54 a month. Or this 1994 Ford XLT Extended Cab 4x4. It's a local trade, and with 27,000 miles, it's only $18,760. Kearney's Auto America offers top dollar on your trade-in and on-the-spot financing with interest rates as low as 7.5%. Remember, that's Kearney's Auto America, 1 block east of McDonald's on Highway 30 for your next pre-owned vehicle.
This summer, you can get a sweet deal from Nebraska Waterbed Mart. That's right, now is the best time ever to save on quality solid wood bedroom furniture found only at Nebraska Waterbed Mart. Get low sale prices on our best selection of quality name brand case pieces. Plus, we have our entire stock of Sterling Softside waterbeds at special prices, starting at just $4.99 for the heated Arctic Softside. In addition to our sweet deals, we've got sweet financing with no down payment and super affordable monthly payments. Get your sweet deal today at the Nebraska Waterbed Mart, Grand Island.
Central Nebraska's news leader, NTV.
The Thrifty Car Rental Postgame Report, brought to you by Thrifty. Renting cars with pride worldwide. Best of all, it's Thrifty.
And welcome John Saunders alongside Todd Blackledge. For the Nebraska Cornhuskers, Tommy Frazier's gone, but they don't even miss a trick.
Well, Scott Frost did well. He really kind of played himself into the position today. Didn't do anything spectacular, but he threw a touchdown, he ran for a touchdown, and he ran the offense. And I'll tell you, when you've got a defense as dominating as Nebraska's, this defense scored 2 touchdowns today, that really makes your job as a quarterback a whole lot easier.
2 from the defense, 1 from the special teams. It certainly helps things out. Stick around. When we come back, we'll have scores and highlights as we check the rest of the early day action here on the Thrifty Car Rental Postgame Report.
It's the perfect landing. It's another business day. It's friendly blue waiting there for you. It's traveling your way. And best of all, it's thrifty. Ooh, you'll be so satisfied. Best of all, it's thrifty. Renting cars with pride worldwide.
Inside your car's fuel system, there's a constant battle between good and evil. So if you have a dirty fuel system, none of these dark forces can match the power of STP Complete Fuel System Cleaner. STP's most technologically advanced fuel system cleaner ever. Dirt has met its match. STP Complete Fuel System Cleaner.
Welcome back. And Todd, you mentioned this during the pregame show that Michigan State, to have a chance to win, they would have to stop Nebraska from scoring quickly. They didn't exactly get that done.
No, you got to try to make Nebraska earn it and execute. Take a look at this. In 1995, 82 scoring drives, average number of plays 6, time of possession 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Look at what they did today. 6 scoring drives. 3 of those drives were 5 plays or less, and it took them less than 2 minutes to score every one of their scoring drives today. It's easier said than done trying to make Nebraska hold the ball for a long time.
Instant offense, and they got it today. So Nebraska starts the season with a win. Ohio State against Rice. Bruce the Buckeye was ready to start the season, and so was Eddie George's replacement. The Heisman Trophy winner from last year is gone, but Pepe Pearson is there. He had 3 touchdown runs. A nice debut for him.
Pepe Pearson is a guy with a lot of talent. Not as big or as physical as Eddie George, but a very shifty runner. Stanley Jackson did a nice job in his first game as a quarterback. As you take a look at Pearson's numbers, 119 yards, and look at the average, 7.0 yards every time he carried the football. That's a great start for a lot of young guys filling in the gaps for Ohio State on offense.
True freshman Michael Wiley also had 3 touchdowns in the game. Southern Miss against Alabama. And Southern Miss gave Alabama fits last year, trying to do it again. Freddie Kitchens here to Marcel West. 26 yards on the touchdown as Alabama leads it now by 10. Again, their defense taking control.
Very quick defense. Gene Stallings knows Southern Miss is tough. His first game as coach of Alabama, he was beaten in the opener by Southern Miss.
Freddie Kitchens with 2 touchdown passes. Arizona against Iowa. This one has turned into a great game. Iowa quarterback Matt Sherman taking advantage of one of 4 fumbles in the first half for Arizona. Finds Damon Gibson, 14-7 at that point. Right now, Iowa leads it 21-20. Smith has a touchdown pass and a touchdown run. Stick around. More of the Thrifty Car Rental postgame report right after this.
It's country driving. It's fancy coat and tie. Ooh, it's the football team, your beauty queen. It's why we're right nearby. And best of all, it's thrifty. Renting cars in your neighborhood. Ooh, best of all, it's thrifty. Coming through like you knew we would.
When you're choosing a name for your baby, you want one you'll feel good about for a long, long time. It's the same when you're choosing life insurance for yourself. You want something that will endure. When you go with State Farm, you get a life insurance company that has always received the highest possible ratings for financial strength. Which means State Farm is one name that'll sound just as good when your kids are growing up as it does today. State Farm understands life.
The Thrifty Car Rental Postgame Report, brought to you by Thrifty, renting cars with pride worldwide. Best of all, it's Thrifty.
Welcome back. Before we get you to the second half of our doubleheader, updating a few more scores. Byron Hanspard, an unbelievable day as Texas Tech rolling in this one 31-3 over Oklahoma State. How about 272 yards?
Well, school record. And I'll tell you what, Byron Hanspard twisted his ankle a little bit last week against Kansas State. They weren't even sure if he was going to be 100%, but I guess he was. 272 yards. Look at the average, 9.4 yards every time he carried the football. Great day for Byron Hanspard.
Almost a first down every time he touched it. Eastern Michigan, no match for Wisconsin, 24-0. Carl McCullough with a touchdown run. Mike Samuels with a touchdown pass. Clemson finally gets on the board, 19-3. They knock off Furman, really doing it with defense. 12 sacks in the game. Raymond Priester, 17 carries for 118 yards. Also, coming up next, the second half of our doubleheader, some of you will see USC against Illinois, each team looking for their first win. Louisville against Penn State. Duke at Florida State in the ACC, or TCU against Oklahoma. We'll see you at halftime of those games. Stick around. Plenty more football on ABC.
Against the wall. Annie Potts. High school has changed. Dangerous Minds. ABC Mondays this September.
Hit the road to Pump and Pantry for your last chance at great Pepsi stuff. And what better time than now to buy Pepsi? With 12 packs only $3.99. And 20-ounce bottles just 75 cents. Pump and Pantry is the place to pick up the great buys on Pepsi and to buy Pepsi points for just 10 cents each. It's your last chance, and Pump and Pantry has the Pepsi stuff you need before it hits the road. Pump and Pantry.
It's game time at UNK.
For $40, you can get tickets for reserved seats for all UNK.
The 1990 as the top-ranked Huskers took to the field against Michigan State and then took it to the Spartans 55-14. In the next hour, we'll take a look at all of the highlights in what turned out to be a big day for the Big Red. And you'll also meet Husker seniors Mike Minner and John Vedral. We'll do it all, of course, with Nebraska's head football coach Tom Osborne. Tom, I know you were very impressed with Michigan State after their win over Purdue last week, but to roll 55-14, what are your impressions of your team?
Well, I'm just a little bit in shock after that. I thought it'd be a close game. I thought if we turned it over a couple times more than they did, they'd probably beat us. So very gratifying to have that kind of effort.
Well, no doubt the rest of the country is very impressed with the Huskers win, and when we come back, we'll take you to the kickoff of the '96 season and get right to the highlights of the first quarter. Stay with us.
We're geared up for another great Husker season
at J.C. Penney.
And we can gear you up too. J.C. Penney is the place to go for all your Husker apparel. So before you go here, you better stop in here.
The same gear the coaches wear.
At great prices. Adidas sideline apparel at the J.C. Penney Husker shop. Stop by participating stores to register for Tommy Frazier's autographed jersey.
Because of its remarkable clarity, Cellular One is the nation's #1 cellular service, clear across America.
Cellular One, offering state-of-the-art cellular service clear across Nebraska.
Ooh. Valentino's Pizza, anyone?
At Valentino's Grand Italian Buffet, it's their tradition of quality, service, and variety that keeps them #1 year after year.
Hi, this is Rod Cush. You've helped my family and I grow our business over 10 great years. Now for our anniversary, we'd like to thank you with the biggest Labor Day tent sale ever.
During the tent sale, get free delivery with any purchase of $3.99 or more. See store for details. Plus, 1 full year interest-free with approved credit. And most items throughout the store are 50 to 70% off. Hurry in now.
It's our 10th anniversary tent sale at Rod Cush's Furniture. Help us celebrate by getting a great deal for your family.
Rod Cush's Furniture, Omaha, Lincoln, Mall of the Bluffs, and now South Road.
There's been a lot of talk about the Huskers since winning a second national title in January, but Saturday the Huskers finally got a chance to get down to business, and there are few things in Nebraska that can match the anticipation of the opening kickoff. But Tom, there was extra emotion in the air today with the tribute to Brooke Behringer and having Jan Behringer and her family at the stadium.
Yeah, that's Jan and her granddaughter, who was born really shortly after Brooke's death, and so that was nice to have them. I was able to spend some time after the game with the whole family, and And we'll never forget Brooke here. At least I'll never forget him, and their family means a great deal to us.
Well, he was no doubt very proud of the way his former teammates played today and the way that the Nebraska fans responded as this game opened up. And Nebraska got a chance to go on offense right away. We got a chance to see Scott Frost, and right away you go to Ahman Green. And this game really seemed to be centered around the running game early on.
Well, we felt we wanted to run at them a fair amount, and we were able to do so with some success, not tremendous success. But here's a counter sweep, and Ahman actually broke it back underneath, picked up a gain of 8. Now we'll see Ahman carrying the ball again, and Ahman's a little bigger this year, probably 8 or 9, 10 pounds heavier than last, and seems to still have the same quickness. And there he gained 7 off the right side. That was a 2nd and 2 play, so we got it first down. Now Scott Frost on a 3rd down and about 5 or 6 came up just a yard or 2 short. I was kind of tempted to go for it there, but we were still fairly deep in our own territory, so we punted it away. And
Michigan State in the ballgame had terrible field position, especially early on.
And a lot of that had to do with the kicking game, and Mike Minner came up, made the stop there. Excellent job there, backside. Grant Wistrom making the tackle. That was Gilborn. Gain of only 1 on that particular play.
We didn't see a lot of Cedric Urban, the tailback that had such a great game against Purdue.
Well, he played quite a bit toward the end of the ball game, but I don't know what their situation was here. That pass is deflected. That was a 3rd down and 7, and I think Jeff Hogard might have gotten a hand on it. Jeff's a pretty good athlete in there, and he just batted that ball down. Had pretty good coverage too. Eric Stokes was covering on the play, and so I was really impressed with the way our defense played. They had a very, very solid ball game. Here's a play-action pass, and Scott Frost throws the ball incomplete there, intended for Sheldon Jackson. Now he's back, and he hits Johnny Vedral, and John came up again about 3 yards short of the first down, gain of 4 on the play. So he punted that away, and again Michigan State's got the ball, and they're very, very fortunate here. The ball was loose on the ground, and Michigan State got it back, gained 4 yards. One of their better plays in the early going. And here's a real good play by Eric Stokes. It was a complete pass, but the coverage was outstanding, and he made the tackle.
Eric's finally settled into a position at Nebraska. He's moved from corner to safety, and finally to a position where he can stay at home.
Well, it's one of the disadvantages that he has is that he's versatile. And he's good enough he could play corner, but he's really improved himself. He's worked hard in the weight room. He's in good shape, and he knows the whole defense now. And here, Mike Minner intercepts a pass at their 22-yard line, and a key factor here was pressure. The quarterback was somewhat flushed out of the pocket. Good rush on the backside by Grant Wistrom, and the quarterback just didn't see Minner standing there. And Mike had a great day, of course, obviously intercepting 2 passes and gives the offense great field position here.
And Mike will be on the show a little bit later on. That was also, by the way, the last we would see of Todd Schultz in the ball game. He left with a knee strain, so after that it was their backup Gus Ornstein, but he had to watch as the Huskers with great field position here march toward the end zone.
Well, there's a little counter trap there, replay here. Ahman Green gets nice running room, gains 11 on that play, and takes the ball down near the 10-yard line. It was a good job of blocking by our left guard and left tackle. Now an option play, Scott Frost gets underneath, and good blocking out front. You see Adam True there getting a downfield block. And Scott takes it in from about 11 yards out, a kick-out block there by John Zadiska, the right guard. And so it was first touchdown of the season for Nebraska, and of course a relatively short drive, 23 yards on that possession. And so we didn't have as many yards in the game as we normally do because the defense had so much scoring, and we sometimes didn't have to go very far.
Boy, and that shades of Christian Peter there with that 55. He sure looked like him.
Well, that's his brother. That's Jason, and Jason's really a good player, and we really value him a lot. He's a guy that really plugs things up. He and Jeff Hogard in the middle are big, strong guys. Here is a comeback pattern that was fairly effective. Gain of 15, first down, and there's that freshman. I think that's Irvin with
Cedric
the ball.
Irvin, yeah.
Gain of 4. And now Ornstein was sacked for a loss of about 8 yards on that play, and that's Jason Peter coming through here. and they actually stripped the ball, but I think they ruled him down at on the tackle. So that brought up a 3rd down and 15. And Ornstein's, I guess he's the transfer from Notre Dame that they were thinking was going to be such a great player. A great job there by Jamel Williams on pursuit.
That's the linebacker. That's the good linebacker speed that's so dangerous with this defense.
Well, yeah, guys like Jamel Williams have been really exceptional for us. And there, Damon Benning picked up 7 around the left side. Now Scott Frost on an option play keeps the ball, ducks up, and gains 7 more. And we're moving the ball fairly well here. Now you see Damon Benning on an outside sweep play. Nice job of running, squirts through there for an extra 2 or 3 yards and picked up 11 yards, and we'll see a replay of that coming up here. You see John Vedral going in motion. Good blocking out in front. We pulled our right tackle around and our right guard both, and the way they were lined up, we thought that was a fairly effective play, and early on it really was good for us. Now Jeff Makovica on an off-tackle trap.
Joel Makovica, you got a lot of brothers that have played
for
Joel. Years.
And that was a gain of 6. And there Damon Benning up the middle for a gain of 7. And I think Jeff Makovica was in attendance today, but Joel was playing. And so that pretty much ended the first quarter with Nebraska up 7-0, and we're moving the ball again and sort of gaining control of the game.
It seemed like the first couple of series, it took some time to shake the rust off, but once you got going, Scott Frost seemed to settle in at quarterback, and everybody really started to click.
Yeah, Scott played well. I didn't feel that he had very many plays where he wasn't pretty much on track with his decisions on audibles and when to throw, when not to throw, so I thought he played very well.
The Huskers are off to a 7-0 start, and we're just getting started here. When we come back, big plays are the order of the day. Stay tuned.
Nebraskans and All-Americans are overtaxed, and politicians don't have the answers. I think it's critical that we change Washington. I've outlined a tax cut plan to let you keep more of your hard-earned money. A child tax credit, eliminating the estate and inheritance taxes, incentives for business to invest for better-paying jobs, and education and medical savings accounts for families. Cutting taxes means less money for politicians and more for you. Stronger values, smaller government. That's the answer.
Husker Harvest Days are coming September 10th through the 12th. John Deere invites you to stop by and see their new 4-wheel drive tractors, 8,000 series tractors with Trax option, 7,010 series tractors, and the new 4,700 sprayer. You'll also see their new family of round balers, the big square baler and self-propelled windrower. Stick around for the Combine Performance School each afternoon at 3 o'clock. It's all at the John Deere display at Husker Harvest Days, September 10th through the 12th. See you there.
Nebraska Public Power District, Nebraska's energy leader.
The heart of a home. It's the promise of a smile. It's the morning light that welcomes you to your favorite quiet corner. And the heart of a home is its value, knowing you made a choice now for the future. The heart is the pride built into today's manufactured home. Solid wood framing, energy smart design.
Call 1-800-44-OWNER, today's manufactured home. Built for living, built for life.
The Huskers rolled up 55 points on Saturday, but you'd be hard-pressed to figure out who put more points on the board, the offense, the defense, or the special teams. In any event, the latest scoring explosion was a true team effort, and it got untracked in the second quarter. Tom, you scored in a variety of ways in this ballgame. You got this touchdown from Scott Frost in the first quarter, but a couple of returns. We'll see Mike Minner here. It was an unusual scoring day.
Well, yeah, it was an unusual day, and here Scott Frost on a quarterback counter-track picks up 8 yards, and we'll see that again here. This was out of the shotgun formation. You'll notice the left guard, left tackle pull around, and good blocking downfield. And I think that was a third down play, 3rd and 4 actually, so we picked up first down. Now Jeff Makovica is on a screen pass here, Joel Makovic rather, and missed a block out there. It looked like it was a play that could go, and we ended up short, 4th and 3 or something like that. Chris Brown comes in and kicks the field goal, and our kicking game was really outstanding all day. I think we made all of our PATs, had one hit the goal post, and we kicked one field goal, and we kicked off well, and some great punt returns, as we'll see. John Hess comes in there and makes a nice tackle. Goulburn, no gain. Now we see Ryan Terwilliger on the, well, I think Hess missed, and finally Terwilliger gets him. We had about 3 or 4 missed tackles there.
He ran about 50 yards, lost 3.
Yeah, that was, could have been actually a loss of 8 or 9 if we'd made the initial hit. Here's a little screen pass. Michigan State is a good screening team, and this is Irvin here, the freshman player, and he had a few more people flying at him, I think, this week than he did last week when he was such an outstanding player.
Yeah, here's the first real big play of the ball game. This is a great run by Mike Fullman.
Yeah, Mike, actually on this play, I think we had a block on, a punt block, so we weren't even supposed to set up a return, and Mike did a lot of that on his own. You know, he broke those first 2 tackles, and then he had a couple other guys miss him, and then picked up some blocks down the sideline, but this was really an exceptional return and a great individual effort.
And coming from a guy that you didn't think you would have this year because of the groin injury he's had.
Yeah, he was on crutches about 3.5 weeks ago, and it looked to me like he might be done. And so he about fell down there, but regained his balance, and it was really an exceptional effort. And that's kind of a backbreaker if you're Michigan State, to have somebody return a punt like that on you. So Michigan State's back on offense now, and they get a little crack there. And so that was a gain of 9 by Goulburn. That was their best running play of the day. And pass broken up there. Ornstein trying to hit Mason. Michael Booker was in the game. Michael was actually not feeling well. He had a sore throat and a lot of congestion in his chest, and kind of just played, even though we didn't think he was in very good shape. And they have excellent pursuit, and they stop Ahman Green for no gain. Actually a loss of 1. 2nd 11. Brian Schuster on a trap play gained 6, but we were unable to sustain a drive here, and ended up punting away to Michigan State again.
There's a shot of Nick Saban, one of the best defensive coaches in college football.
Well, he's a fine coach, and there we had a little bit of a bust in our coverage. They complete a pass, but we did knock the ball loose, and Michigan State was fortunate to recover it.
And Derek Mason is the one who recovered it, and then he re-injured the hand that he broke last week against Purdue. He would come back into the ball game, but here's a guy that's been playing beat up, and he's one of the most exciting players in college football.
Well, he's a great return man, a very skilled athlete. Here's Irvin for really no gain. Excellent job there. Defensively, we had Jay Foreman in there. This is a lateral pass, and they fool us on the double pass, and we recover. That was a big play, and then we got a face mask penalty on top of it. Defense does a nice job here of stiffening. Irvin doesn't get much done there, and actually picked up very little ground there. And see Wistrom there
doing what he calls his Web City Quake, and that sets up the big play here for Mike Minner.
Well, we were in it was a nice disguise in the coverage. It looked like it was going to be pressure, and Ornstein threw the ball, and you see Mike Minner's got all of his speed back. You know, he injured that cruciate ligament 2 years ago against Texas Tech, and last year he played, but he wasn't maybe quite what he was, and then this year, of course, he's got it all, and makes a great break on the ball, and so what looked like man-to-man coverage all of a sudden was zone, and the quarterback just misread it, and so it was a nice job of disguising the coverage by our defense. And Mike's a great player and a great person and an outstanding leader, and of course one of our team captains. Here we had a line twist, and they didn't get much going there, and actually a gain of about 1. There the receivers and defensive backs and everybody ran together.
They tried to run a pick, and it looked like you picked them off.
And now Scott on an option play, and Ahman Green gets some running room around the right side here. and picked up 19 yards, and we'll see a replay here.
He does a great job of beating that linebacker that came in and got around the corner for the big gain.
Strong safety is a great player, and he just about got a hand on that ball on the pitch. So now we have Scott Frost taking off on a shovel pass, and they played the shovel back, and so he kept around the outside, gain of 12. And I think we'll see it again here. You'll see he's looking to shovel the ball, and the rush in just played inside, so Scott kept it around the outside.
Well, that has to be an instantaneous decision that he keeps it.
It's got to be pretty quick. It's like an option in reverse in a sense. And here's a bootleg pattern, and the ball was John Vedral thought he had a touchdown, and the guy got a hand in there right at the end.
I think everybody thought he had it.
So it ended up we had to settle for a field goal. That was a 3rd down and 6 play on the bootleg, and we didn't get the pass completed. So now we see Irvin carrying the ball here around the right side, tackled by Brian Shaw, who's from Sandy Creek High School. And there I was talking to Michael Booker, just trying to see how he was feeling, how he was holding up. And he said he was doing okay, but I could tell he was hurting. And so Mike did a nice job of going out there and giving us some plays today.
Well, the Huskers had a great first half, and it is halftime, so we'll take a timeout here. But don't go away. After the break, we'll introduce you to a pair of the Big Red's best, John Vedral and Mike Minner.
Take it on.
Winning isn't just about trying harder. It's about being prepared. That means for me, or any athlete, proper nutrition is a must. Now there's Personal Edge Sports Nutritional Powder with Supro brand protein. It's a low-fat, cholesterol-free protein powder that mixes easily in water, milk, or juice. It gives athletes loads of protein for repairing and rebuilding muscle tissue. When athletic performance is important, Personal Edge can make the difference.
To Amigos! Now through September 30th, with every purchase of a combo meal or a dinner, receive a kid's meal free. And while you're there, pick up a coloring sheet. Bring it back and pick up another one. Every coloring picture is entered in Amigos drawing for a Nebraska starter jacket or a Pentium 133 multimedia computer system from InfoLink Computers.
Go for the food, go for the fun, go for Amigos.
Jim Munoz isn't a First Bank customer just because they gave him his first checking account, or the car loan that he wanted, or the school loan that he needed. Jim's a First Bank customer because they gave his dad the business loan that he needed to grow the company and hire the right talent to make it prosper.
Without a doubt, the success of Nebraska football wouldn't be possible without the incredible commitment made by the players who take a chance and walk on at NU. Oftentimes, the players who may not have attracted a lot of attention in high school come to Nebraska and become big-time college stars, and John Vedral is just such a player, and he joins us this week. And John, 2 catches for 20 yards in the ballgame, but you were talking during the break that you guys didn't get a lot of snaps this afternoon.
No, I think we only had about 60 snaps, and usually, like Coach said, we run about 75 or 80 a game, so a little down on the offensive snaps that wise, but I think our defense kind of picked up for it.
John had to carry the load here a little bit today. We the number 2 wingback wasn't playing, and so you had to go in. And the thing I like about John is he's so versatile. He holds on extra points, covers on punts. We had you on the kickoff team at one point, and I think we got you off of that, didn't we?
Yeah, you took me off it. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Maybe need some rest or something.
You know, Gregory Gorilla ought to be on the kickoff team.
Yeah. I was on it when I was a sophomore. So.
Yeah. Well, anyway, John, you might tell a little bit about what you're majoring in. I think you're doing pretty well in school, aren't you? At least you're still here after 3 years, 4 years.
Satisfactory.
Yeah. What are you majoring in?
My major's in health PE.
So it's kind of a coach or what?
Well, I was going to be a teacher, but I think I'm just going to graduate in December here and head down to Texas and personal train with my brother.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
So Mike walked on as a tight end, and he's down in Dallas now. Is that right?
Yep.
And Mike's married to Matt Turman's sister.
That's right.
So have you got anybody that you can marry?
Well, I have a girlfriend.
Have you?
No, I haven't been married yet, Coach.
Well, that's good. You're making progress, because last year John came here and he hadn't had a date in 3 years. Now he has a girlfriend. So
we'll see what the show did for him.
Things are looking up. Yeah.
I'm not even
what do you
comment.
think? Do you feel like things are moving along pretty good? And you know, we didn't make a lot of yards today, but we did some good things.
I thought Michigan State had a good scheme against us, though. You know, I thought they moved around well. They were prepared when they came here, so of course we didn't have a lot of the stats today, but you know, I don't think every game you're not just going to roll up 500 yards rushing like you know a lot of times. So we had other phases of our game step up like we needed to be, and we got the job done.
Well, John, we really appreciate your hanging around, and I know your social life was significantly curtailed, and we appreciate you doing this, and appreciate all the effort you put in, you know, because you came as a walk-on, and it's worked out pretty well in your case, I guess.
Yeah, pretty good so far.
John, congratulations on all your success.
All right, thanks. Thanks for having me.
That's John Vedral, Nebraska wingback, and when the Tom Osborne Show continues, we'll introduce you to a Husker black shirt who enjoyed one of the best games of his Nebraska career on Saturday, team captain Mike Minner.
Because of its remarkable clarity, Cellular One is the nation's #1 cellular service, clear across America.
Cellular One, offering state-of-the-art cellular service clear across Nebraska.
Hi, this is Rod Cush. You've helped my family and I grow our business over 10 great years. Now for our anniversary, we'd like to thank you with the biggest Labor Day tent sale ever.
During the tent sale, get free delivery with any purchase of $3.99 or more. See store for details. Plus, 1 full year interest-free with approved credit. And most items throughout the store are 50 to 70% off. Hurry in now.
It's our 10th anniversary tent sale at Rod Cush's Furniture. Help us celebrate by getting a great deal for your family.
Rod Cush's Furniture, Omaha, Lincoln, Mall of the Bluffs, and now South Road.
There's been so much written about us and said about us, some of which has not been very accurate from my perspective, but kind of like looking at a picture on the wall that's crooked, and after a certain period of time you want to straighten it.
Tom Osborne writes the picture with his new book, On Solid Ground, from the Nebraska Bookstore.
My favorite, the Nebraska Bookstore, home of the original Big Red Collection and 1 or 2 million books,
including his. Get On Solid Ground now at the Nebraska Bookstore.
We're geared up for another great Husker season
at JCPenney,
and we can gear you up too. JCPenney is the place to go for all your Husker apparel. So before you go here, you better stop in here.
The same gear the coaches wear.
At great prices. Adidas Sideline apparel at the JCPenney Husker shop. Stop by participating stores to register for Tommy Frazier's autographed jersey.
Ooh. Valentino's Pizza, anyone?
I'm a little too busy to eat Valentino's pizza during the game, but afterwards I know where to go to get the best pizza around.
When Mike Minner came to Nebraska, it made headlines because he came from Oklahoma. Well, he's been making headlines ever since, and after 2 interceptions on Saturday, including 1 returned 84 yards for a touchdown, that doesn't figure to change too much as he continues to establish himself as one of the best Husker defensive backs ever. And my Coach Osborne was kidding John Vedral about his social life with your wife Kim and son Michael Jr. Your social life is pretty well taken care of.
Yes, it's pretty well taken care of. It's, you know, they there every day I get there.
Mike, what are you doing in school? You're about to get out here pretty soon, aren't you?
Yes, I'll graduate in December, mechanical engineering. Right now I'm looking at going in sales with engineering.
Oh, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting combination, engineering and sales.
Yeah.
But that's a tough major, engineering, and I know you've had to work hard at that, haven't you?
Yes, it's been a long 4 years, now going on 5. So.
I remember the first time I ever saw Mike was standing out in front of the Holiday Inn in Stillwater, Oklahoma. We were down there to play Oklahoma State, and Mike had some bib overalls out there, and I said, "Who's that guy?" And that was Mike Minner. And I guess you were probably there to watch Will Shields play or somebody, and so we're really glad you came up here. Darrell Alslager was your coach down there, and he's retired now. He just fishes every day, but he's a big Nebraska fan, I think.
Yeah, he loved Nebraska.
Yeah, we're glad you came too. What did you think about today? I mean, you had some great plays, and just one of those days where they threw it to you. Or tell us about the second interception. That was kind of interesting. What did you have called there on defense?
We had cover 9, no 2 deep coverage, and right before that play, they ran that same exact set, and they didn't get it off. So I knew they was coming back to it, and so he threw it, and I broke up on the ball.
Now, cover 9, for the fans, is it's a zone coverage with 2 guys deep, and we disguised it so it kind of looked like man-to-man, and you were a little bit tighter. Exactly. And I think he thought he had a certain coverage, and then all of a sudden you were back in the half, and you made a great break on the ball, and it looked like your speed's back. Do you feel like you're fully recovered now from that injury?
Yes, thank God for that. I'm 100% right now.
Yeah,
so.
well, that's great. Well, Mike, thanks for coming, and I know you'll keep rolling, and Mike's a team captain and a great leader, and we're just really proud to have him here.
Mike, thanks for being with us.
Thanks.
That's Mike Minner, Nebraska defensive back, and thanks to Mike and company, the Huskers lead at 27-0 at the half. Coming up next, we'll get to the second half highlights as the Tom Osborne Show continues right after this.
To Amigos! Now through September 30th, with every purchase of a combo meal or a dinner, receive a kid's meal free. And while you're there, pick up a coloring sheet. Bring it back and pick up another one. Every coloring picture is entered in Amigos drawing for a Nebraska starter jacket or a Pentium 133 multimedia computer system from InfoLink Computers.
Go for the food, go for the fun, go for Amigos.
The Thompsons got their home equity installment loan from First Bank, not just because they could finance their car and deduct the interest, or get convenient ways to manage their money, or pay for the new addition to their home. They chose First Bank because the bank loaned them 100% of the equity in their home, which let them consolidate their finances and their family all at once.
Winning isn't just about trying harder. It's about being prepared. That means for me, or any athlete, proper nutrition is a must. Now there's Personal Edge Sports Nutritional Powder with Supro brand protein. It's a low-fat, cholesterol-free protein powder that mixes easily in water, milk, or juice. It gives athletes loads of protein for repairing and rebuilding muscle tissue. When athletic performance is important, Personal Edge can make the difference.
Take it on.
Welcome back to the show. It's time now to get back to the action. The third quarter begins with the Huskers pitching a shutout with a 27-0 lead. Tom, Michigan State is going to get the football to start the third quarter, but you're going to get another big play from your special teams.
Well, they deferred at the start of the ball game, so they ended up having the ball, started the second half, and a great effort there by Eric Warfield, and another great effort there by Julius Jackson, and we ended up knocking the ball loose again, and I think Brian Shaw ended up with the football. So this was kind of a bizarre play. When I saw it at first, I thought, no, this guy's going to pick up the block punt and run for a first down, and then we recovered and made a nice tackle, and so we get another break. And of course, here we are starting out down in their territory. Scott Frost makes a nice run here. Good decision. Takes the ball down to the 1-yard line. And Scott's really a good runner. He's very agile, and he maybe should have kept on around the end there, but the defensive guy got upfield on him, and we probably called 6 or 7 passes that we didn't get thrown, and these were plays where Scott took off and ran, and made some excellent runs there. Ahman Green cuts back and got hit right at the line of scrimmage, but he fell forward in the end zone, and so in 2 plays we've got the ball in the end zone, and with the ensuing extra point have a 34-0 lead. And so that I would say at that point Michigan State, barring something really crazy happening, was pretty well finished.
We want to show the kickoff here. Chris Brown was remarkable putting the ball through the end zone. The Michigan State never had a chance to return anything, except for this one right here.
Right, and they had some great kickoff returners, and really great coverage there. You see Chad Kelsey on the tackle, Billy Legate. Billy's our third-team fullback, walk-on player, and just an outstanding player. Jamal Williams makes a great great tackle there. That's Irvin for a loss of 3.
We were seeing John Hess around the football an awful lot today. He really has come into his own in his senior year.
John's a real instinctive player, and just the things that we do with him, he really is an ideal guy in there. And of course, Jay Foreman is doing well too. So we have two good Mike backers. And here's a play-action pass. A little bit more time than what we'd like. John Hess makes the tackle, very short gain there, and that was only a gain of about 4 or 5 yards, I think.
This is later on in the drive, and Gilborn gets the carry here. Here's a unique situation. This guy's a 6th-year senior. How do you figure that?
Well, that's a long time. We've played against some guys like that. We've never had anybody get an appeal for that 6th year, but we've played against some that have. Now, here, this was a 3rd down play. You see Hess and others are in on the stop there. Mike Minter's up underneath there, and so 4th down here they go with a play-action pass, and it was a great diving catch and really pretty good coverage there by Michael Booker on the tight end. So they finally get on the scoreboard, and that was of course they had the big play on that drive was a 48-yard pass play that really kept the drive going.
How disappointing is it for the Black Shirts to lose the shutout?
Well, I'm sure they'd like to have it, but it's a little bit hard to maintain your intensity when you're up 34-0. And but I mean, that's no excuse. Here's an option play, a nice pitch to Ahman Green. Ahman gets some running room out the outside, gain of about 9. And now Ahman off tackle, gets hit pretty hard, gain of 4. And now we're trying to hit John Vedral, and this was probably the one play that was not real outstanding. Scott just didn't get enough on the ball, and the ball was underthrown, and it was almost intercepted. John Vedral does a nice job of getting back and breaking up the interception. And here we got sacked. This is the first sack of the season. Last year we went a whole season without a sack, and we just didn't get the ball off there. And so Jesse Cush punts the ball here. A real deep punt and pretty good coverage here. And they get back to about the 15-yard line, but that was really an exceptionally fine punt on that case. Now, Goulburn carries the ball here, picks up 3. Eric Stokes comes up, Mike Minter, both pursue very well, make a nice stop. Now we get Jamel Williams off the backside, and that was one of those zone blitzes that we hurt Florida State so much with, and nobody saw him. And we'll see a replay here. We fooled a lot, we'd have him up in that position, then he'd drop off, and then when they do come, it's really hard sometimes to pick it up.
Grant Wistrom was right there too to make the play.
Well, that was, of course, a loss of 8, and we sacked the quarterback several times. Now, we got a bootleg pattern and Johnny Vedral crossing pattern here. Gain of 16.
And again, you're starting this drive in tremendous field position at midfield. What does that do for your play calling in a situation like this?
Well, today it didn't do very much. But, it does give you a lot more latitude. When you're up near midfield, you sometimes hesitate to do some things when you're on your own goal line. Here we're in a shotgun, another quarterback counter trap, and Scott gets through there and picks up 5 or 6 yards. Gain of 5, actually, on that play. Now this is a bootleg pattern, and he just takes the ball down, gets around the end, and picked up 9 more. Now this was one where maybe got a little bit of a quick whistle, and and he thought maybe he could have gotten away.
You know, if there's ever any school that you don't call the quarterback down, it's Nebraska. Tommy Frazier showed us that last year.
Yeah, you know, our quarterbacks have to be good runners, and Scott's a strong guy. You know, he's about 215 pounds in his own right, and I think he, you know, he might have on that play gotten at least a few extra yards. So, anyway, he gained 9. Now a disastrous play here. Cheatham got hit and fumbled the ball, and then he really got plastered. So. We lost 16 yards. That was one of my calls right there. But fortunately, this was 2. And it's a nice throw and a great catch by Brendan Holbein. He simply went up over the defender and it took away from him. And but this was a 3rd down and, I don't know, 26 yards or something like that to go. So we get it all in one play, and Holbein did a great job. You know, Brendan had a pulled hamstring, and we weren't really sure we'd have him for this game, and we felt very fortunate to bring him back. Nice play there, Jay Foreman in at the Mike linebacker, just stands the back right up in the hole. Now good pressure, and great play by Grant Wistrom, and Grant was pretty excited about this. They about
so was everybody else.
Yeah, they about killed him. But you see here a twist play, and Scotty Saltzman puts pressure on the quarterback, and the quarterback didn't get the ball over Grant, and he was in the right place at the right time, and you'll never get an easier score than that one right there. So it was a 9-yard return and a touchdown, and so we've got a pretty commanding lead there of 48-7.
A big play by the defense, and 48-7 is our score. 3 down, 1 to go. The coach and I will be back with a look at the 4th quarter in just a moment.
There's been so much written about us and said about us, some of which has not been very accurate from my perspective, but it's kind of like looking at a picture on the wall that's crooked, and after a certain period of time you want to straighten it.
Tom Osborne writes the picture with his new book, On Solid Ground, from the Nebraska Bookstore.
My favorite, the Nebraska Bookstore, home of the original Big Red Collection and 1 or 2 million books,
including his. Get On Solid Ground now at the Nebraska Bookstore.
Ooh. Valentino's Pizza, anyone?
At Valentino's Grand Italian Buffet, it's their tradition of quality, service, and variety that keeps them #1 year after year.
Because of its remarkable clarity, Cellular One is the nation's #1 cellular service, clear across America.
Cellular One, offering state-of-the-art cellular service clear across Nebraska.
We're geared up for another great Husker season
at J.C. Penney,
and we can gear you up too. J.C. Penney is the place to go for all your Husker apparel. So before you go here, you better stop in here.
The same gear the coaches wear.
At great prices. Adidas sideline apparel at the J.C. Penney Husker shop. Stop by participating stores to register for Tommy Frazier's autographed jersey.
One more quarter to go in the Huskers' season-opening win over Michigan State, and with a 41-point lead, the final 15 minutes will belong to many of the NU reserves, as 94 Huskers saw action on Saturday. And as we open up play in the 4th quarter, the black shirts and the reserve defenders continue to dominate.
A good play here by Mike Rucker, who is on our second unit as a defensive rush end, and get a 9-yard sack on Ornstein here. But good pressure really all across the front, and we've substituted a great deal at this point, mostly second unit players in from the end of the 3rd quarter on, maybe many 3rd unit players in as well. Here Fullman gets another nice return, just ducked under the guy covering the punt, and an excellent return.
26
gain
yards.
Of 26 yards, and here Scott Frost, play action, hits Brian Schuster, our fullback, out in the flat. Brian stepped out of bounds about the 13-yard line, and but he's got good hands. Actually, both of our fullbacks, Joel Makovica and Schuster, catch the ball quite well, and so we get a lot of flack for not throwing to our backs enough. But
we have shocked the country today.
Oh yeah, that was a great play
Big
there.
Big news. Mm-hmm. Scott Frost on the day, by the way, was 5 of 11 through the air for 74 yards, and here you go back to the ground.
Well, here Ahman Green got hit kind of high and got bent backwards, and the ball came out, and so you hate to see a turnover at any time. Of course, that was down deep in their territory, and was our only offensive turnover of the day. Here's a play-action pass. Good job, good break on the ball there by Jerome Peterson, who's a redshirt freshman out of Louisiana, got some talent. A little bit of a short punt here, off to the side, and in that case,
Shevin Wiggins
picks it up, yeah, and we had our second unit punt return people in there too. Kenny Cheatham was deep, and Shevin Wiggins was on the side at that point. Here's Matt Turman in the ball game, and hands the ball to Joel Makovica, and Joel gain of 9. Next play here, we go to Kenny Cheatham on a post pattern, and Kenny makes a nice catch, an excellent throw by Matt, and Kenny fortunately kept his helmet on. You know, there's a rule now that if you take your helmet off, it's a 15-yard penalty out there on the field, and it was just a play-action pass, and we had been running the ball quite a bit, and their defenders decided to come up and play the run, and it was a wrong thing to do.
That seems like a play that we've seen so many times before in Nebraska football, and it works so well.
Well, it's off of the option action, and you know, the secondary has to play the options. Here's another sack by Mike Rucker. Good job coming off the outside here. This was sort of a play-action pass.
You had 7 sacks on the day, and it seemed like in the fourth quarter, more and more sacks, more and more tackles for losses, that the defensive line was finally wearing down that Michigan State front.
Well, yeah, and I think they began to substitute a little bit too, and so there's James Sims, a gain of 2, and now Matt Turman scrambles, throws to J.R. Edwards, who's a freshman from Lincoln Southeast here, and gain of 9, but we came up just a little bit short on the first down, and now Billy LaFleur's in. Bill's from Norfolk Central Catholic, makes a nice punt. We missed the tackle here, though, and they get a pretty good punt return here. And you know, we take a lot of pride in our punt coverage, and even though that was our number 2 punt coverage team, we don't like to see that. And here's an excellent tackle by Julius Jackson. Julius is from Texas, a guy with a lot of speed, and we think he's going to, down the road, be an excellent player. Mike Rucker again. Mike,
he had a tremendous second half.
He showed up, didn't he? Yeah, Mike worked a little harder this summer. You know, he kind of dedicated himself in the weight room, and there's Steve Warren, a true freshman in there that we debated about redshirting. We decided to go ahead and play him, and here 2 plays in a row, Warren is in the backfield and doing a good job, and so we're hopeful that he might be able to help us some this year.
You used 5 true freshmen in this ball game, and you're getting some pretty good mileage out of them.
Well, we're getting some pretty good quality freshmen, and but you know, even though we've got a big squad and quite a few walk-ons, the scholarship limits are making it a little bit more difficult. Great play here by Eric Walther, a guy from Hastings, a pretty good town here in Nebraska. And Eric is from Adams Central, and now they bang it in. This is mostly second and third unit players in there, but they still hung in there and played pretty well. But Michigan State gets on the board one more time here, and that made it 55-14.
Here's the future of Nebraska football continued. D'Angelo Evans with a carry.
Yeah, D'Angelo is a true freshman, and now James Sims on a pitch play picks up a few yards, gain of 3. And we wind down the game. We had to punt it back to him and didn't get much done. And here's a little screen pass, and good play there by Greg Liss. You know, Greg came in and really made a couple big hits, and he's Jerry Liss' son, and I think he's going to be a good player. And so he played up at Valentine. He's a walk-on player, and I was talking to Nick Saban and just kind of asked him if he had anybody hurt, and he said he had a couple guys hurt, and I didn't really catch who they were, but I hope they're not hurt bad, particularly the quarterback.
Todd Schultz and Reggie Garnett both went out of the ballgame, and they're two of their stars. So the Huskers' road to a possible third straight national title gets off on the right foot with a 55-14 win over Michigan State, but there's still more to come on the show. After the break, we'll tell you why the state of Nebraska has reason to be extra proud of their Husker heroes this year.
There's only one place in Nebraska where you can find everyday low prices on office products and still get the service your office needs.
Introducing Eeks Office Plus. Eeks has joined a nationwide buying group, bringing you the best office products at the best prices with the same dependable service that's made Eeks the name to trust for over 50 years.
For great prices and great service, there's just one name to know, Eeks Office Plus.
It figures.
Kearney's Auto America is your fleet and lease outlet in Kearney. With nearly a $500,000 inventory, Kearney's Auto America has the vehicle to fit your needs. Check out this 1994 Ford Taurus 4-door. There's 3 to choose from, only $170.54 a month. Or this 1994 Ford XLT Extended Cab 4x4. It's a local trade, and with 27,000 miles, it's only $18,760. Kearney's Auto America offers top dollar on your trade-in and on-the-spot financing with interest rates as low as 7.5%. Remember, that's Kearney's Auto America, 1 block east of McDonald's on Highway 30 for your next pre-owned vehicle.
Nebraska Waterbed Mart's annual Clean Sweep Sale is happening now. Here's your chance to take home some of the best bargains of the year. We're sweeping out all 1996 floor model and one-of-a-kind bookcase and 4-poster waterbeds as low as $188. Sterling back-supported waveless mattresses from $99. Solid wood bedroom furniture starting at just $119. You'll even save on soft-side waterbeds and decorator linens. Plus, for a limited time only, we're offering 1-year interest-free financing during our huge Clean Sweep Sale on this week at Nebraska Waterbed Mart, Grand Island.
At Champion Auto, we're more than just a parts store. We're your neighbors who give you the right products, the right prices, and the right answers every time you visit your local Champion Auto store. Your neighbors in Grand Island, Rob and Oscar, will give you the right prices on all types of tires. When you think of custom wheels, Champion Auto is the place to go to get the right answers. Stop in at your local Champion Auto store and let Rob and Oscar help you. Plus, we can help you service your vehicle. From start to finish, you'll win with Champion Auto.
Is a big source of pride for the people who live in the Cornhusker state, but this year the folks in Nebraska have reason to be extra proud of the team that will defend its 2 national titles. You see, many of the Big Red's best in 1996 are homegrown Huskers. Granted, Nebraska has done pretty well with players from all over the country over the years, but in '96, Big Red fans will be popping their Big Red buttons for their hometown heroes more than ever, especially when the Huskers have the ball. A look at the latest depth chart shows that 9 of the 11 offensive starters are native Nebraskans.
Nebraska kids that come here, not highly recruited, most of them walk on. They come from a state of hardworking people, and they know that that's what it's going to take for them if they want to play, to continue with their hard work and their dedication. And most of us do that, and this year it happens that 9 of us are going to be starting.
For the people who live in Nebraska, it's not hard to believe the old small-town boy makes good headlines because you read about them every day of every year. Walk-ons like Brian Schuster are the lifeblood of Husker football.
Coming out of high school, a lot of us weren't given a chance, and a lot of other schools told us we weren't good enough to play for them, and Nebraska gives you the opportunity to come here, and a lot of us, started out on the scout team and took our beatings there and really learned what it took to be a player at the Division I level. And I think it just shows that this program can find the kids in the small towns and develop them and give them opportunity to succeed.
Schuster has reason to feel right at home in the Husker backfield, where 8 of the top 9 players listed are in fact Nebraska natives, including Scott Frost. The top quarterback recruit in the country in 1993, Frost opted for Stanford out of high school, but returned home to be a Husker almost 2 years ago.
Well, obviously I wasn't too comfortable being away from Nebraska. I want to come back. And Nebraska I think, is the class of college football in the nation right now, and everything they do is just classy and head and shoulders above everybody else, and that's why I wanted to come back.
While Nebraska's roster is lined with players who come from all across the state to play football at NU, there are those who simply come across town, like Adam True, who is one of 3 Lincolnites starting along the offensive line, joining Eric Anderson and John Zadiska.
It's interesting. It makes me proud to be playing and be from Lincoln, and that a lot of people maybe watching TV all over the country will see that, hey, these guys are all from Lincoln. These 3 guys are from Lincoln. It says a lot about our high school programs and about the town of Lincoln, and it makes me feel good.
There are, however, a couple of imports who have managed to crack the starting lineup. Wingback John Vedral is one, but he hails from Gregory, South Dakota, which is close enough to the Nebraska border that it could be considered a suburb. That leaves Texan Aaron Taylor as the lone foreigner on the offense's first unit.
It does surprise you a little bit. Nebraska does a great job of going in state and finding players and picking them out and, asking them to be a part of their program, and then while they're in the program, making them bigger, stronger, and faster, and integrate players eventually. So, the Texas, California, and Florida schools have great players, but Nebraska knows how to go out and into smaller towns and whatnot and find the good players and develop them into great ones. And, basically I get in there and I just show them how to play, and then they follow. So, how that is.
Well, if that's the case, Aaron's teammates didn't get the message, possibly because of the language barrier between here and his homeland.
We have to help him along with, some of the terms. He tries to slip some of his words in there, like y'all or oil, or for oil, I guess. But, we'll straighten him out and tell him that if he's going to stay here and play, that he needs to change and to adapt so he can survive.
Taylor's done pretty well, but are you surprised by those numbers, 9 of 11?
I never think about it. I really don't think about geographical region or anything when I look at a player. He's a Nebraska player, and but it is kind of unusual to have that many starters on one segment from Nebraska.
Tom and I will be back to close out the show right after this.
Vince and Brenda Fuller are First Bank customers, not just because they have Checking Plus, which protects them from overdrafts, and a line of credit, which protects them from the unexpected. The Fullers are First Bank customers because at midnight, a banker helped them find their checking error and transfer funds to cover it, which protected them from a sleepless night.
Hi, this is Rod Cush. You've helped my family and I grow our business over 10 great years. Now for our anniversary, we'd like to thank you with the biggest Labor Day tent sale ever.
During the tent sale, get free delivery with any purchase of $3.99 or more. See store for details. Plus, 1 full year interest-free with approved credit. And most items throughout the store are 50 to 70% off. Hurry in now.
It's our 10th anniversary tent sale at Rod Cush's Furniture. Help us celebrate by getting a great deal for your family.
Rod Cush's Furniture, Omaha, Lincoln, Mall of the Bluffs, and now South Road.
There's been so much written about us and said about us, some of which has not been very accurate from my perspective, but it's kind of like looking at a picture on the wall that's crooked, and after a certain period of time you want to straighten it.
Tom Osborne writes the picture with his new book, On Solid Ground, from the Nebraska Bookstore.
My favorite, the Nebraska Bookstore, home of the original Big Red Collection and 1 or 2 million books,
including his. Get On Solid Ground now at the Nebraska Bookstore.
To Amigos! Now through September 30th, with every purchase of a combo meal or a dinner, receive a kid's meal free. And while you're there, pick up a coloring sheet. Bring it back and pick up another one. Every coloring picture is entered in Amigos drawing for a Nebraska starter jacket or a Pentium 133 multimedia computer system from InfoLink Computers.
Go for the food, go for the fun, go for Amigos.
Winning isn't just about trying harder, it's about being prepared. That means for me, or any athlete, proper nutrition is a must. Now there's Personal Edge Sports Nutritional Powder with Supro brand protein. It's a low-fat, cholesterol-free protein powder that mixes easily in water, milk, or juice. It gives athletes loads of protein for repairing and rebuilding muscle tissue. When athletic performance is important, Personal Edge can make the difference.
Chapter 1 is in the books. Nebraska beats Michigan State 55-14. Tom, congratulations on the win, and good luck in a couple of weeks at Arizona State.
Well, thanks, Bill. Look forward to that.
That's Nebraska head football coach Tom Osborne, and that's all the time we have for this week's show. So until we meet you again in a couple of weeks, I'm Bill Dolman. So long, everybody.
This is Carney's Country. George Strait. Garth Brooks.
Every night she walks the beaches of Cheyenne.
Pam Tillis. Diamond Rio.
That's what I get for loving you.
David Lee Murphy.
Every time I get around
The hottest country and Stephen Artie with the More Music Morning Show. Carney's Country. Y102.
Now hear this. R&I RV Sales has lost their lease and it's time to move. The 97s are here and they won't take the 96s with them. Save thousands of dollars on all models in stock. Choose from one 96 Carry Light or one of 5 96 Prowlers left on the lot. The 96s will not be moved. Save thousands of dollars now. Plus many recent trade-ins will all be liquidated. They're all going fast. Get great deals and special savings at R&I RV Sales. Last chance to save big before they're gone. 1 block north of Interstate 80 in Kearney.
I was Steve's den mother for 3 years. He was one of my more active scouts, diving over furniture, running. He didn't pick up anything he didn't find. But still, he was a leader. I always knew Steve was going to amount to something as soon as he learned to sit still.
Farmers react to this year's late harvest after football.
Hi, I'm Carl Lewis, and after winning 9 Olympic gold medals, there's still one question that needs to be answered. Are you ready for some football?
As he gets it to the 25-yard line, Travian Smith and Dan Basiegel, number 22, came up to make the tackle. Check on some more scores. Hey, SMU leading Arkansas 14-10 at halftime. You know, old rivalries don't die because there are new conferences involved.
Well,
who would ever
right.
thought that SMU would be in the WAC and Arkansas in the Southeastern Conference?
Big day down in the Dallas Metroplex with TCU leading, SMU winning, and Texas Tech over Oklahoma State in Irving today.
Right, at Texas Stadium on 2nd down and 6. Dover to roll out. Catch made by Coy Woods. Woods out of bounds at the 35-yard line, so the senior Coy Woods, who really played in the shadow of Andre Davis for years, with a nice reception. And want to remind you, Monday night, an ABC News special, John Stossel reveals startling information. Are we scaring ourselves to death? And it's a classic NFC matchup as Brett Favre and the Green Bay Packers will take on the Philadelphia Eagles on ABC's NFL Monday Night Football. That's all Monday night right here on ABC, and it's been 10 years since Monday Night Football's been up to Lambeau Field in Green Bay.
Wow, Green Bay will scare some people to death.
What a special place that is. 1st and 10, they spotted at the 37-yard line, and the handoff to Basil Mitchell, and a nice pickup of about 6 there.
I tell you what, this offensive line performance by TCU is impressive. I mean, Davis doing a nice job up front, Donahue and Mitchell carried the ball and getting some yardage, but this is impressive because TCU felt that the Oklahoma front 7 was as good as they will see all year. They're knocking them out of there right now. I don't think that Oklahoma expected this to happen.
Well, they averaged 287 pounds across the front, Dean, and when Pat Sullivan got there in '92, he's increased the weight 30 pounds. So they have gotten bigger since Pat Sullivan has gotten there. And right now, they are dominating the line of scrimmage on 2nd and 5 from the 42. Mitchell tries it again, and he has got nothing going that time. Kelly Gregg, 97, the sophomore from Edmond, was there to make the tackle.
Well, most people, as a Sooner is down on the 40-yard line, most people believe the way to attack an Oklahoma team because of the terrific speed with the linebackers is straight at them. Just go right at them and don't go sideways. Sideline to sideline.
Travian Smith is number 36, the junior outside backer from Tatum, Texas, down right there at the 40-yard line.
A lot is expected of this young man, but he has been hobbled with injuries. He missed the last 3 days of practice this week with a shoulder problem, and very well could be what it is now. He had a staph infection a couple of years ago when he came in at 190 pounds. He's up to 235 now, but while only having a body fat 4.3, but
well, he's one of these kids that you see in college football today that you talk about speed on defense. He was a 200-meter champ in the state of Texas in 93, 21-1. These kids start out as defensive backs, and they lift a few weights, and they move them to linebacker.
Well, and he'll be a 250-pounder in a couple of years,
Yeah.
so he is certainly an NFL-type player. They thought about putting him back to run back kickoffs. He's that versatile. But he doesn't do him any good on the sideline.
TCU on a 3rd down and 5, 1 of 5 on 3rd down possessions. Dover, the quick drop, the slant right there, and the reception, and the first down. Tavares Moore, number 82, down to the 45-yard line. Cedric Stevens was there on the coverage. They don't appear to be missing John Washington, and we're told that it's doubtful now that he'll return today. So TCU looks like they've lost their top wide receiver, but so far filling in well, Tavares Moore.
Well, that makes even the performance by Jeff Dover that much more impressive. I love that play set there where they split them out and they go man-to-man. You're going to win a lot of matchups like that.
19, Patrick Bateau, a true freshman, has checked into the game. He's at the top of your screen on 1st and 10 from the 45. Coy Woods, the ball carrier. And Woods gets about 3 as the sun now starting to break through this cloud cover here in Norman, Oklahoma. And it's going to heat up. Temperatures expected in the 90s today. Tyrell Peters, Kelly Gregg were both there on that tackle.
Humidity unseasonably high out here today as well.
Nebraska, a big win today, Dean, 55-14, similar to last year against Michigan State when they won 50-10.
Scott Frost, impressive in his debut and replacing Tommy Frazier at quarterback, and there are no other questions about that Nebraska football team, period.
But there's a lot of questions about the Big Ten. I mean, Michigan State had a huge win over Purdue last week, and Nebraska, they just don't miss a beat, do they?
No.
On 2nd and 7, the whistle's blowing up front.
Now, Nebraska has it where it would take a lot for them to fall off a little bit. And it would take, a ton for them to fall down to a team out of the top 20. I mean, it's incredible, the depth and the quality and consistency. I think one of the most amazing things is that they have the same coaches there year after year in the same system.
Got a delay of game penalty against TCU. 9:49 left to go here first half. TCU leads Oklahoma 10-0. Dover with his first collegiate touchdown pass. This was a team that started last year at 5-1, then ran into some injury problems, a suspension, and they lost 4 of their last 5. Dover, and he finds Bateau. That's the youngster out of Fort Bend, Texas, the true freshman who's filling in, and a gain of about 5 there to the 42-yard line.
That's a lot of work for a 5-yard gain. I mean, that was a very well-executed play, really both offensively and defensively, but there's some risk involved there. That ball was in the air for a while.
But you know, Dean, in a passing offense, that's
you got to do it.
Right. Well, coming up at halftime, the Valvoline Halftime Report. Stay tuned for that. John Saunders, Todd Blackledge at our New York studios. 3rd down and 7 from the 42-yard line. Dover 6 of 9 for 86 yards and a touchdown. And the draw play to Mitchell, and nothing going there on 3rd down. Broderick Simpson, the senior from Dallas, and Rod Manuel out of Fort Worth. So a couple of Texans coming up that time for Oklahoma.
There'll be a lot more Texans on this roster if John Blake has his way, because that's the way it was years ago. Rod Manuel's a great story for Oklahoma. Defensive end, I'm sure we'll talk more about him as the day goes along, but he's a good player.
Rodney Ritto down at the 10-yard line, and Royce Huffman. So Ritto, who's had a little bit of trouble handling the football, is just going to let that one go into the end zone.
Ritto's real happy to see those go over his head.
He is. 8:15 left to go first half.
We started with a clean sheet of paper. I want to see the paperwork.
If you'll just sign on the dotted line.
Put pen to paper. It's a funny thing. I want that in writing. That's a total write-off.
The most advanced, sophisticated, high-tech businesses are all built...
Looks good on paper.
Looks good on paper.
Looks good on paper.
On paper.
Let's get it down on paper.
Which is why you should bring your business to Office Depot. We've got all you need, all for the best prices, guaranteed. In writing, on paper. Office Depot.
This is where I take care of business.
The loads are getting heavier, and the stumps are just getting more stubborn. You're working harder than ever. You need a truck that does too. Meet the all-new 1997 Ford F-150. Our new Triton V8 cranks out even more power and torque. Our V6 out-muscles every standard truck engine in its class. And the first scheduled tune-up's 100,000 miles away. After all, the road's not getting any shorter. The new Ford F-150. Strength after strength after strength.
Long ago, an inventor came up with the assembly line, allowing a few people to make a lot of something. It was the model for efficiency. At Chili's, we pride ourselves for our inefficiency, because we make each of the Big Mouth burgers by hand, grilled one at a time, by a person. And when you taste for yourself how good they are, you'll appreciate all the time we've wasted. Chili's fresh grilled Big Mouth burgers, monuments of inefficiency.
Roger Twyble, Dean Blevins back with you in Norman. TCU 10-0. Oklahoma has not scored a touchdown since the second quarter of their 9th game of last year. That was against Kansas State. Shut out by Oklahoma State and Nebraska to end the year. And with 8:10 left to go in the first half here, have not scored. And that's something, that's a psychological deal. Dean, you can talk about forgetting last year, forget the 1 year with Howard Schnellenberger, 5-5, just, but you can't.
No.
The fans can't do it, and really the players can't do it until they start having some success.
And that's why having success early is so important for this group. And now we're deep into the second period and back on their 20-yard line. Oklahoma has to get number 80, Steven Alexander, in the ball game. He's their best offensive player. He's a guy who'll play in the pros either next year if he comes out or the following year after his senior year, and he has not done anything offensively other than block.
On 2nd and 7, Moore to throw it, and guess who he finds? Steven Alexander. Good call, Blevins.
Well, I can still pick up those waggles. Those signals are sending in.
Jay DeVerne over there on the tackle, but you know, sooner or later they had to find the 6'4", 232-pounder.
Doesn't take brain surgery to know that you have to get it to him. This guy's big. He can really run with or without the ball, runs routes like a wide receiver, has hands like a wide receiver, and can do something with it afterwards. He is a quality guy and a terrific football player.
4.6 speed. You see his numbers from a year ago, averaged 13.5 yards per catch, and they're not lining him up as a tight end today. He's been in motion. He's been split out, and on 1st and 10, they try to set the screen up. It was there. It was there. Michael Rose just couldn't jump high enough to get it.
You know, it's really important. Screenplays in practice are one thing, but when you get in a ball game, they just the play doesn't develop the way it does on a blackboard or maybe the way it does in practice. He gets a lot of heat here. Moore's going back. He's got to throw it higher than he wants. You've got to complete that ball, and Oklahoma has really done a poor job today of utilizing the screen.
I'll tell you, the screen plays, I think the colleges don't use it enough, and I've been impressed that Oklahoma's tried it. They just haven't had success with it, but it's been there, and they'll go back to it. Lots of time here. Catch made at the 43-yard line. And now they're going to wave it off. Man, I'll tell you what, Jarrell Jackson was right there, but Chris Staten laid a hit on him.
After great protection, this is a ball that zipped in there very nicely. Jarrell Jackson, freshman, first time to go up for a football, has a chance for a big play and is unable to bring it down. He's a little guy, but he had an opportunity there. You know, that was a great job of blocking by the Oklahoma offensive line and staying in the pocket by Eric Moore. You just got to make those plays happen. That's the difference between a good offense and a poor offense.
Oklahoma 1 of 7 in third down situations. They've got it 3rd and 10 as Gerald Williams was a motion man. And once again, Moore's got some time throwing downfield. There's some contact there. Let's see if it's incidental.
Well, they must be calling it uncatchable because there was obvious contact.
Well, Blocker was the intended receiver, and he got banged over there by Barry Browning, who can bang you.
Yeah, they are a great secondary from TCU in terms of hitting. Is it catchable? The ball is high.
Well, it's not catchable if the guy's running into his back.
I don't see the ball in the shot, though, so that clearly is the call from the official.
Lewis back at the 26-yard line to punt it. Jason Tucker, the fair catch at the 22-yard line. 7:08 left to go first half here from Norman, and was it catchable? Behind him, it looked more than anything else. 39 yards on the punt. TCU leads it 10-0.
This is Ford Escort. Did you know that it's new? If you knew that it's new, did you know the wagon's new too? The engine is new, the suspension improved. A safety cell protects but stays out of view. It's quieter inside to shush out the out. But for those who simply must twist and shout, there's premium speakers on a new stereo, so you can get every note and get it to go. This Escort is great. This Escort is nice. This Escort has a very sensible price. So why not check out the newest Escort this season? We've given you every rhyme and rhymed every reason.
Hey, what's up, John?
Hey, what's up, man?
Watch the curve.
I was driving like my grandmother.
Yeah, you drink like mine.
Give me a break, man.
Watch it. The idea is to keep the car on the road.
How about give me another drink?
Yeah, right. I think you've had enough.
I think you're not. Give me the wheel. Hold on, man. I got it, man.
Yo, man, just chill out, man.
Yeah, man. Let me tell you about giving them out, man.
The University of Oklahoma is on the move. We're building the largest university-based natural history museum in the world. And with students from over 100 countries, we're creating an international study center to prepare our students to live and work in the global community. OU ranks #1 in the nation per capita of all public universities in the number of National Merit Scholars on our campus. Watch us. You'll be hearing a lot more about the University of Oklahoma.
And welcome back here to Norman. TCU 10, Oklahoma nothing. TCU is looking for their third straight winning season for the first time in 37 years. And they're off to a good start so far this afternoon against Oklahoma. They lead it 10-0, 7:08. Left to go first half, the pressure. Dover gets rid of it, and a good job of getting rid of it. But Travis Wilson, the tight end, who was looking for his first reception as a college player, just couldn't hold on to it. Carlos Baker, 99, was one of the guys that got in there.
Well, Dover's had a good ball game so far, and he almost pulled off a great play here, but this is no fun. That's a great angle of it, isn't it? Right in your face. Yeah, Williams all over
98.
him. But he does a super job of getting rid of that. You know, he says, guys, I understand the concept, you know, of a screen pass, but come on, give me half a second.
Steve Williams, a highly thought of freshman.
Good numbers there. 6 of 10 for 86.
On second down and 10 from the 21-yard line. Pitch it back to the near side. And number 30, the ball carrier, Andre Bruce. And folks, Grid Irony brought to you by the curator of the absurd, Joe Spotman Sullivan. In 95, TCU was outscored, outgained, outrushed, surpassed in first downs, inferior in third down efficiency, negative in turnover ratio, allowed more sacks than recorded, yet finished at
6 and 5. Kicking game.
How do you do that? Kicking game.
Kicking game is a lot of it. Yeah.
Third down situation, TCU, third down and 7. Dover, he's got time, he's got all day. Now, tries to run it to the 25-yard line. The young man will know when it's a good time to sit down rather than to stick his head in front of a bunch of defensive players.
You know, but he had enough elusive ability to buy some time, but the speed of the Oklahoma defense got there. Baron Tanner put pressure on him, 51. There you see Simpson, who put a lot of pressure on him, terrific speed there. You know, I think one of the things that plays to the favor of TCU is that Pat Sullivan had his guys go a lot of live action, 11 on 11, first team offense versus first team defense. And that gave him a lot of opportunities to get his quarterback tested and the rest of his players. Oklahoma didn't have that luxury, and this is the first time the Sooners have been tackled. They didn't have a luxury because of the lack of numbers.
Huffman, who's averaged 50 yards on 3 punts, Rideau fields it back at the 20. And while we've got a moment, let's say hello to John Saunders in New York. John?
Coming up on Valvoline Halftime 96, we'll break down all the day's scores and highlights, including #1 Nebraska with a successful debut against Michigan State. I'll be joined by Todd Blackledge, who will take a look on just why Nebraska rolled over the Spartans. All coming up on Valvoline Halftime 96.
See my man Todd there dissecting it. He's doing a great job.
He's working that monitor, isn't he? 56-yard punt and a 12-yard return. And Oklahoma has it first and 10 at the 31-yard line. Motion man Gerald Williams, handoff up the middle. Allen spins. Good room that time by the Oklahoma offensive line as Allen with a gain of about 8. Bernard Oldham The nose tackle, number 57, was there to make the tackle, and an interstate rivalry is going to be played out on the field tonight, folks. It's Colorado and Colorado State. That's live tonight at 9 Eastern on The Deuce, ESPN2, CU and CSU. That's a WAC Big 12 matchup.
There you go.
I'll tell you, this is going to be some interesting rivalries in these two conferences, which sort of intersect with one another. As Allen busts through, he's got the first down to midfield. Good job of running by the senior James Allen.
One of the things that's helping Oklahoma right now is that Dick Wender's a very innovative offensive coach. He runs a lot of different personnel groupings out there. They've given TCU a lot of different looks, and while they haven't been especially effective, now they're able to loosen them up a little bit and keep them guessing.
5 new starters on the offensive line for Oklahoma, and folks, it takes some time to pull that together as Winder has got the towel draped around him. The heat's starting to bear down on the players and the coaches. On 1st and 10, Moore's going to roll it out to the near side, and Alexander can't make the catch. Let's get an update on what's happening with Penn State today as we go to New York and John Saunders. John?
Roger, you know Penn State opened the season with a big win over USC, and they're at it again. Jeremy Borseth back to punt. It's blocked by Eric Sturtevant. Shino Prater picks it up and trots the couple of yards he needs to take it in. 21-0, the Nittany Lions with the lead. Roger.
Thanks, John. You know, Blackledge has got a smile on his face right now, doesn't he?
Todd did wonderful things for that program and is close to Coach Paterno, and well, they're about as solid as you get up there.
3 receivers split to the near side on 2nd and 10. Good protection this time for Moore, and Brandon Daniels to the 44-yard line. Daniels, number 8, the freshman from Ada, Oklahoma, as Godfrey White was over there, and Jason Ilian to make the stop. There's a look at Daniels, just one of these many young wide receivers for Oklahoma, as we have seen a number of these kids make catches today.
Well, a very ballyhooed recruit coming out of Ada High School. Look at all the receivers here. Mo Little, Chris Blocker, Michael McDaniel. There's 8 of them on the left side as wide receivers. 3 will play on the right side there as tight ends.
On 3rd down and 3 for Oklahoma. Some motion to the far side, and not a good pass right there. Not a good pass at all. Michael McDaniel, the intended receiver. So with 3:47 left to go. Looks like Eric Moore's guiding the ball just a little bit. Doesn't seem to...
Well, I don't know that he went to the right play there, and he's done a great job of understanding this offense and getting the ball in preseason to the right receiver. I don't know that that was the right receiver because it didn't appear that he had him locked in. Fans a little disgruntled. Again, it's going to be a challenge for number 1, Eric Moore.
I'll tell you, they haven't seen touchdowns out of Oklahoma in a long time. As Brian Lewis to punt it downfield to Jason Tucker. And Tucker's going to let it go, and can OU get there to stop it? They can't. I'll tell you, giving it a try there was Stephen Ridley, number 5.
Can TCU put some points up? I mean, this is the chance to really put Oklahoma in a difficult situation. If they could go down and get 3 or 7 and send Oklahoma to the halftime locker room down by 13 or 17 points, that would be huge, Roger.
Oklahoma with 2 timeouts remaining in the first half. Clemson comes up with a victory today over Furman, as you would expect, after they were blown out last week. And
I don't know. I had that Clemson game, and they were shell-shocked by North Carolina. I know Furman's not your powerhouse, but...
1st and 10. 20-yard line for TCU. Basil Mitchell spinning off tacklers. Well, I tell you, Mitchell was stopped at the line of scrimmage, and he did exactly what the coaches teach you to do. When you feel that contact, you just roll off of it and keep those legs churning.
Keep the feet going up and down. And again, I really believe, having experienced 11-on-11 live action, these guys, TCU, offense versus defense, ones on both sides, I think that's a big advantage in a first game. Oklahoma not tackling as well. Last year, their secondary was a very poor tackling team, and I think TCU is showing that that has been an edge for them.
On 2nd down and 4 from the 26-yard line, TCU with a 10-0 lead. Handoff to Coy Woods. He cuts it back, and Woods still on his feet. Coy Woods battling up to the 40-yard line. Great job right there by Coy Woods, the senior, who's averaged over 4 yards a carry in his career. Cedric Stevens was one of the players there, and Dan Basiegel also in on the stop.
And there's a guy familiar to football fans around the country, particularly here at Oklahoma, Brian Bosworth, and decided to make a TV series.
Yeah, moving to Florida for half the year, he told me yesterday, and Boz is helping some of the kids who were devastated by the tragedy in Oklahoma City at the bombing with Boz's kids, a new program he's implemented here.
And brings them down to the football games here at OU.
Right.
That's great. Nothing happening on the right side that time. Clock running, 2:23 left to go first half as Kelly Gregg was there on the tackle.
Now you're Pete Hainer, the offensive coordinator, or Pat Sullivan over there. You have a couple of great offensive minds working. You know, you're up 10 points. You've got it at midfield. You can do anything you want to do. This is a chance for them to open it up and really take advantage of Oklahoma.
There's a look at Gregg. You mentioned he's a great wrestler. He's expected to wrestle for the Sooners this year. Got redshirted last year. I would imagine he's seen the super heavyweight classification or just the heavyweight, huh? On 2nd and 11, Dover with a lot of time, and look at the stick right there as Travis Wilson makes his first catch as a collegian, and Anthony Fogel was there to lay the wood on it. Well, next Saturday at 3:30 Eastern time, excuse me, Dean, we've got some great college football action coming up. Michigan and Colorado, Big 10 against Big 12. Northwestern and Duke, the academic powerhouses.
There you go.
BYU and Washington. That should be an interesting game after BYU opened up with a win over A&M. And then always a good one, Iowa State and Iowa. Check your local listings for the game in your area. And we've got Oklahoma back on ABC in a couple weeks against San Diego State, another WAC team. As Oklahoma opens up against 3 WAC schools on the swing pass on a 3rd and 4. And Mitchell, now a foot race to the 10. Touchdown, TCU. Basil Mitchell from Jeff Dover. 54 yards.
You could not have a better play called against that defense. Oklahoma will take a look at it from the end zone. Was coming in a blitz package. Tyrell Peters, 45 up the middle. Travian Smith, 36, the linebacker up the middle. Drop it off on the swing outside to Basil Mitchell, and it's a foot race, and he's going to win. A huge, huge play for TCU, and Oklahoma and the crowd stunned.
Cornelius Burton was the man that felt the brunt of that block. As Reeder for the point after. Michael Reeder, the junior from Sulphur, Louisiana, has now hit all 54 of his point after attempts, and it's 17-0 TCU.
The city, Spin City. Michael J. Fox as the ambitious young deputy mayor, and the girlfriend always full of surprises.
My lease, it ran out a few weeks ago.
Oh, so then, we live together.
I can't believe this is such a big deal to you. Mike, we're each other's in case of emergency. Please notify person.
Coming to ABC Tuesdays after Home Improvement.
I can't breathe.
Michael J. Fox in Spin City, 1 week from Tuesday.
You might want to notify yourself.
TCU 17 and Oklahoma nothing, as the young quarterback, redshirt freshman Jeff Dover, showing no signs of a nervous stomach. He's thrown 2 touchdown passes, and the Horned Frogs have really jumped out on top of Oklahoma. And Dean, they have seemed very poised. They've taken advantage of a couple of situations where Oklahoma has given them the opportunity, and they can strike quick. This passing offense at TCU, as Pat Sullivan told us, this young kid was a competitor.
Well, he knew he could do it. He's seen him do it in spring ball and in the fall, but you know, you don't know until you get out here when it's your first start if he can do it under pressure. He's done it. They've won the kicking game, and they got in a great situation there with a perfect call against the Oklahoma blitz, and it's a tough position for an Oklahoma team that can't score right now.
Doesn't matter which way Reeder kicks off, he kicks it out of the end zone.
Exactly.
Wins irrelevant with this guy. 1:04 left to go in the first half. Oklahoma's got a couple of timeouts remaining. There's a look at Reeder. What a weapon. You know, I think some keys in college football with the parity, Dean, that you have today. If you've got a good quarterback, you got speed on defense, and you've got the special teams, I think you can play with just about anybody.
I totally agree with it. Kicking has become such an important part of this ball game, and especially early in the year. Look at Oklahoma. Punt, downs, miss the field goal, punt.
They'll run it on first down, and nothing happening right there. Parker, the ball carrier, but all over him was Matt Harper, number 91, and Bernard Oldham, number 57.
They're looking for big things out of Harper, the transfer from Stanford, originally from McKinney, Texas. Played a little bit 2 years ago for the Cardinal. Just decided he wanted to get back home.
You know, Pat Henderson, the defensive coordinator, told me that he was in the doorway when Matt Harper walked in, and this guy's 6'6", 255. He says, "Son, I believe we can work something out for you here at defensive end."
And they run it one more time. They got to be careful here because TCU's got all their timeouts remaining. And clock is running, though. The third
Looks like
down.
both teams content to go in with a 17-zip halftime score.
Well, Oklahoma has been outscored 87-0 in the last 12 quarters of football.
An unbelievable stat.
And the clock will wind down, and that'll complete the first half. First-year head coach John Blake will have a chance to speak to his team at halftime for the very first time of a college football game as TCU leads it 17-0. Coming up next, the Valvoline Halftime 96, brought to you by Valvoline, the #1 choice of America's top mechanics. People who know use Valvoline.
College football on ABC Sports. Brought to you by Ford Escort. It's new and it's nifty, made for the smart, the intelligent, thrifty. And Burger King, where you can get your burger's worth. Stay tuned for Valvoline Halftime 96.